Chapter 5062. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my attack. Not bad at all. The war giant held the saber in his hand and once again soared into the sky and slashed down. Jiang Chen's steps were steady and he quickly dodged. But no matter what, he couldn't escape the attack of the saber. Clang! There seemed to be another crack on Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, and this time, it was bigger than before. Jiang Chen's face was pale and blood was spurting out. He couldn't hold on any longer. His whole body seemed to be paralyzed. Not to mention that his current strength was not as good as before. Even if he was at his peak, Jiang Chen knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves from the war giant. Why are you still not leaving? What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen roared. At this time he also displayed the sky ascending stairs and quickly rushed forward. Sky ascending stairs? The war giant's face changed and immediately a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. Oh no, this guy seemed to recognize the sky ascending stairs and seemed to have some understanding of it. Didn't he suffer a double loss? Where are you going? Even if you have the sky ascending stairs, you can't escape from my palm. The war giant roared and stepped on a green cloud, chasing after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. It seemed that he had really underestimated this guy. After all, this was a peerless expert from hundreds of millions of years ago. Even if he was a tiger that had fallen to the plains, he still couldn't fight against him. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he couldn't win, he could still run. However, Jiang Chen realized that he couldn't run away from this war giant. The speed of the war giant was not any slower than him using the sky ascending stairs. In fact, it was even faster. Damn it, wasn't this the worst of his 8 lifetimes? Jiang Chen was a little regretful. Why didn't he run earlier? Now that he was targeted by this bastard, his situation was even more difficult. Jiang Chen was very depressed. He couldn't beat them and he couldn't run away either. The lives of the 3 of them were already hanging by a thread. Even the speed of climbing the sky stairway was not a match for this war giant. Jiang Chen could only choose to fight with his life on the line. This was his last resort. It depended on whether the divine thought technique could confuse this war giant. If it could not confuse him, then he would only have a dead end. Divine will technique, 1 thought to heaven. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to die. In an instant he released all of his source astral souls, filling the entire Milan star. At that moment the war giant really stopped, completely trapped by Jiang Chen's divine sense art. Beautiful. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Just as he had expected, this war giant had just awakened, and his soul force was far from recovering. His divine will art was able to use his strengths to attack his opponent's weaknesses. Master, let me destroy it. The Black King attacked with all his might, wanting to kill the war giant, but Jiang Chen grabbed him. Bullshit. If we don't leave now, we will all die here. You still want to kill him? Dream on. Jiang Chen roared. He brought Luo Ying and the Black King to the Azure Wave's divine boat and began to head towards the depths of the universe. After a few breaths, the war giant finally opened his eyes, but at this time, Jiang Chen had already disappeared. Bastard. No matter what, I will definitely find you, my sky-raising warhammer. The war giant clenched his sword, slashing horizontally and vertically, crossing the mountain range. In his rage, he was filled with indignation. He was a dignified supreme, but he actually let a stellar-level kid escape. This was too aggrieved. The war giant calmed his mind and his face was solemn. He looked up and it seemed that no one in the world could trap him. It has been 2 eras and I am finally back. In the eternal world, only I am eternal. The war giant roared and soared up, leaving Milan Star and flying towards the depths of the universe. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, in a desolate land, a white-haired young man raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. The endless cosmos was boundless, but a resplendent star was reborn from the filthy earth, once again suspended high above the heavens. I didn't expect that person to come back. Jiang Chen sighed, his face was incomparably grim. They finally escaped. At this time, it was a complete miracle that they could survive. No one knew who that person was. Jiang Chen didn't know, Luo Ying didn't know, even the Black King who had followed his former master to many places in the eternal world had no clue. That war giant should really be the ultimate expert who sealed himself in the origin ancient ruins countless years ago. It really wasn't easy for us to escape from him. The Black King was also constantly panting. His heart was filled with fear. No matter what, we finally escaped. It was a narrow escape. I don't want to meet this guy again. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said, if you had listened to me earlier and left Milan Star, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Luoying curled her lips and said she also had a lingering fear. Anyway, I can't return empty-handed. Ah. Jiangchen laughed and said. The feeling of surviving a disaster was still very comfortable. Holding the warhammer in his hand, Jiangchen finally did not play in vain. The principle of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed would definitely not be broken. You really don't give up. Luoying couldn't help but smile. Even in a desperate place, Jiangchen did not forget to take away his treasures. That's natural. But it's a pity that my heavenly dragon sword was cut by that war giant, leaving 2 cracks. Jiangchen said gloomily. However, an idea flashed in his mind. He could melt this warhammer and reforge the heavenly dragon sword. I'm really a little genius. Jiangchen felt much better. Otherwise, his heart would be filled with sorrow if the heavenly dragon sword was completely broken. The heavenly dragon sword was not just a sword anymore. It was his family. Ever since he was in the Saint Origin world, it had gone through countless battles with him. The heavenly dragon sword already had a sword spirit. This sword was his family. Watch how I melt your divine weapon and forge a new peerless sword for me. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. At this moment they had already been on the Kanglan divine boat for more than half a month. However, they were not in a hurry to go to Li Mountain this time. Hence, they only reached the border of Heaven Tyrant Starfield and Heaven Awakened Starfield after half a month. Let's go to Heaven Tyrant Starfield to look for foam. We can't stop. I've already searched the entire Heaven Awakened Starfield. There's no trace of foam. This time, let's go to Heaven Tyrant Starfield and have a good look. Chapter 5063. Jiangchen and the others drove the Zhonglan God boat all the way to the Sky Tyrant Star region. There were countless stars in the surroundings, all of them filled with resplendent starlight. There were mysterious and unfathomable existences everywhere, filling one with curiosity. This was Jiangchen's first time traveling in the universe. He didn't know what mysteries existed on the other side of the boundless universe. The eternal world was so big that Jiangchen couldn't see the borders. At least, the Sky Tyrant Star region wasn't a place he could casually travel. The Sky Tyrant Star region was far more terrifying than the Heaven Awakening Star region. Countless stars filled the universe, and small stars floated between heaven and earth. There were countless stars, but some were extremely cold, some were scorching hot, and some weren't suitable for humans to live in. A complete star realm that was suitable for humans to live in was very hard to find. Even in the entire Sky Tyrant Star region, there were only about 100 stars that were suitable for humans to live in. However, the Sky Tyrant Star region had tens of thousands of stars. Some of the bright stars emitted eerie blue light, some were filled with purple light and some were colorful. They were all the colors of the galaxy. Jiangchen and Luoying didn't know how long they had been traveling. It had been more than 2 years. Finally, they saw a region with humans. Star-level experts were able to travel through the universe, but their speed was suppressed by the gravitational force of the universe. Only Jiangchen's Azure Billow divine boat, which could travel through time and space, could ignore any boundaries and travel at will. Along the way, Jiangchen gradually saw many people. They were all above the star state. In order to become a qualified space wanderer, the star state was the most basic requirement. Without enough power, they wouldn't be able to survive in the universe. They would be crushed by the gravitational force of the eternal world. Hence, even space wanderers had to be very careful. There seems to be a very powerful space turbulence up ahead. We've encountered the 7th wave of space wanderers. Luoying said. The Zhonglan God ship floated past. Those cosmic wanderers were full of envy, but if they wanted to get a divine artifact like this, it would depend on luck. Even cosmic cloud states rarely had one. This must be a cosmic cloud state or even stronger. That's right. When will we be able to own such a divine artifact? Let's save it. How many years would it take for us to reach the cosmic cloud state? We would be dead before we even reach the cosmic cloud state. That's right. The days of living on the edge of a knife aren't easy. The interstellar wanderer is an existence that everyone hates. We should be careful. Many of the interstellar wanderers sighed when they saw Jiangchen's Azure Waves divine ship fly past them. However, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even stargrade powerhouses like them had no choice. Let's keep the deep-sea divine boat and see what's going on ahead. Jiangchen pondered for a moment and said. The space-time turbulence in front of them was getting stronger and stronger, and the number of people was increasing as well. He did not know if all of them were interstellar wanderers. All right. Luoying nodded. The two of them found a secluded spot and kept the Azure Waves divine boat before continuing to fly forward. At this moment, Jiang Qin just realized how slow he was. He was like a snail. He couldn't even compare to 1/10,000th of the Azure Wave's divine boat's speed. At this speed, it would take us a few thousand years to cross the Sky Tyrant universe. Luoying smiled bitterly. It's not as comfortable as the Azure Wave's divine boat, but we're not here to enjoy it. Let's see what's going on ahead. Jiang Qin smiled. The two of them flew forward, but their speed was still very awkward. Brother, why are there so many people around? And there's such a terrifying space turbulence. Can't we get through? Jiang Qin asked when he saw a young man standing on a small planet, watching from afar. You guys came from far away, right? Don't you know? The youth was taken aback. That's right. We have come from afar and are preparing to head to the core of the Sky Tyrant star field, the Sky Tyrant star boundary. I can see that within a radius of 10,000 miles, the space turbulence is huge and there are many people here. Jiang Qin replied. That's right. This is the entrance to the netherworld. It's also one of the 8 danger zones of the Sky Tyrant universe. Usually, within a radius of 100,000 miles, it's filled with space turbulence. Even cosmic cloud states would be killed if they enter by mistake. That's why it's called the entrance to the netherworld. But every 900 years, there will be a rare phenomenon where the turbulence shrinks. At that time, the turbulence of 100,000 miles will shrink to a radius of 1 kilometer, and a large number of treasures will appear here. Some are incomplete, some are second-hand, but there are also some rare heavenly treasures that are spewed out from the center of the space-time turbulence vortex. Isn't it very magical? Hee, but no one can enter the last kilometer, not even the gods. It said that there was once a cosmic cloud state who didn't believe it and insisted on entering. In the end he was killed. From then on no one dared to enter it rashly. Lin Xiaogua sneered. You two are quite strong and should be able to go further than me. Later, when the space turbulence shrinks to within a kilometer, you can go fight for it. Everyone is waiting for this moment. Whoever gets it will get it. After all, it's ownerless. Although the treasures here aren't extremely rare, some are still remarkable. No one knows how the space turbulence appeared. Perhaps it's connected to the end of a world. That's why it's called the entrance to the netherworld. You two need to be careful. Lin Xiaogua's power was at the 4th level of the star state. Jiang Qin and Luoying were stronger than him. Thank you for telling me, brother. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't expect this place to be a land of death. It seemed that if he wanted to pass through here, he would have to go around this place. It's fine, it's nothing. But I advise you not to go to the Heaven Tyrant Star Realm. Do you know how far we are from here? Without 10,000 years, you won't be able to reach the Heaven Tyrant Star Realm. Most of us here have never been to the Heaven Tyrant Star Realm. It might be the core of the Heaven Tyrant Star Realm, but there are countless powerful beings there. It's better to live in a remote corner. Ah. Lin Xiaogua smiled. His face was calm and full of yearning for life. He didn't have the kind of shackles to pursue eternity. Jiang Qin was a little envious. A person like this lived a happier life than him. If there wasn't a heavy burden on his shoulders, who would bet their life on tomorrow? Chapter 5064. That's true. However, I have to go to the core area of the Sky Tyrant Star Field, the Sky Tyrant Star Boundary. Hence, I will have to take a detour. Jiang Qin sighed. It won't be long before the space-time turbulence dissipates. You guys should get ready. Good luck. Lin Xiaogua smiled. You too. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and moved forward rapidly. Because the space-time turbulence was getting smaller, some of the people in the surroundings also moved closer to the core area. No one wanted to miss this opportunity that only appeared once every 900 years. To many people, this was a chance to change themselves and be reborn. Whoever was weaker would be able to obtain treasures and stand out from the crowd. In the future, they would be able to obtain more resources in the Sky Tyrant Star Field. Many interstellar wanderers and people from the surrounding astral realms rushed over at the same time. There were thousands of star-level experts, and they were even stronger than the feather experts. These people were all very cautious. Most of them were 3rd or 4th heavens of the star level, and there were also some 6th or 7th heavens of the star level. However, there were very few of them, and many of them were hiding in the dark, watching silently. Looks like we have to see what treasures there are here first. If we just leave like this, we will suffer a great loss. Jiang Qin smiled. You never suffer a loss. Wherever you go, you will get something. Ah. Luoying said with a smile. Along the way, the relationship between the two of them became deeper and deeper. Although they couldn't return to Heavenly Awakening Starfield, Jiang Qin had promised her that he would bring her back to Heavenly Awakening Starfield as soon as he found Feng Air. The central area of the space-time turbulence was filled with storms. Countless meteorites were swept up. Some of them were even crushed. It was extremely violent. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying carefully walked into the center of the storm. The terrifying wind was deafening, as though it was about to tear their eardrums. Look, the space-time turbulence is finally going to disappear. Aha, the opportunity is here. Is everyone ready? This time, don't even think about snatching a single treasure from my hands. You have to be able to pick up some good treasures first. That's right. Don't end up with nothing in the end. That would be a huge loss. Shut your crow's mouth. More and more people rushed to the front. At the center of the vortex, a terrifying light figure spread out in the sky. The sky changed color and the dust disappeared. It was like the world was being reborn, returning to peace. Charge! Someone shouted and everyone rushed to the front. Layers of things fell from the void. There were broken weapons, sand and stones, plants, flowers and fruits, and even rare beasts. However, not a single one of them was alive. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying looked at each other, then they also joined the army to snatch the treasures. However, the treasures here couldn't catch Jiang Qin's attention. He flew straight to the core area. Maybe he could find some treasures he wanted there. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying passed through the crowds of people. The surrounding lights and shadows were getting dimmer and dimmer, but some good treasures could be seen, but Jiang Qin still didn't have any desire for them. If it wasn't a rare treasure, he certainly wouldn't take action, or it could be said that he was too lazy to take action. What kind of wood is that? It's so strange. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He saw a purple gold wood floating in the sky in the depths of the core area. It attracted his attention. I want this wood. Jiang Qin smiled and turned into an arrow that left the bow. With the help of the sky-ascending stairway, Jiang Qin's speed soared, far surpassing the ordinary stellar-level experts. Many people were amazed. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the 1-meter-long purple gold wood. Instantly, a calm and peaceful aura was transmitted to Jiang Qin. More importantly, Jiang Qin felt as though his body was infected by it. He became incomparably calm. That penetrating feeling lingered in his heart, as though his soul was undergoing a baptism. It was too comfortable, too refreshing. If he continued to immerse himself in this feeling, it wouldn't be long before his source astral soul would rapidly improve. If the golden osmanthus tree was able to allow him to enter a tranquil and peaceful state to cultivate his innate astral soul, then this violet gold wood was able to give him the most direct feeling. It could even cause his soul to undergo a transformation. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Qin saw that a few centimeters away from the purple gold wood had already turned dark and lusterless. It was like a withered tree, losing its original luster. However, the most direct feeling that Jiang Qin had was that his source astral soul had indeed improved a little at this moment. Could it be that in that instant earlier, I really absorbed a strand of soul energy from the purple gold wood? Jiang Qin drew in a breath of cold air. This purple gold wood was simply too awesome. He had never encountered such a treasure before. Compared to Cinnamomum cassia, it was more like an object similar to source stones that could be swallowed. Good stuff. Jiang Qin hurriedly kept the purple gold wood. However, at this moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of him, one in front and one behind, surrounding him. Little brat, hand over the heavenly immersion wood in your hands and we'll be even. If not, he will have to see who's stronger. An old man with a Ross beard said with a chuckle. He stared at Jiang Qin with a cold expression. What do you want? Jiang Qin laughed. So this treasure was called the heavenly immersion wood. What do I want? At that moment, it's no longer up to you. The other skinny old man faintly said. In that case, doesn't it mean that you want to snatch the treasure in my hands? Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Alright, at least you know what's good for you. Hand it over. You're just a 5-level star realm fellow, how much ability can you have? Why do you want to find trouble for yourself? The 2 of them had already reached the 6th level of the star realm. Naturally, they didn't place Jiang Qin in their eyes. However, at this moment, if they could avoid making a move, it was best not to. After all, they might encounter even better treasures in the future. At that time, preserving their strength would be their last choice. What if I don't hand it over? You guys are planning to make a move. Jiang Qin laughed. These 2 wanted to pick a pushover, but they didn't expect that they chose the wrong person. Chapter 5065. At this moment, the twin fiends of the Northern Sea had lost their patience. As the famous interstellar wanderers of this generation, the 2 of them had killed at least 800 people, if not 1,000. At this time, a star level 5 guy actually didn't care about them at all. How could this be? I'm afraid you still don't know how powerful the double fiends of the North Sea are. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the item and kowtow to us 3 times. Then we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, you won't even be able to imagine the consequences. Emo Shibe smiled sinisterly. His face was full of beard and looked extremely horrifying. Double fiends of the North Sea? I don't care who you are. You want to snatch my item? I think you two are the ones who don't want to live anymore. Jiang Qin sneered. They wanted to defeat the enemy without a fight, and they even wanted him to give the treasure to them. What kind of dream would that be? He might not even be able to dream of it. I'm giving him face, but he doesn't want it. Big brother, looks like we have to teach him a lesson. Emo Shihai's eyes were dark as he locked onto Jiang Qin. You two, who do you want to teach a lesson to? At this time, Luoying also appeared beside him. Jiang Qin's figure instantly became taller in the eyes of the double fiends of the North Sea. Damn it, why did this kid have such a powerful woman by his side? When the double fiends of the North Sea saw Luoying, they were terrified. They didn't expect this woman to be so strong. She was a level 7 star level. The two of them probably weren't even fit to carry her shoes. How could they beat her? Ha ha ha, we were just joking with our brother. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Emo Shihai said with a smile. The fierce expression on his face just now had now become very amiable. He was like the old man next door who was about to die without any lethality. Yes, we were just joking. Senior, please don't take it to heart. Emo Shibe also nodded repeatedly. Hurry up and scram. Luo Ying's pretty face was covered in frost. Lung Lung said. At this time, the insufferably arrogant double fiends of the North Sea had no resistance at all. They turned around and ran away faster than rabbits, afraid that this female senior would change her mind. Look at how you scared them. I was going to exchange a few blows with them. Now it's all over. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You have to be careful. I just saw quite a few Star State level 7 warriors. Although your power isn't bad, if a few of them join hands against us, it'll still be very dangerous. So it's best to stay low profile. Luoying muttered. When did you become so calm? Jiang Qin was stunned. In the past, Luoying didn't reject anyone. But now, she had become very stable and didn't want to take any risks. After all, we've only just arrived here, so we should be careful. Do you think the entire world is filled with idiots like the Harpies? If we offend any of the major factions, we'll be in great danger. Luoying said cautiously. It could be seen that she was very meticulous. Many things had to be considered more than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin never cared about any enemy. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't admit defeat. However, at this time, Luo Ying's approach was obviously right. After all, the space-time turbulence had stopped. There were many experts here, and they didn't know which big shots were hiding in the dark. If they offended them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. A gentleman's wealth would cause him to get into trouble. It wasn't impossible to be attacked by a group of people and then snatch the treasures in their hands. You're right. Isn't that enough? Jiang Qin smiled. Having a woman by his side was really different. No matter what Jiang Qin did, he would think twice before doing it. This was something he had never done before. After all, he wasn't a native of the eternal world. Compared to Luoying, he needed to be cautious about many things. Although he was already working hard to become one with this world, sometimes he still felt that he didn't fit in. Jiang Qin and Luoying went deeper into the eternal world to search for treasures. The people around them were getting fewer and fewer. Their strength was basically at the 5th layer of the star realm or above. Those with low strength, even if they came to the deepest part of the eternal world, would only be helping others. This time, Jiang Qin and Luoying searched for a long time, but they didn't find any suitable treasures. There weren't many that were worth looking at. Are those 2 golden black lotuses? Luo Ying's eyes lit up when she saw the golden black lotuses floating behind a boulder in the distance. However, before she could react, they were already snatched away by a woman in red. Golden black lotuses? Are they very precious? Jiang Qin asked. That's for sure. I've read in an ancient book that the golden black lotuses can temper one's body and soul. It's a rare treasure. Luoying said solemnly. Then let's snatch it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. All right. The two of them smiled knowingly. This world was cruel. There was no morality to speak of. Moreover, these treasures were ownerless. Whoever snatched them would own them. However, before Jiang Qin and Luoying could make a move, the woman in red was surrounded by 4 men. All 4 of them were at the 7th layer of the star realm. They were very strong. The woman in red didn't even have the ability to retaliate. Although she was also at the 5th layer of the star realm, it was impossible for her to escape from these people. Hand over the golden black lotuses. I might spare your life. Come with me. I won't mistreat you. A young man in a white windbreaker said indifferently. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Impossible. This is for my father's treatment. I won't give it to you even if you kill me. The woman in red said with a cold gaze. She was extremely determined. Stubborn fool. Do you know who I am? The young man in white frowned. Lung Lung said. I don't care who you are. No one can snatch my golden black lotuses unless you kill me. Chen Lu said with her teeth clenched. You don't know what's good for you. Young Master Huang is giving you a way out. Do you know how many people want to marry our young master? He doesn't even bother to look at them. Who do you think you are? Bitch, do you really think you're a princess? Why don't you ask around? Within 100,000 light years of Tianqian Star, who doesn't know how powerful our young Master Huang Jun is? If you follow our young Master Huang, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the future. The man in black beside Huang Jun said sternly. Huang Jun, are you from the Huang family, one of the 3 great families of Tianqian Star? Chen Lu's expression suddenly changed. Her heart trembled. She was also from the Tianqian Star. The 3 great families were the rulers of the entire Tianqian Star. No one dared to disobey them. However, these people were actually from the Huang family. Chen Lu never thought that she would be unable to bring the golden black lotus back after finding it to save her father. Chapter 5066. It's good that you know. Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Huang and offer your black gold lotus. That's right. You don't know how high the sky is. Useless thing. Why don't you kneel before young Master Huang? If young Master Huang didn't like you, do you think you'd still be alive now? The 3 guards sneered as they looked at Chen Lu. This woman had only spared young Master Huang's life because of her good looks. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have attacked her a long time ago. This was Tianqian Star's territory. Adding on Huang Jun and his 3 guards, they were all at the 7th level of the star level. No one was a match for them. When people saw these 4, they would hide far away, not to mention fighting them. When the people heard that they were from Tianqian Star's Huang family, they quickly hid far away, not daring to get close. Now, if they got any treasure, they would hide it in their clothes. Who would dare to show it to others? Wasn't that courting death? They're from the Huang family. Let's leave quickly. I've also heard that this Huang Jun is a murderous demon king. However, his strength is indeed remarkable. Although he's a disciple of an aristocratic family, his talent is outstanding. This alone can only cause others to be envious and jealous. Who asked him to be born in such a good family? We can't compare to him. Poor girl. She can't escape from his clutches. Lower your voices. If young Master Huang hears you, you'll all die. Even 10 heads won't be enough. Let's go. Let's go there. The group of star-level warriors was shocked. Young Master Huang's name was well known. Who didn't know about him in Tianqian Star? The Huang family was one of the most powerful families in the Tianqian Star. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this time, only Huang Jun and the others were left. They approached Chen Lu step by step. Chen Lu's heart trembled more and more. Her father's illness was in urgent need of the black gold lotus. Now that she had finally found the black gold lotus, such a treasure was like a blessing from the heavens. But in the end, she met Huang Jun and the other bastards. Eehee, little girl, you better be obedient. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Huang Jun said with a beaming smile. His tone was extremely feminine. Chen Lu bit her red lips. Looking at Huang Jun's terrifying gaze that was filled with lust, she knew that she would not be able to escape her misfortune today, and it was very likely that she would be humiliated by this bastard. Her father's illness was probably beyond her control, and it was very likely that she would die in front of her father. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Chen Lu's heart was filled with despair, but she had nowhere else to go. After thinking about it for a while, she finally made up her mind. If this Huang Jun wanted to use force, then she would absolutely not lower her head. Better a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll destroy this black gold lotus. None of us can get it. At worst, we'll just die together. Chen Lu gritted her teeth and said, Haha, don't do this. If you really destroy this black golden lotus, I won't be distressed, but if you hurt yourself, wouldn't I cry until my eyes go blind? Beauty, just give in to me. As long as you follow me, you'll have a good life in the future. No one in the entire Tianqian Star will dare to say no to you. Huang Jun was beaming with joy, and his eyes were extremely ambiguous. In your dreams, Chen Lu said in a low voice. How about this? You have 2 black golden lotuses and I only want 1. As for the remaining 1, I'll give it to you. That's my bottom line. Huang Jun frowned. It seemed like this woman really wanted to die together with him. This was not the result he wanted. Really? Qin Lu was startled, and her eyes were filled with joy. Of course. As one of the top 3 clans of Tianqian Star, I, Huang Jun, am a man of my words. If I go back on my words, I'll be struck by lightning. Huang Jun immediately swore. Qin Lu was a little hesitant, but she had no other choice. Moreover, Huang Jun had already sworn an oath. As one of the 3 great families of Tianqian Star, he definitely wouldn't go back on his word after making such a solemn oath. Although she was hesitant, this was Qin Lu's only option. Fine. I'll give you 1 and you'll let me go. Qin Lu nodded and handed Huang Jun a black golden lotus. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. Originally, Qin Lu had already believed Huang Jun. However, in the next second, the 3 guards beside Huang Jun suddenly made a move. They took advantage of the gap and directly suppressed Qin Lu. Qin Lu didn't even have the strength to retaliate before she was captured by the 3 of them. No! Qin Lu screamed, but no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. 3-star level 7 experts, how could they let a star level 5 Qin Lu escape? Wasn't that a joke? Bastard. Huang Jun, you're lying. You beast. Qin Lu's eyes were hazy with tears. She bit her lip, causing it to bleed. Haha, I didn't make a move, but my guards couldn't take it anymore, so they took you down. What else could I do? Huang Jun spread his hands, looking innocent. Qin Lu never expected this Huang Jun to be so shameless, and he actually publicly went back on his word, completely toying with her in the palm of his hand. This was too despicable. However, she was like a fish on a chopping block, there was nothing she could do. Huang Jun didn't fear going back on his word, but she couldn't do anything to him. Even the onlookers didn't dare to say anything. After all, Huang Jun's identity was there for all to see. Even if he swore an oath, he wouldn't admit it. Right now, Qin Lu couldn't call for help from the heavens and earth. Why? Why are the heavens doing this to me? Why? Qin Lu screamed at the top of her lungs. Why did she have to find the black golden lotus, yet she was trapped in a hopeless situation without a choice? Stop shouting, no one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The best thing you can do now is to obediently return to Tianqian planet with me, become your 13th mistress and serve me well. When the time comes, I might even treat you well. If you don't comply, then don't blame me for turning against you. When the time comes, I'll throw you into the death row and let those death row prisoners play with you. Huang Jun said with a cold expression. Qin Lu's delicate body trembled. She didn't dare to imagine that this bastard was worse than a beast. How could she be so stupid to believe this bastard? Qin Lu's heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing she could do. She could only blame herself for being too naive. She couldn't differentiate between a human and a dog. This young master has gained quite a lot today, let's go back. Ah. Huang Jun laughed. At this moment he was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. He was drooling and couldn't wait to go back and teach Qin Lu a lesson. If you want to leave, leave the person and the treasures behind. Otherwise you might not be able to leave. Chapter 5067. What a joke. Who dares to poke their noses into my business? Who dares to talk nonsense here? A cold voice resounded in the sky. Huang Jun suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. He was just fretting about not having anyone to play with, and this guy actually came to him. Interesting. Ignorant kid, you're courting death. The guard blocked in front of Huang Jun, glaring at Jiang Qin. It's fine if you guys steal the treasure, but you even dare to kidnap a commoner girl. Ah, looks like I have to intervene. Jiang Qin said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Who do you think you are? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. Believe it or not, I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. Huang Jun stood with his arms crossed. No one had dared to be arrogant to him before. On Tianqian planet he was the local tyrant. No one dared to be his enemy. He was the first. That means you're here to save the damsel in distress? Huang Jun sneered. No, I'm here to steal the treasure. Jiang Qin's calm smile made Huang Jun's face darken. He felt like he was tricked. Good, good, good. Then I'll grant you your wish. It's easy to die. On Tianqian planet I can grant you 100 wishes. Huang Jun looked down at Jiang Qin with an incomparably cold expression. At this moment there were also people surrounding them and they were filled with surprise. It seemed like this battle for the treasure was going to be a bloody battle. Everyone came with the intention of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If the two sides fought, their lives would be on the line. Even if it was the young master of the Huang family, they wouldn't care. It was just that right now they were afraid of the Huang family's prestige and the power of 4-star levels. However, if the two sides fought, they would have the chance to reap the benefits. Who would let it go? But now it seemed like Jiang Qin didn't know his place. He dared to provoke Huang Jun. Was the Huang family's prestige something that anyone could violate? If it was for the treasure, it would be praiseworthy. If it was to save the damsel in distress, then he was a fool. Kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. I want the person, I want the treasure, I want the fish and bear paws, I want them all. Jiang Qin laughed as he exchanged glances with Huang Jun. Huang Jun's expression turned even colder. Where did this trash come from? He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Then I'll fulfill your wish. If you want to be the hero saving the damsel in distress, then you have to see how capable you are. Get rid of him for me. Huang Jun said in a deep voice. Let's see who dares to move. Luo Ying appeared in a flash and stood beside Jiang Qin. At this moment she attracted everyone's attention. What powerful strength. Another star level 7. Most importantly, Luo Ying was too beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she shocked everyone. When Huang Jun looked at Luo Ying, his heart was filled with joy. His eyeballs were about to fall out. F***ck. Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. How many times would I be able to smell one in the mortal world? Seems like the heavens really sent me warmth. Isn't this big sister too beautiful? Jia. Take both of them down for me. Tonight, I want a dragon to play with 2 phoenixes. Huang Jun was beaming with joy. Originally, Qinlu was already enough to make him restless. Now there was such an outstanding beauty. How could he not do it? Quickly make the arrangements. Wasn't this a beauty sent to his doorstep? How could he let her escape? The eyes of the 3 guards brightened as they looked at each other. This woman was too beautiful. Their young master must have been moved. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself anymore. It's over. This time they will all be ruined by the Huang family. What a pity. Sai, such a good girl. Exactly. That bastard Huang Jun bullies others. I've always disliked him, but there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked him to be the local tyrant of Tianqin Star? It's better to be born well than to cultivate well. The most spoiled brat of Tianqin Star is none other than Huang Jun, but no one can do anything about them. If the heavens have feelings, they will grow old. We are just a drop in the ocean of this eternal world. Compared to them, we are still too insignificant. That's right. Only by becoming stronger can we not be bullied by others. How pitiful and sad. There are too many injustices in this world. Even the strongest experts can't turn the tide. Many people sighed when they saw this scene. After all, whether Jiang Qin was doing this for the treasure or to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, in front of Huang Jun, he was destined to lose this battle. Let's do it. 3 for you, 1 for me. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Qin and smiled. Do you really think that your man is so good at fighting? Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know if you can fight or not. But if I save the little girl, she will definitely not marry me. I'm not sure about others. Luo Ying curled her lips and said in a strange tone. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. Damn it, she's jealous. I'm doing this for the treasure, not for a woman. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice, showing his stubbornness. Who knows? Luo Ying rolled her eyes. At this moment, Huang Jun's 3 bodyguards had already rushed up. You're definitely trying to frame your man. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He couldn't let Luo Ying take everything by herself, right? Jiang Qin fought 1 against 3. He brandished his sword and charged up. The heavenly dragon sword was still as powerful as before. The aura of the sword made the 3-star level 7 experts not dare to underestimate it. Damn. Isn't this kid too ferocious? 1 against 3? Bullshit. I don't believe it. A star level 5 fighting 3-star level 7. Dream on. I don't believe it either. It's like courting death. Everyone shook their heads. They originally thought that he had help and was fearless. But now it seemed that he was just a fool. Hurry up and finish him off. I can't wait anymore. Huang Jun rubbed his hands as he spoke. His eyes were filled with a sinister light as his gaze constantly swept across Luo Ying's body. He then looked at Qinlu, who was beside him. It was a blessing to have multiple wives. That was truly too beautiful. His trip this time was indeed not wrong. Treasures and whatnot were secondary. Women were the things he loved the most. Huang Jun was incomparably excited. Women were his greatest joy in life. However, Huang Jun didn't expect that the 3-star level 7 guards could not even defeat this bastard after exchanging more than 100 moves. Wasn't this a joke? 3 pieces of trash and a star level 5 guy. Is it worth it for you guys to muster such a large force? Can you guys do it? Huang Jun scolded. He wanted to personally make a move. A kid with such trashy strength actually made the 3 of them fight for so long. What was the point of having a bunch of good-for-nothings? Chapter 5068. The 3 Huang family guards were also dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Jiang Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. This was unbelievable. How could a star level 5 guy be so monstrous? They couldn't figure it out. In addition to Huang Jun's scolding, "Why don't you do it if you can?" All they knew to do was call out from the side. They were after all star level 7 warriors, and they were originally the advisors of the Huang family. Now they became Huang Jun's guards instead. Bao Bao felt bitter. To Huang Jun, this Jiang Chen was just a clown. If you can't even deal with a clown, what's the point of the Huang family paying so many cultivation resources for you? The 3 guards of the Huang family were getting anxious at this moment. If they didn't show some of their true abilities, they would really lose face this time around. Not only would they lose face in public, but they would also lose the face of the Huang family. If this went on, it would be strange if Huang Jun didn't get angry. But Jiang Chen was really hard to deal with. And although Jiang Chen wasn't strong, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Fighting 1 against 3, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It even gave people the feeling that he was sitting on a fishing platform. A battle between star level 7 powerhouses. The 3 Huang family guards were suffocating. Some people even forgot to search for treasures at this time. They had always been the ones giving others face, if they could gain some experience from watching the battle, far weaker, it would be beneficial. How could they reason with this? Although they might not be able to break through, it would be a valuable asset for their future cultivation and battles. Rainstorm Chen glanced at Luo Ying in the distance. The 3-star level 7 experts, as long as she was fine, he could rest straight for Jiang Chen. He would give it his all. At this time, the other guard also went all out against Luo Ying. The 3 of us will accompany you to the end. Strength wasn't that easy to defeat. Even if we can't decide the winner, both will make you suffer to death. Experts, right? And Luo Ying was a true descendant of the Phoenix race. The 3 exchanged glances, their gazes extremely and the battle between the 2 was even more intense. They began to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. Fight. You guys are playing with fire. Jiang Chen's blood was boiling. The more he felt this way, the happier he was. Wanting to fight to the death. The battle was intense. You guys, his own strength was constantly rising. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was already prepared to fight them to the death. And Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. The barrier of his cultivation finally showed signs of loosening. As long as he exerted himself, he would be able to break through. The entire core position layer of the eye of the storm was occupied by him. Once he broke through, the 3 of them would pierce through the clouds and went straight to be dealt with as he wished. 29 blades. Let's finish this quickly. Sword 30. I don't want to hear any more sounds. 31 blade. Huang Jun stood with his hands behind his back and scolded, completely suppressing the 3 of them. The battle between the 2 sides had unknowingly attracted the onlookers. With their full strength, they were filled with admiration for 3-star level experts. Isn't this kid too ruthless? 3 terrifying lights interweaved on Jiang Family's young master, causing a commotion in the surroundings. 3-star level 7 Jiang Chen was engulfed by the 3 lights in the dust. I really can't believe his figure couldn't be seen at all. I've never heard of such an expert before. Flying rocks and falling rocks really hides himself too deeply, forming a meteor blade that tore through the void. Otherwise, I might not even know how I dodge at all. Some star level 6 experts were trembling at the side. I think the Huang family's face has been completely lost this time. Huang Jun has always been so weakness are irreversible. This time he finally found someone who can suppress him. That the weak can win against the strong. Now that both sides have a winner and a loser, have to cultivate properly and strive to break through as soon as possible. Yeah, we have to look at ourselves first. Don't be a hero. This guy is very strong, Huang Jun is not easy to deal with. This is a classic case of losing the wife after the soldier. Beauties often have unlucky fates. The hero saved the damsel in distress. Looks like these 2 women will not have a good ending. Everyone laughed. Until the very last moment, Jiang Chen no one knows who will have the last definitely be captured by Huang Jun. To us, this battle has benefited us greatly. Their wives would have to become someone else's surroundings raise their heads in anticipation. This Jiang Chen was really too arrogant. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Young Master Huang, this guy is already dead. The leader of the guard said proudly. At this moment, Qin Lu's face was also filled with shock. She didn't expect that the man who saved her would lose his life as well. This made her heart filled with helplessness and bitterness. In the midst of everyone's laughter, a rainbow-colored figure soared up into the sky from the center of the dust cloud. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Originally, Huang Jun had a smile on his face. He wanted to praise the 3 of them, but now he couldn't say anything. Chapter 5069. Bastard, you're not dead yet. Huang Jun's pupils constricted as he said fiercely. You're not dead yet, why would I be 1 step ahead of you? But today I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Qin Lu also raised her head and stared at Jiang Chen, her heart filled with indescribable joy. Ignorant brat, who do you think you are? Haha, you want my life, who do you think you are? What a reckless fool. Kill. Under Huang Jun's command, the three once again charged at Jiang Chen. However, the current Jiang Chen had already broken through to the 6th level of the Star Realm. He was not afraid of anyone. The 3-star level 7s were no longer a threat to him. This time, I will make sure you die without a burial place, turn into ashes. The 3 Huang clan guards were furious. They thought they had killed Jiang Chen, they did not expect him to make a comeback. This Jiang Chen is too shocking. Yeah, I also did not expect him to rise from the ashes, and even break through to the 6th level of the Star Realm. This is too unbelievable. This time, I'm afraid it's really hard to say who's better and who's worse. Everyone looked at each other. Jiang Chen had risen again, his strength had broken through, and he was able to fight against the 3 of them with an overwhelming advantage. The 6th level of the Star Realm, Jiang Chen, was unstoppable, wielding the divine judgment brush, sealing the surrounding space. The 3's range of movement became smaller and smaller, constantly being suppressed by Jiang Chen. Damn it, how did this guy become so strong? Yeah, we seem to be getting more and more passive. The 3's faces turned pale. Jiang Chen held the divine judgment brush in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other, attacking from both sides, not letting the 3 guards have any chance to retaliate. Under dragon transformation he became stronger and stronger, constantly being beaten down, their defenses broken. If this continued, the 3 would not have any chance of winning. Young Master Huang, we can't hold on anymore. The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. If this continued, the result would be obvious. They would definitely be in a passive position, and their lives might even be in danger. A bunch of trash. What a disgrace to our Huang family. Huang Jun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't expect this outcome at all. They couldn't even deal with a Star State level 6 kid. You guys can really go eat shit. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I'll have to do it myself. Bastards, when you get back, all of you go to my father and beg for forgiveness. Huang Jun was extremely furious. At this time he had to make a move. Otherwise, if something were to happen to these 3 people, he would be in danger. Now, with his help, they would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen. Die, little brat. Huang Jun roared and rushed into the sky. He drew his saber and saber shadows filled the sky, slashing down continuously. Even the stars in the universe were shattered at this moment. Huang Jun was indeed strong, no weaker than the 3 guards. However, even with him they still weren't a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's sword chi was domineering and powerful. A 30,000-meter-long sword shadow split the sky and earth, directly scaring Huang Jun to the point where he pissed his pants. Not only him but the 3 guards were also like dead dogs, scared out of their wits. The 4 of them weren't a match for Jiang Chen at all. After 10 exchanges they were completely routed. The sky darkened, but Jiang Chen's starlight shone brightly, shining brightly. What power! This person has probably reached the Star State level 8. Strength doesn't represent battle prowess. 4 Star States couldn't even fight back. It's enough to see how strong he is. Our Tianxin planet is probably going to have a wave. That Huang Jun fellow has finally met a true opponent. Serves him right, as the saying goes, those who are unjust are doomed. Isn't that so? Who knows how many evil things he's done and how many people he's killed? This is retribution. Everyone looked at him with disdain. From this, it could be seen how unpopular Huang Jun was. In Tianxin Star he was the biggest scum. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen chased after them relentlessly. The 4-star realm experts were beaten to a sorry state by Jiang Chen. Give me the black gold lotus. Jiang Chen roared furiously. He stretched out his hand and snatched the dark golden lotus from Huang Jun's hand. My treasure. Huang Jun roared. However, compared to his life, treasures weren't worth mentioning. They only knew how to run and they had no time to fight Jiang Chen. They didn't dare face him head-on, as Jiang Chen was like a deity of the heavens and earth, and there was nothing they could do. Don't run. Stop that guy for me. Huang Jun roared angrily. He was so scared that his face turned pale. No, he's too strong. Let's run, young Master Huang. Yeah, young Master Huang, we really can't beat him. If we don't run, we're really done for. Huang Jun rolled his eyes. He knew he had to run, but they had to be able to run first. If they didn't stop Jiang Chen, how could he run? With a stretch of his hand, Huang Jun transformed the square inch into a circle and set up a small array formation. Red net formation. Activate. Huang Jun let out a low roar and activated the spirit design. Huang Jun disappeared instantly and ran away. However, the rest of the guards were dumbfounded. Mother asterisk her, aren't we done for? Huang Jun ran, leaving them behind. What should they do? That bastard. The three cursed, but Jiang Chen had already caught up. If this continued, they would be finished. They'd become Jiang Chen's prey. Wanna run? No way. Jiang Chen shouted. At this moment, Huang Jun activated the teleportation formation and escaped by himself. But these guards could only die for him. Damn it, at most we'll just die. The three of them gritted their teeth and roared. They rushed towards Jiang Chen angrily, determined to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. You won't have the chance. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably calm. His sword left a sound. The limitless sword had sealed off all their escape routes. They had nowhere to hide and could only be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. In the end, the three of them were killed mercilessly. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was dyed red with fresh blood. Everyone around him shuddered. The last guard was gradually suppressed to death by Luo Ying's hands. He didn't have a single chance to escape. Luo Ying's murderous aura burst out. She instantly slit the man's neck. The last guard was already dead. It's a pity that Huang Jun escaped. Chapter 50-70. He's definitely a ruthless person. Mother asterisk her, I'm completely convinced. This is a true peerless expert hiding in the city. Even if all of us join forces, we might not be his match. Isn't that so? Luckily, we didn't make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, we'd be dead for sure. Even that little tyrant from Tianxin planet fled pathetically. We'd definitely die. You really can't judge a book by its cover. However, this guy probably won't dare to appear on Tianxin planet anymore. Once he's caught by Huang Jun, he'll definitely suffer. Everyone was afraid of Jiang Chen. This guy was too terrifying. No one dared to look him in the eye. This wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. A 6th heavenly layer star realm killing 3 7th heavenly layer star realm experts. No one would believe it if they knew about this. Right now, Jiang Chen was like an unparalleled god of war. Everyone kept a respectful distance, afraid of offending Jiang Chen and dying a horrible death. Are you all right? Jiang Chen looked at Qin Lu. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Qin Lu heaved a sigh of relief. That Huang Jun was finally beaten away. Now she could be considered to have escaped. However, her black gold lotus was lost. At this moment, it was in Jiang Chen's hand. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Chen nodded. Benefactor, I have a favor to ask. Qin Lu said softly, looking extremely embarrassed. Just say it. That, my father is seriously ill and needs the black gold lotus to treat him. However, those 2 black gold lotuses are both in your hands. Qin Lu said. Benefactor, please don't overthink it. I just want to exchange something with you. As long as you're willing, you can follow me back to the Chen family. As long as it's something that you're interested in, I definitely won't be stingy. However, I only want one. As long as it can cure my father's illness, I don't care what you want. Qin Lu said nervously. Your father is ill? Is he in urgent need of the black gold lotus? Jiang Chen said. Qin Lu nodded. Then I'll give you one. Thank you, benefactor. Qin Lu said gratefully. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. This black gold lotus is for you. I only need one. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Qin Lu's face was filled with astonishment and joy, but she didn't know what to do. To Qin Lu, the golden black lotus was naturally an extremely important thing. But now that Wu Jinlian was in the hands of Jiang Chen, and it was Jiang Chen who saved her, Qin Lu didn't dare to ask for it. Jiang Chen was too strong, so strong that it made everyone shudder. At this moment, the surrounding people were filled with shock. They hadn't expected this. Jiang Chen had driven the Huangs away. What was more surprising was that Jiang Chen had given the black golden lotus to Qin Lu as well. Benefactor, please come back to Tianxin planet with me. Although my Chen family isn't the overlord of Tianxin planet, we still have some treasures. As long as you're interested, I won't be stingy. Qin Lu said seriously. No need. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Besides, you're so filial. Jiang Chen said, waving his hand. No, benefactor. My father has always taught me that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. I won't take advantage of you for free. Qin Lu was very stubborn. She looked very serious. Since that's the case, all right then. I need some rare metal ores and materials. I wonder if you have them? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know, but you can go back with me first. We'll see when we get back to our family. Besides, we have the biggest trading market within 100,000 light-years on Tianxin planet. Many interstellar wanderers like to go there to trade. Treasures are often found there. Maybe you can get what you want, benefactor. Who knows? Qin Lu said. In that case, let's go there. It's not a bad idea. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Don't call me benefactor. It's awkward. Just call me Brother Jiang. Okay, Brother Jiang. Qin Lu said, smiling. It seems that you're quite happy. Are you going to marry into my family? Luoying rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Why didn't he notice that Luoying was so jealous? It seemed that he would become a henpecked husband in the future. I'm just helping others. Jiang Chen patted Luo Ying's shoulder and said with a smile. You must be sister-in-law? Nice to meet you. Qin Lu nodded. Yes. Luo Ying nodded. It was mainly because Qin Lu was too beautiful that she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Although Jiang Chen wasn't the kind of person who would fall in love with everyone he met, she still felt a little uneasy. You've suffered some injuries. This black golden lotus can be used to refine 100 turns golden pill for you. It can help you. Although it might not help you break through to the 8th heaven, it will definitely make the fire phoenix power in your body more stable. Jiang Chen held the black golden lotus in his hand and looked at Luo Ying. There was still some residual power in her body that hadn't been completely cleared. Refining 100 turns golden pill would definitely help her get rid of all the impurities in her body and perfectly integrate the real fire phoenix power. That's more like it. Let's go. Luo Ying smiled and followed behind Jiang Chen. The storm was getting bigger and bigger. The people around them also gradually left. Now that the storm has started to return, it's very dangerous for us to stay here. Brother Jiang, you should leave with me quickly to Tianqin Star. Qin Lu looked serious. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and left the center of the storm. The three of them went all the way to Tianqin Star. Tianqin Star was a very beautiful fiery red planet with a tinge of blue in the middle. It was the Gulf Stream between the lakes and the mountains. It was very beautiful. Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw this planet. His eyes were filled with emotions. His home was not inferior to this heavenly Qin star. Looking at it from afar, it was very beautiful. Compared to the surrounding planets, it was indescribably magnificent. Jiang Chen didn't know how to describe it. Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw this planet. Majestic, grand and full of vitality. It's so beautiful. Such a planet is full of vitality when it's full of people. It's rare to see such a planet in the universe. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise it. Yes, our Tianqin star is the largest and most beautiful star in 100,000 light-years. It's also one of the top 10 star realms in the Sky Tyrant star field. There are countless experts here and the resources here are very rich. It's said that it has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Even after 100 million years, it won't dry up. Qin Lu said with a mellow smile. Not only is the planet beautiful, but the people here are also beautiful. There must be many girls like you. Chapter 5071. Luo Ying was constantly reminding Jiang Chen not to look or listen to indecent things. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. She was really a jealous person. He didn't have the time to think about this. The most important thing now was to find Feng. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Now, Jiang Chen's biggest dream was to reforge the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Because the Heavenly Dragon Sword had been cut alive by the mysterious source ancient site, Jiang Chen had to reforge the sword. Tianqin Star was the largest astral boundary within 100,000 light-years. It was also one of the most powerful places in the Sky Tyrant starfield. It could be ranked in the top 10 and was also the core of trade. Jiang Chen wanted to take this opportunity to see if there were any materials that could reforge the Heavenly Dragon Sword. If he wanted the Heavenly Dragon Sword to shine again, he had to find even more terrifying materials. Moreover, there were many people coming and going here. It would be easier for him to find news about Feng. Tianqin Star was the center of the Sky Tyrant starfield. There were almost no countries here. It was just a complicated network of forces that covered the entire Tianqin Star. The Heavenly Star was terrifyingly big, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years to travel through it. This was because it was impossible to travel freely in the star boundary like in the universe. You had to take care of more things in the star boundary. In front of us is our Chen family. That mountain is our sacred guardian mountain. It is called Dongchen Mountain. Our Qin family has been guarding this place for 1,000,000 years. Dongchen Mountain is one of the 3 great forces in the western border. Our Qin family is one of them. The spiritual qi here is very rich. It is an excellent place for geniuses. There are already millions of people living in Dongchen Mountain. There are treasures everywhere in Dongchen Mountain. The mountains in front are extremely dangerous. Some people have even seen star level 9 demonic beasts. Qin Lu introduced to Jiang Chen and Luo Ying. That's the Donghua mountain range. It's 100,000 miles long and contains countless treasures. But it's next to the Tang of the East. The Tang of the East is full of interstellar wanderers. The Tang is also the trading center of the entire Tianqian star. Qianlu looked at the vast mountains and said solemnly. She was clearly in awe of the Donghua mountains. Her spirited eyes sparkled with her attachment and love for this homeland. Looks like your Qin clan is also a big clan in the western border. Mount Dongqin, the mountain is majestic and the cliffs are thousands of meters high. Not bad. Jiang Qin chuckled as he gazed at Mount Dongqin from afar. It was indeed very majestic, with clear waters and 1,000 mountains, a sight that made one feel relaxed and happy. Terrifying Genesis chi assailed one's nostrils. It was truly a blessed land. Who is the most powerful person in the western border? How strong are they? Luoying asked curiously. Well, Qianlu hesitated for a moment before saying, the strongest in Xinjiang should be my grandfather. He's a star level 9. However, the other two factions, the Xingtian Manor's leader and the Quafu clan's leader, should also be star level 9. In the western border, there were 3 factions and there were far fewer experts than in the Central Plains. In the Central Plains, there are 3 major factions, the Yi family, Xiao family, and Huang family. The bastard Huang Jun we encountered outside the astral realm is from the Huang family. They are the 3 most powerful families. They pretty much control the resources and connections of the entire Tianqian planet. All 3 families have cosmic cloud states. What? There are cosmic cloud states on the Tianqian planet? Jiang Qin was shocked. It seemed the difference between the Heaven Awakening Starfield and Heaven Tyrant Starfield was too vast. This wasn't the Heaven Tyrant Starfield. If this was the Heaven Tyrant Starfield, wouldn't they be able to find cosmic cloud states easily? In the entire Heaven Awakening Starfield, the strongest person was only a star level 6. There might be hidden masters, but they didn't show themselves to the world. However, the Tianqian planet was different. There were 3 cosmic cloud states in the Central Plains. No wonder people shivered. Jiang Qin didn't dare to guess just how strong a cosmic cloud state was. At least he wouldn't be a match for a cosmic cloud state. It was definitely an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Qin was very curious about the Tianqian planet. With cosmic cloud states, the Tianqian planet would definitely be stronger than the Heaven Awakening Starfield. There would be more treasures. Of course. Do you think our Tianqian planet is an uncivilized planet? We're one of the top 10 astral realms in the Heaven Tyrant Starfield. In terms of trade, we can definitely rank top 3. Qianlu was very confident. It seems I need to be careful of this Huang Jun from the Central Plains Huang family. Jiang Qin touched his nose. He didn't expect he really offended such a powerful figure. But as long as we behave in the western border, the Huang family definitely won't invade the western border to deal with us. Don't worry, the Qin family isn't weak. Looking at Qianlu's happy face, Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Luo Ying and Jiang Qin were slightly relieved. However, they were not familiar with this place after all. It was better to be careful in Heaven Qin Star. Let's go, I'll take you to see my grandpa first. He will be very happy to know that you guys saved me. Qianlu smiled. The 3 of them entered Mount East Qin. Quite a few people greeted Qianlu with smiles on their faces. It seemed that Qianlu's relationships with people were quite good. At the peak of Dongqin Mountain was an extremely grand palace. It was extremely majestic. It was as though the entire mountain was cut off and built on top of it. It was antique and full of charm. Third uncle, where are you going? Qianlu saw a black-robed middle-aged man and went up to greet him. The black-robed man frowned when he saw Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. Who are they? The black-robed man asked coldly. They're my friends. Third uncle, let me introduce you. This is my benefactor Jiang Qin. No need. Don't bring these riffraff back. Your grandpa doesn't like it. The black-robed man snorted and left. Qianlu was a little confused. She didn't know why her third uncle had become so strange. Moreover, he didn't like Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. Strange, why is third uncle so angry? Qianlu asked in confusion. When she looked at the housekeeper in the distance, he shook his head. He was her grandpa's housekeeper, the chief housekeeper of the Qin family, Zhong Quishan. Grandpa Zhong, my second uncle. What happened? Qianlu frowned. I don't know. You're here to see your grandpa, right? He's in seclusion. You should go back. Zhong Quishan turned around and left. He didn't seem to have any good thoughts about Jiang Qin. Qianlu murmured. Chapter 5072. Qianlu was confused. She didn't know why the Qin family would be in such a hurry and act so mysteriously. She had only been gone for half a year. How did it become like this? Even her grandfather, who hadn't been in seclusion for a long time, went into seclusion. Her second uncle used to be very hospitable, and this had never happened before. Did something happen in the family? It seems like the Qin family doesn't welcome us. Jiang Qin shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Qin Lu's expression also changed slightly. She said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, brother Jiang Qin. I don't know why it became like this. Let's go and see your father's condition first," Jiang Qin said. Okay. Qin Lu hurriedly brought Jiang Qin to her father's residence. "Xiaoqing Xiaochui, is my father at home?" Qin Lu asked when she saw the two maids. "Master is at home, but his condition is getting worse these days," Xiaoqing said softly. "What's going on? I see that everyone in the family is very strange. Did something happen in the family while I was away?" Qin Lu frowned. "It's the third princess. She was harmed by someone," Xiaochui said. "What? My third aunt, she..." Qin Lu's pretty face was covered in frost. She was emitting extreme anger and resentment. She had the best relationship with her third aunt. They grew up together and played together. Their relationship was very close. She was closer than other family members. She was more like a sister to her. Qin Lu found it hard to accept that her third aunt was harmed. She felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She couldn't accept this fact. Her third aunt was the most outstanding prodigy of the Chen family. How could it be? Her power was star state level 7, how could she be so easily harmed by others? No wonder her grandfather was in seclusion, and her third uncle was also very mysterious. He was full of hostility towards Jiang Chen and the others. Even the hospitable Jiang Chen became so cold. This matter most likely had something to do with outsiders. However, brother Jiang Chen saved her life. Qin Lu trusted Jiang Chen a lot. "Take me to father." The rims of Qin Lu's eyes reddened. When she pushed open the door, she saw her father lying on the sickbed. His eyes were sunken in, and his expression was one of extreme loneliness. His father was already seriously ill, and his third aunt's death was a huge blow to him. Melancholy was written all over that desolate face of vicissitudes. "Father." Qin Lu couldn't help but call out to her father. At this time, Qin Badian was also slightly startled and woke up from his daze. "Father, my third aunt, what's going on?" Qin Lu and her father looked into each other's eyes. Although she didn't want to talk about her third aunt and make her father feel worse, she couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart, so she had to find out the truth. "Your third aunt was deceived by someone. An unknown man cheated her feelings and stole our Qin family's weeping blood dragon pearl. That person was very cunning. Even your grandfather couldn't catch him. At the last moment, your grandfather hit that person with his palm. He used your third aunt as a shield, and your grandfather accidentally killed your third aunt, so he blamed himself. And that bastard was seriously injured by your grandfather and escaped into the 100,000 mountain range." Cough cough. Qin Baishan's face was as gloomy as water. He coughed twice. His entire person was incomparably angry, and his eyes were bloodshot. "If I didn't become like this, I'll definitely kill that bastard no matter what." Cough cough cough. "Father, are you all right?" Qin Lu quickly helped her father to sit up. Her heart was filled with incomparable grief and indignation. It turned out that someone had harmed her third aunt. She didn't know how much her grandfather would blame himself. He loved his third aunt the most, but now she was actually killed by her. To him this was a huge blow. "Who are they?" Qin Badian finally noticed the presence of Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. "They are my friends. Father, brother Jiang Qin saved my life. If it wasn't for him, I would have been dead. Moreover, I brought back the black golden lotus. This time you can definitely be saved," Qin Lu said excitedly. Her third aunt had already left. She couldn't bear the fact that her father had also left her. Hearing that Jiang Qin had saved Qin Lu, Qin Baishan's expression softened a little. He looked at Jiang Qin and nodded slightly. "Even if you find the black golden lotus, it won't help at all. Miracle Dr. Lu is already dead. The thief who appeared with your third aunt not only harmed your third aunt, but he also started a massacre in the Qin family. Hundreds of people were killed and injured. Even Miracle Dr. Lu couldn't escape death. I'm afraid that in the entire western border, there's no other Miracle Dr. Lu. Even if I find the black golden lotus, I'm afraid that my illness can't be cured. Perhaps this is fate." Qin Baishan's face was bitter. He didn't want to die, but in this situation, even if he had the black golden lotus, there was no way for him to return to his previous self. Qin Lu's face was ashen. She had painstakingly found the black golden lotus for her father, but it was useless. Miracle Dr. Lu was the only person in the western border who could cure her father. However, the black golden lotus was found, but Miracle Dr. Lu was gone. Could it be that God was deliberately making fun of her? Qianlu was extremely sad. Her face was pale and she was in a daze. I'll give it a try. Maybe your father still has a chance to live. Jiang Qin said. Brother Jiang Qin, you know how to treat illnesses? Qianlu said in shock. I'm an alchemist. It shouldn't be a problem for me to let your father have a look. Jiang Qin smiled. Qianlu was very surprised. This was really a case of a village at the end of the tunnel. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Jiang Qin. Qianlu nodded repeatedly. Looks like there's another chance for you to perform, Brother Jiang Qin. Luoying said with a faint smile. Jiang Qin pretended not to hear and nodded as if nothing had happened. Let me have a look at your condition first. Jiang Qin looked at Qin Badian. When Jiang Qin's hand landed on Qin Badian's wrist, he felt an extremely cold force, as if it was going to devour him completely. That kind of abnormal force was full of adhesion. In an instant, Jiang Qin felt an intense chill rushing towards him. This chill seemed to spread throughout Qin Badian's limbs and bones. It was everywhere in his 8 extraordinary meridians. What a terrifying chill. You must have been poisoned by some kind of demonic beast, right? Jiang Qin looked at Qin Badian in surprise. Qin Badian nodded, slightly surprised. He did not expect Lin Fan to be able to see that he was poisoned by a demonic beast. Chapter 5073. Qin Lu looked at Jiang Qin expectantly, feeling very nervous. Miracle Dr. Lu was already dead, so now she could only put all her hopes on Brother Jiang Qin. If Brother Jiang Qin was also helpless, then even if she was very reluctant, it would be useless. With Brother Jiang Qin's help, there's no knot that can't be untied. Luoying smiled. She didn't hate Qin Lu, but she had a strong sense of possessiveness as a woman. However, seeing how filial Qin Lu was, she had a good impression of her. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. A filial person would never go wrong. Really? Qin Lu looked at Jiang Qin cautiously. The golden black lotus can only temporarily suppress your pain for 100 years, but I'm afraid it won't be able to completely remove the cold poison in your body. Jiang Qin said. Only 100 years? Qin Badian murmured. 100 years was enough for him. To be able to be with his children and family, every day was good. Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat. Did Brother Jiang Qin just give my father a death sentence of 100 years? 100 years? Only 100 years? 100 years? Thank you, Brother Jiang Qin. Qin Lu's eyes were slightly red. I said that the golden black lotus can sustain your father's life for 100 years, but it can't remove the cold poison in his body. I didn't say that I can't. Jiang Qin smiled. Qin Lu suddenly raised her head and looked at Brother Jiang Qin, full of doubts. Although the golden black lotus is a fire medicine, it's not that simple. Give me your golden black lotus. As long as I remove all the cold poison in your father's body, it'll be fine. Really? Brother Jiang Qin. Qin Lu was inexplicably surprised. She was looking for the golden black lotus to help her father regain his courage. The golden black lotus was secondary. As long as her father could recover, it was more important than anything else. Let's start. The cold poison has already penetrated into the bone marrow. I'm afraid it will take me 3 days and 3 nights to cure it. You guys go out first, I'll treat the cold poison now. Jiang Qin said. Plop. Qin Lu directly knelt before Jiang Qin, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Jiang Qin, thank you. Get up. What are you doing? Jiang Qin frowned and gratefully helped Qin Lu up. I'm still counting on you to bring me to find rare metal ores. Naturally, I have to help you and build a good relationship. Jiang Qin smiled. Qin Lu was very clear that big brother Jiang Qin didn't want her to bear too much pressure. After Qin Lu and Luoying left, Jiang Qin used the heavenly flame in his body to help Qin Badian heal. Although Jiang Qin rarely used the sky flame to deal with his enemies after entering the eternal world, he did not deny the power of the sky flame. For 3 days and 3 nights, Jiang Qin carefully treated Qin Badian, removing the frost poison in his body bit by bit. Qin Badian felt that his body was getting better day by day, and he felt more and more comfortable. This warm feeling was something he had never felt in the past thousands of years. With the frost poison in his body, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Not only was his strength declining, he was also facing a life and death crisis. This was the scariest thing. However, the heavenly flame in Jiang Qin's body made Qin Badian feel full of vitality, and he once again shone with the glory of the past. At this moment, his strength was returning bit by bit. The heat waves in his body came one after another, and the cold poison gradually faded away. His body felt warm and comfortable. On the evening of the third day, Jiang Qin finally finished his work. He looked a little tired, but treating Qin Badian did not take up too much of his time and energy. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had his own selfish motives. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to sweep across the entire heavenly star. Therefore, he needed the help of others, especially the Qin family, which was one of the 3 major families in the western border. The heavenly star was vast and boundless, and it was impossible for him to travel across it in a short period of time. In order to find Feng Heir, he needed the help of Feng Heir. And this east wind was the Qin clan. If he treated Qin Badian, the Qin clan would definitely be grateful to him. At that time he could borrow their strength to find Feng. My strength is back. Qin Badian's gaze was like an arrow. He felt his body recovering and his heart was getting more and more excited. Finally, it stopped at the 8th level of the star realm. Senior strength is indeed extraordinary, Jiang Qin said with a smile. Qin Badian suddenly stood up and solemnly bowed towards Jiang Qin. His face was solemn and his eyes were filled with respect. Little friend Jiang Qin, you flatter me. If it wasn't for little friend Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that I would have already lost my life. I will never forget this kindness. Qin Badian was full of gratitude to Jiang Qin. It's nothing. It's nothing. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Little friend Jiang Qin, now that you've cured my illness, you're the closest person to me. If you're in any trouble in the heavenly star, just tell me. I'll do my best to help little friend Jiang Qin out. Qin Badian smiled. If that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Qin smiled. Jiang Qin, my young friend, please speak your mind. I'm looking for someone. He is my son Jiang Feng. I am not from the Sky Tyrant Starfield. I am from the Heaven Awakening Starfield. My son went missing and left home. All these years I have been searching for him. Unfortunately, there has been no news, but I have never given up. When I was in the Heavenly Awakening Starfield, I searched many star realms, but there was no news. Hence, I guess that he might have come to the Sky Tyrant Starfield to find my son Jiang Feng. If Senior can help me find Feng, Jiang Qin will be eternally grateful. Jiang Qin gradually restrained his expression and said in a serious tone. Qin Badian thought for a moment and nodded. All parents in the world care for their children. I can feel the worry and sorrow in little friend Jiang Qin's heart. Leave this to me. As long as he is in my heavenly Qin star, I will never let little friend Jiang Qin down. However, I have just recovered and haven't appeared in the Qin family for a long time. I am afraid the people in the western border have forgotten about my existence. When I get out of the mountain, the first thing I will do is to help Jiang Qin find your son. Qin Badian said confidently. Great. Jiang Qin will be eternally grateful. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin, my young friend, you are too kind. You saved my life. If you continue to be so courteous to me, how am I going to live? Ah. Qin Badian shook his head. All right. The two of them left the house together. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Qin Lu, who was resting on a stone table in the courtyard. It was an extremely moving scene. Her golden figure was noble and elegant, inviolable. The real Sleeping Beauty was just like that. In the middle of the courtyard, a young man who looked 13 or 14 years old was waving the giant axe in his hand. He was vigorous and domineering. This is Chapter 5074. The huge axe in the young man's hand shocked Jiang Qin. What kind of meteorite was that to have such power? If that meteorite was used to forge the heavenly dragon sword, it would definitely be a rare treasure. The inky black meteorite carried a trace of remnant star energy. Jiang Qin could clearly feel that the energy contained in the meteorite was not something any ordinary material could compare to. This meteorite should be the core of a star, something left behind from the core of a star that had been burnt to ashes. After billions of years, the star power was completely exhausted, leaving behind this meteorite rock for future generations. Jiang Qin was extremely excited. This was something that could only be found by chance. If he could use this meteorite rock to reforge the heavenly dragon sword, then the star power in his body would be like a fish in water, becoming even stronger. The perfect fusion between the heavenly dragon sword and the star power would also make his power even stronger. The stronger the heavenly dragon sword, the stronger he would be. The combination of the strong was the most terrifying. Father, you're done? The young man kept his huge axe and looked at his father with joy. Not bad, my son's sacred heaven axe is really getting better and better. Ah, I'm very happy. Qin Badian laughed loudly. The young man was Qin Badian's son, Qin Nan. His power had already reached the third sky of the star level. Although he looked young, he was at least 1,000 years old. At this moment, Qinlu woke up too. Her body shook violently as she looked at her father and Jiang Chen. Father? Qinlu was also extremely surprised. You're done? Qinlu said excitedly. Qin Badian nodded slightly, his eyes filled with joy and pride. If Qinlu did not find Jiang Chen, how could the frost poison in his body be removed so quickly? Although Miracle Dr. Lu was not there, even if Miracle Dr. Lu used the Black Golden Lotus to treat him, the result would probably be the same as Jiang Chen or even worse at most 100 years. And now Qin Badian could also see that Jiang Chen's power was not ordinary. Although he was only a sixth sky of the star level, Qin Badian actually felt that he could not see through him. Qin Lu flew over and opened her arms. It's all thanks to my son. Qin Badian opened his arms and prepared to hug Qin Lu. But what shocked Qin Badian was that Qin Lu was actually hugging Jiang Chen. Was this the legendary saying that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home? Qin Badian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was too awkward. He had thought that Qin Lu was coming for him, and he had even opened his arms. In the end, she had leaped into Jiang Chen's embrace. Even his youngest son Qin Nan couldn't help but snicker. Jiang Chen was also stunned, his face full of shock. Thank you, big brother Jiang Chen, thank you. Qin Lu said while crying. The wish that had been hidden in her heart for a long time had finally come true. Her father had finally recovered. Her hard work for so many years had not been in vain. Big brother Jiang Chen had even saved 2 lives of the Chen family. Qin Lu's gratitude towards Jiang Chen was indescribable. At this time she could only hug Jiang Chen tightly to express her gratitude. Your father has already thanked me. Jiang Chen had an awkward expression. At this time, Luo Ying coincidentally appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, smiling as she stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had an innocent expression. I didn't do anything. Daughter, did you carry the wrong person? I'm your father. Qin Badian said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. At this time, Qin Lu also stood up and retreated, her face red as she rolled her eyes at her father. Father, are your injuries all healed? Qin Lu was still worried about her father. Thanks to Jiang Chen's treatment, I've already recovered. It's just that my cultivation has stagnated these few years. Otherwise, I would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with your grandfather. Even so, I will try my best to recover my strength. Star level 8 peak is nothing. Qin Badian said confidently. Right, big brother Jiang Chen, what do you want? I'll bring you to the Qin family treasury to choose. As long as you like it, our Qin family won't be stingy. Qin Lu smiled like a blossoming flower. Jiang Chen smiled and pointed at the huge axe in Qin Nan's hands. I want the same material as that axe. Does your Qin family have any more of the meteorite rock? You want this? Okay, Nan, give the axe to your big brother Jiang Chen. Qin Lu said. Qin Nan had an awkward expression. He unwillingly handed his axe to his sister. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Return the father and son to my brother. A gentleman doesn't take what others love. I just want this meteorite rock. But if I take your brother's, I don't want it anymore. Also this axe isn't enough. I'm really sorry, big brother Jiang Chen. Our Qin family only has this axe. We don't have a second one. Qin Lu said helplessly. You don't have a second one? That's fine. Jiang Chen said. Little friend Jiang Chen, do you really want this meteorite rock? To tell you the truth, I found it in Mount Formless in the 100,000 Mountains. I found the most famous blacksmith in the western border, but he couldn't refine this meteorite rock. In the end, I had to grind it for 500 years to get it to this state. Qin Badian said. Senior, do you mean that there's more of this meteorite rock? Jiang Chen was delighted. There should be more. Mount Formless isn't just a mountain in the 100,000 Mountains. It's also a terrifying sinkhole. Underneath the sinkhole is the truly terrifying place. It's a purgatory formed thousands of years ago. It's been there since my father's era. The bottom of the sinkhole is boundless, and this meteorite rock was found there. I also saw a large piece, but I couldn't touch it. I could only dive down to 10 miles below the sinkhole, and I couldn't go any deeper. If no one is looking for the meteorite rock, it should still be here. Qin Badian said. Sinkhole. Meteorite rock. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. It seemed that he had to go there. For this meteorite rock, it was really worth the risk. Well, thank you. Senior, just tell me where it is and I'll look for it myself. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. The heavenly dragon sword had to be rebuilt. It was the most important part of his life, and it was also his brother. The broken heavenly dragon sword was like a brother who was seriously injured. I'll go with you, Qin Badian said. Your injury has just healed and your strength is not stable yet. It's better for me to go by myself, Jiang Qin said. I'll take you there. Brother Jiang Qin, I know where the sinkhole is, Qin Lu said with a smile. Well, if you go, can you do it? Qin Badian frowned and was a little worried. Don't worry, senior. If it's really impossible, I won't take the risk. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring your daughter back safely, Jiang Qin said. I don't mean that. Little friend Jiang Qin, you worry too much. I'm just afraid that you'll return empty-handed, Qin Badian sighed. Chapter 5075. After bidding farewell to Qin Badian, Jiang Qin, Luoying, and Qin Lu headed straight for the 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains was just a general name because the mountains here were endless and unfathomable. It wasn't just 100,000 miles. Within the mountains, it was vast and boundless. Mountains were connected to mountains, trees were connected to trees. There was no way to see far. Sometimes the mountains rose and fell and sometimes waterfalls flowed. In short, in the 100,000 Mountains, you could find the most magnificent natural force. The mountains were tens of thousands of feet tall, and the trees were thousands of meters tall. Walking in the mountains, there were places where there was no distinction between day and night. It was all covered by ancient trees that were tens of millions of years old. There are many beasts in the 100,000 Mountains and they are all very powerful. Some even travel in groups of 3 to 5. Star-level beasts are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. We should be careful. Even 5th or 6th level star-level beasts are common. Although there are almost no 7th or 8th level star-level beasts in the outskirts, if we encounter a group of 5th or 6th level star-level beasts, it will be very difficult, Qin Lu said with a serious expression. The three carefully walked across the 100,000 Mountains. Both of them seemed to be very close. This journey lasted for 7 days. Even Jiang Qin had no idea what had happened when he was treating 100,000 mountain range. All right then. Even in the sky, since his insistence was endless gales and torrential rain, no choice but to bring the demonic beasts in the 100,000 mountain range were angered and their territory was invaded, but the consequences would be very serious. Tried to stop her. About a few dozen miles ahead, we are almost would most likely kick over all the vinegar jars in the Qin closely connected to the sky pit, so it is quite famous. Finally arrived in the entire western border. The poisonous miasma around Formless Mountain was in the 10-mile radius that needed to be dispelled with Genesis Chi to form around Formless Mountain. There is a natural miasma. Even a star-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand the miasma. In the depths of Jiang Qin's 5 elemental trigram fire formation just how big is in all directions. No one knows how deep it penetrated. Even I don't know. In an ancient mountain range, he is very secretive about this. The vegetation has never appeared before. And the more this was my father came to the more poisonous the miasma was reprimanded by him. After the three passed through the miasma, Qin Lu finally seems like this sky pit isn't a good place. It seems that big brother your grandfather really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. This place is so respectful. The miasma couldn't really have their bodies at all. Luo the miasma passed and said there was a landslide in front of them. However, no matter how dangerous it was, she would definitely accompany hundreds of meters because she knew how important the heavenly dragon sword within a 10-mile radius was the same. Recasting the more they wanted to go down, the more they couldn't see and no one could stop Jiang Qin. In this place, it was the same in all directions, forming a huge pit. This was the so-called sky pit. Worry about you. We're here, big brother Jiang Qin. This is the so-called sky pit. How can we do that? My father found the meteorite rock here. You can't be thinking of chasing me away, right? Harvest this time. I know I'm not as strong as Sister Luoying, but I'm still a star level 6. She was filled with anticipation for this place. I want to go down with you. The mysterious and unfathomable wasn't afraid of the sky pit. She had always wanted to explore. She didn't even care about her grandfather's warning. She was even more confident after following Big Brother Jiang Qin to explore the sky pit. Even your father said that the sky pit is very dangerous. It's better if you don't go with me. She was very clear about it. Otherwise, if something happens and I can't protect you, how am I going to explain to your father? This kind of person was the scariest. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He hid his strength well. Big brother Jiang Qin, if they wanted to defeat Big brother Jiang Qin, my father can't control me. Level 8 I have to go with you. Only then would it be possible. Determined. Jiang Qin looked around. Since she's so insistent, this place was indeed very big. You just have to suffer. He couldn't see the end with a glance. Luoying said with a smile. This deep and bottomless black pit. She was holding Qin Lu's arm. No one knew what was hidden in it. At least, even the star level 9 Qin family's leader, Qin Lu's grandfather, was very afraid of this place. Jiang Qin had to be even more careful. However, he had to get the meteorite rock. With the meteorite rock, he would be able to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. This was his only chance. Jiang Qin definitely wouldn't miss it. Slashing at the edge of the sky pit, Jiang Qin felt that there seemed to be an indistinguishable dragon roar and tiger roar coming from the bottom of the sky pit. It also sounded like the raging roar of a storm. In short, it was an extremely unsettling sound that kept echoing in his ears. Moreover, the thing that made Jiang Qin depressed was that even his natal astral soul was unable to detect what kind of existence was in the sky cavern. This made Jiang Qin even more excited. Meteorite rock, here I come. Chapter 5076. Let's go down. You two be extra careful. Jiang Qin glanced at Luo Ying and Chen Lu as he said in a low voice. The three of them began to slowly dive down towards the bottom of the sinkhole. There was no vegetation around the sinkhole. It was pitch black like coal. Ravines were scattered in the middle, like quicksand pouring into the sinkhole. However, with the naked eye, they couldn't see the situation underground for a few hundred meters. Even Jiang Qin and the others could only see about 3 kilometers down. The rest was pitch black. Darkness was terrifying to anyone because they could feel the presence of death in the darkness. Jiang Qin threw a fireball into the sinkhole. The fireball kept falling, but the light of the fireball was gradually devoured by the darkness. They still couldn't see the edge or the bottom. The three of them were very careful and didn't dare to be careless. Even Jiang Qin was the same. Chen Lu's father had said that even a star level 8 expert like him didn't dare to look for the meteorite rock directly. They had to be even more careful about the sinkhole. I've heard the older generation say that there is a Gu Tianma imprisoned in the sinkhole. In the entire Tianqian star, no one dares to go underground. Once the sky demon is awakened, there will be a merciless massacre. Those who fall into the sinkhole won't survive. Chen Lu said in a low voice. However, at this moment, the deeper she dived, the more nervous and excited she became. She was even filled with curiosity. No matter who it was, they would always be filled with desire towards the unknown. Chen Lu was no exception, even though this place was extremely dangerous and mysterious. Her grandfather had once reprimanded her father. Her father's biggest regret was that he couldn't enter the sinkhole and explore it. However, today she could finally fulfill her father's wish and take a good look at this place. This had always been her dream. Gu Tianma, Jiang Qin frowned and murmured. No matter what was down there, he had to find the meteorite rock. Even the Heavenly King couldn't do it. No matter what, it's best to be careful. Luo Ying nodded. The three of them followed the walls of the sky pit and went down. The fireball in Jiang Qin's hand could only illuminate 100 meters. It was surrounded by layers of black stalactites. When Jiang Qin and the others dived down for tens of thousands of meters, they finally felt a chill. That chill came from the depths of his heart. The surrounding temperature was only around -50 degrees Celsius, which was not fatal at all. But to Jiang Qin, this chill had a profound meaning, because it seemed to have been purposely emitted by someone. Suddenly, Jiang Qin focused his eyes and saw a meteorite rock the size of 3 fists. Over there. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He flew over and grabbed the meteorite rock tightly. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Although this meteorite rock was not enough to refine the Sky Dragon Sword, it was a good start for Jiang Qin. According to Chen Lu's father, if they continued to go down, they would definitely find the meteorite rock. As for why the meteorite rock appeared here, Jiang Qin had no idea. I seem to feel a chill that is quietly approaching us. Chen Lu looked around. The darkness was boundless, but now that brother Jiang Qin was here, she felt quite at ease. This should be the meteorite rock that my father mentioned. Brother Jiang Qin, should we continue to look down? I'm a little scared. Chen Lu said in a low voice. I told you not to come, but you insisted. You should go back. I will go down with Luo Ying. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. It's okay, I can do it. Chen Lu said while gritting her teeth. If Sister Luo Ying could do it, she could definitely do it too. This was her territory. She would definitely protect her. You sighed. Jiang Qin shook his head. He also saw the determination in Chen Lu's eyes. Let's continue walking. Just be a little more careful. However, this meteorite rock is indeed extremely precious. If we can find a few more of them, it would be a great fortune. The treasures in this sky cavern can only be found by luck. Luo Ying said. Jiang Qin also had the same intention. If he missed this village, he might not have this shop again. The surrounding black rock wall seemed to be washed by the rain. It still felt like there were thousands of ravines. However, immediately after, Jiang Qin felt a great pressure because the meteorite rock in his hand seemed to have become very heavy. It was extraordinarily abnormal, as if it weighed thousands of kilograms. The surrounding space seems to be changing. Jiang Qin had an ominous premonition. The black area underground became more and more humid and cold. A chill came from his heart. Moreover, the meteorite rock in his hand already made him feel like he couldn't hold it anymore. I feel like there are countless eyes staring at me. Luo Ying looked around, but she couldn't see anything. However, she had a premonition in her heart and she was very nervous. Heavenly flame prairie fire. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. He moved his palm, and 100 zhang long flame instantly lit up the four walls of the sinkhole. At this moment ear-piercing screams resounded throughout the whole sinkhole. Squeak, 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 squeak. Sure enough, the black rock wall that was originally like a ravine began to fall, and countless eyes appeared in the surroundings. So many eyes. Qianlu had a creepy feeling because all the eyes were staring at them. They were filled with a bloodthirsty feeling. What is this thing? Luo Ying frowned, her face gloomy. This kind of densely packed thing was very unfriendly to women. Both Luo Ying and Qianlu were disgusted. It's a bat. Jiang Chen's voice was solemn. There were many bats, probably tens of thousands of them. Moreover, they were all very big, about the size of a fierce tiger. They were all hanging on the rock wall. Jiang Chen's fire had awakened them. All the bats were staring at them, full of anger and malevolence. I know it's the soaring blood bats. I saw them in the 100,000 mountain range. I didn't expect this to be their nest. Qianlu's pupils constricted as she murmured. She couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. These soaring blood bats are very terrifying and very cunning. They are all demonic beasts that live in groups, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Each soaring blood bat has the battle strength of a stellar level. Although they can't dominate the 100,000 mountain range, if they were to face so many soaring blood bats, even my grandfather would have to avoid them. What should we do now? Retreat? Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen. Do you think we can make it in time? They are already staring at us. Jiang Chen murmured. Chapter 5077. Be careful. These flying blood bats can suck human blood and their feces are poisonous. Qianlu said in a low voice. Her face darkened as she rapidly retreated. However, the overwhelming number of flying blood bats had already blotted out the sky above their heads. Not a single ray of light could be seen. In the darkness, pairs of blazing eyes flickered with a frightening eerie light. There were tens of thousands of soaring blood bats. Qianlu's heart was filled with despair. It seemed like her grandfather was right. This place was simply hell on earth. No wonder her father had been scolded by her grandfather when he had come here and was lucky enough to return. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he stared at the surroundings. However, even he could not maintain his usual calm in the face of tens of thousands of flying blood bats. These guys were charging forward wave after wave without any fear of death. There were tens of thousands of them, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that there were hundreds of thousands of them. It was simply impossible to count. Such a huge swarm of flying blood bats had practically crushed all their escape routes. There were no exits in all directions. Escaping was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I feel that my vision and hearing have become numb. There are too many of them. I can't hold on much longer. Qianlu brandished her sword and frantically slashed out. Rays of sword light shot out in all directions. However, those soaring blood bats didn't seem to fear death at all. Furthermore, when she slashed at them, they didn't die at all. On the other hand, her sword was already full of cracks. Luo Ying's situation was not much better than Qianlu's. She was already in a very difficult situation. Although she had killed many of the flying blood bats, there was no way for her to retaliate. All she could do was struggle to cope with them. The flying blood bats' bodies were too hard, as if they were made of diamond. Most importantly, the poisonous gas emitted from their feces had already made their situation worrisome. The Genesis Qi in their bodies seemed to be greatly restricted, making it impossible for them to display their peak power. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Compared to Luo Ying and Qianlu, his situation wasn't that bad. His heavenly dragon sword was still very powerful and terrifying. Even though it was damaged, it wasn't a problem for it to chop this group of soaring blood bats into pieces. However, Jiang Chen was not made of steel. Although the Genesis Qi in his body was continuously pouring out, the heavenly dragon sword had also been greatly worn out. After killing over 1,000 soaring blood bats, the blade of the heavenly dragon sword had begun to become a little warped. The toughness of their bodies made Jiang Chen speechless. Such a tough body was almost comparable to the heavenly dragon sword. These soaring blood bats were not easy to deal with. 5 elemental trigram fire array. Jiang Chen activated the formation and protected the 3 of them within it. The surrounding poisonous gas slowly dissipated, and the pressure the 3 of them had to face from the soaring blood bats had lessened. But even so, it was still hard for them to imagine how long it would take for them to kill so many soaring blood bats. Time passed minute by minute. Jiang Chen felt extremely depressed. He had already killed no less than 10,000 soaring blood bats, and the heavenly dragon sword was full of cracks. He could still hold on, but Qianlu and Luo Ying couldn't. If this continued, they would most likely be exhausted to death. The number of soaring blood bats was unimaginable. Gradually, Jiangchen lost his initial patience because there was no end to them. He didn't know where the end was. Luo Ying and Chen Lu were almost exhausted. Black King, bring the demonic beast army and fight with me. Jiangchen roared. Although there were many soaring blood bats, he was not to be trifled with. Under the leadership of the Black King, countless demonic beasts flew out from the Buddha prison pagoda like wild horses. There were more than 3,000 of them. The weakest was at the second heaven of the star realm, and the strongest was at the fifth heaven of the star realm. Such a force shocked Chen Lu and her scalp went numb. Isn't this a little too much? Chen Lu didn't dare to imagine that brother Jiangchen had such a trick up his sleeve. Wasn't it better now? Roar, roar! Thousands of demonic beasts were fighting the soaring blood bats in the crater. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. The Black King wielded the divine spear. He was like a deity that had descended to the mortal world. He wasn't any weaker than Jiangchen. He followed beside Jiangchen and killed the soaring blood bats. The terrifying demonic beasts had been suppressed in the Buddha prison pagoda for a long time. Now that they were released, they had boundless power and continuously attacked the countless soaring blood bats. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Your brother Jiangchen isn't someone to be trifled with. Luo Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with pride. Although they were in a difficult situation, as long as Jiangchen didn't retreat, it meant that he still had a chance of survival. Chen Lu nodded. Her admiration for brother Jiangchen was obvious. Brother Jiangchen's strength was not bad even among them. There would definitely be a place for him on the Tiantian planet. In the Battle of the Crater, Jiangchen led thousands of demonic beasts in a life-and-death battle. It completely shocked Chen Lu. Brother Jiangchen seemed to be omnipotent. The soaring blood bats seemed to be stimulated. The more they were killed, the more blood stimulated every beast. Whether it was the soaring blood bats or the army of demonic beasts behind Jiangchen, they were all bloodthirsty. Every beast had followed the Black King's master, Long Fu. They had slaughtered countless tyrants and survived in the Buddha prison palace for many years. They were not ordinary demonic beasts. Jiangchen was almost evenly matched with the soaring blood bats. After a long time, his heavenly dragon sword had countless cracks. However, the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was still extremely fierce. In the sword soul there were hundreds of dragon roars. It was as if a dragon's might covered the sky and the sun. With the sword soul, the heavenly dragon sword was peerless. 31st Sword. The limitless sword was undefeated in hundreds of battles. Even after killing 30,000 enemies, Jiangchen still did not frown. At this moment, the entire crater seemed to be filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The echoes of screams filled the sky. I want to see how many soaring blood bats you have. Jiangchen frowned. His sword chi did not decrease at all. The army of demonic beasts was ferocious. 3,000 demonic beasts were equivalent to tens of thousands of soaring blood bats. The intensity of the battle made Chen Lu and Luo Ying's blood boil. In this battle, Jiangchen was like an unparalleled divine king. It shocked Chen Lu greatly. Even though Luo Ying had some understanding of Jiangchen's strength, she could not help but be shocked. His fighting spirit was above the clouds. No one could stop him. With a sword, a mouth full of blood, and a body full of iron courage, he was invincible. More and more soaring blood bats gradually fell. Their blood almost filled the crater. However, in the bottomless crater, the roars of dragons and tigers once again made Jiangchen's heart heavy. Chapter 5078. 5 Elemental Divine Fire. Scatter. Jiangchen looked straight ahead. The divine fire in his hand shot out in all directions. Countless soaring vampire bats were ignited by Jiangchen's 5 elemental divine fire. The divine fire spread out, connecting the soaring vampire bats with the flames. It was like a sea of fire. Countless screams could be heard. Jiangchen kept activating the 5 elemental divine fire, but it consumed a lot of his energy. The flames kept fusing together. The flying blood bats turned into flaming shadows and fell down from the sky, illuminating the sinkhole and making it brightly lit. What terrifying flames! Chen Lu couldn't help but click her tongue. Big brother Jiangchen's combat strength was just too strong. Countless soaring blood bats couldn't even put up a fight against him. Be it the demonic beast army or the 5 elemental divine fire, they had killed more than 100,000 soaring vampire bats. At this time, the number of soaring vampire bats seemed to be decreasing. There was no longer a swarm of them in front of them. Kill! The Black King's divine spear swept across the land. The demonic beast army was even more domineering. Facing these soaring vampire bats, their battle blood was completely ignited. The intensity of the battle was unimaginable. Qinlu was still in a state of shock. Brother Jiang Chen's battle prowess had impressed her. If it had been her father, he might not have been able to break through this place either. There was no need to explain one's valiant life. Squeak, 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 an ear-piercing sound was heard by everyone. Currently, Jiang Chen had almost killed 100,000 soaring blood bats. The number of bats in front of him was getting lesser and lesser. They couldn't form any kind of formation. Fiery shadows fell into the abyss one after another. However, even after the flames disappeared, Jiang Chen still couldn't see what was happening in the abyss. It was bottomless and unfathomable. However, the squeak was getting closer and closer. Jiang Chen frowned. This sound was like a roar coming from the abyss. It was hysterical and made people's scalps go numb. It was a tremor that came from the depths of their souls. No one could remain indifferent. "It's coming," Jiang Chen murmured. "What's coming?" Luo Ying and Chen Lu were slightly shaken, their faces filled with astonishment. "The leader of the soaring vampire bats, the real Bat King," Jiang Chen said with a calm expression as he waited quietly. The remaining thousands of flying blood bats were all struck down by the Black King's spear. The bloodthirsty and furious demonic beast army was showing off their strength. Squeak, 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 the voice was heard once again. However, what followed this voice was a terrifying demon beast with a wingspan of 10 zhang. It completely blocked Jiang Chen's sight and flew up from the bottom of the crater, landing on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen let out a muffled groan. He pulled out his sword and forcefully slashed at the flying blood bat's body, but it was useless. The flying blood bat's speed was just too fast. Even with the ascending stairs to heaven, Jiang Chen was barely able to dodge the bat's second attack. However, the surrounding rock walls were smashed into pieces and shattered into pieces. Countless rocks kept falling down, but it didn't cause any ripples on the ground. A few of Jiang Chen's ribs were broken. This flying Bat King was too terrifying. Its strength was not any weaker than an 8th heavenly layer star realm expert. "Big brother Jiang Chen, be careful." Qin Lu frowned. She was extremely worried. Her heart was already tightly clenched. Luo Ying was no exception. Their injuries were more serious and they had consumed too much energy. They could not fight anymore. Even if they ate Jiang Chen's elixir, they would not be able to help Jiang Chen to capture the flying vampire king in a short period of time. Jiang Chen was continuously knocked away. The flying vampire king's wings were as sharp as a sword. Every time it hit Jiang Chen's body, it would leave a faint blood stain. If it was not for the combination of the star's tyrannical body and the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen would have been defeated. His body was as hard as a rock. Even the heavenly dragon sword might not be able to hurt him. This was where Jiang Chen's confidence came from. That was why he dared to confront this peerless beast head-on. "To be able to fight hand-to-hand with me, your strength is indeed abnormal. You killed 100,000 of my descendants. You will definitely die." The flying vampire king's voice was incomparably deep. His hoarse voice was filled with endless anger. 100,000 flying vampire bats were completely annihilated by Jiang Chen. Even the flying vampire king found it hard to accept such an outcome. He thought that his cultivation would improve after dreaming for 3,000 years. However, he did not expect that when he woke up, all of his descendants had fallen down and turned into ashes. "Your body is indeed strong. Flying vampire bat, I want to see how strong your body is." Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly. He really wanted to compete with this flying vampire king. He was so strong because of the combination of the astral pole and the dragon transformation. However, why was this flying vampire king so strong? Jiang Chen saw that the flying vampire king's eyes were extremely bright like the stars. This was not something that ordinary demonic beasts could compare with. Could it be that the initial brightness was because of the geological problem? The meteorite rock was comparable to a divine weapon. Even the heavenly dragon sword might not be able to cut it. That was why Jiang Chen was so excited. He wanted to obtain these meteorite rocks and melt them to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. This was Jiang Chen's biggest dream. "My body isn't something you can imagine. I've almost eaten all the meteorite rocks here. It's impossible for you to defeat me. I am an immortal existence. You can't kill me." The flying vampire king laughed wildly. He was extremely arrogant. At this time, Chen Lu's expression changed. What? The meteorite rock was eaten by him? This was completely unimaginable. These soaring blood bats actually consumed the meteorite rock as food. This completely overturned their understanding of the world. No wonder the flying vampire bat's body was so hard and overbearing. It turned out that the meteorite rocks had changed their physique and made them as hard as a rock. Jianghu squinted his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The meteorite rock was actually eaten by him. This flying bat king seemed to be what he was looking for. If he could smelt his body, he would be able to extract the essence and get rid of the impurities to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. This is getting more and more interesting. It seems that if I don't kill you today, I will have come here in vain. He laughed and said without any fear. On the contrary, he was full of excitement. Chapter 5079. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Jianghu kept his heavenly dragon sword and fought the flying bat king with his bare fists. The flying bat king's body was indestructible. Jianghu was very clear about this. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage when they fought previously. It was hard to imagine how strong this guy was. Most importantly, his strength had already reached the 8th heaven of the star level. Whether it was his body or strength, he was far stronger than Jianghu. This battle was a narrow escape for Jianghu. If he could kill the flying bat king and refine him, it would be enough for him to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. Master, we will live and die with you. The Black King stood beside Jianghu and was ready to die. No need. You guys are not his match. There is no need to sacrifice yourselves. I alone am enough for this battle. Jianghu said faintly. He alone was enough for this battle. Any more and he would only become a dead soul under the flying bat king. This guy was too strong. Ordinary demonic beasts would probably be crushed to death by him. Even the Black King might not be able to take 3 moves from him. If not for his dragon transformation, Jianghu would not dare to fight the flying bat king head-on. At this moment he had no way out. He had to fight with his life on the line. A fighter is a hero. After killing this flying bat king, he would have the heavenly dragon sword. Luo Ying and Chen Lu clenched their fists tightly and stared at Jianghu. This battle was not a joke. If they lost, all of them might die here. You guys go first. Leave the rest to me. Don't be a burden to me. Jianghu said in a low voice. Luo Ying was shocked. Jianghu said so. It meant that he was not 100% sure that he could defeat the opponent. The pressure brought by the flying bat king was too great. The main thing was that he did not have any weakness. This was the most terrifying part. Jianghu was ready to fight to the death with him. Therefore he must eliminate all worries. No, I have to stay here with you. Luo Ying said in a low voice. The more it was like this, the more worried she was about Jianghu's safety. Jianghu was not a god and there were things that he could not handle. Black King. Do it, take them both away. Jianghu's voice was solemn. There was no doubt. All right. The Black King led the demonic beast legion and retreated step by step. At this time Luo Ying and Chen Lu were also surrounded and had no choice. If the Black King wanted to restrain them, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. The 2 of you, Master has given orders. Please excuse us. The Black King gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to disobey Jianghu's arrangements. If something happened to his master, they would definitely die. However, if he didn't listen to his master, he wouldn't have a choice. Jianghu, you bastard. Luo Ying's eyes were blurred with tears. She roared angrily, but Jianghu's figure was already getting further and further away from her eyes. The Black King followed his master's orders and took the 2 away. Now, only Jianghu and the Flying Bat King were left in the giant crater. The life and death battle between the 2 was about to begin. Jianghu kept attacking and punching the Flying Bat King with all his might. He wanted to block the Flying Bat King's path of attack. The Flying Bat King was also very smart. He knew that Jianghu wanted to take his people out of here and fight him to the death. His children and grandchildren were already dead. This guy must not be let off easily. You want to run? No way. The Flying Bat King flapped his wings and rose into the air. Raging winds roared and the surrounding stone walls tumbled down. Jianghu directly used the ancient soaring dragon technique, causing his strength to continuously rise. Every punch landed on flesh. Jianghu repeatedly punched the Flying Bat King's body, but the Flying Bat King's defensive power was too astonishing. Even hundreds of punches and thousands of falling clouds seemed to be nothing more than tickles to the Flying Bat King. It is impossible for you to defeat me. You will only become a delicacy for me. The Flying Bat King bared his fangs and his claws were as sharp as diamond. They slashed through the air, stirring up a series of sonic booms that made one's hair stand on end. Jianghu was as unmoving as a mountain. Facing the Flying Bat King's attack, 2 figures, one large and one small, collided like 2 planets, causing sparks to fly. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. Jiang Chen's finger technique was like a mountain. Genesis chi surged out, shaking the earth and mountains. 1 sun finger. Double dragon finger. 3-fold finger. 4-directional finger. 4 fingers shot out in succession. Each finger contained an incomparably terrifying pressure that crushed downwards. Scar after scar appeared on the flying Bat King's body. However, even the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was unable to penetrate the flying Bat King's defense. The battle between the two had escalated once again. Ao ao ao, the flying Bat King let out a shrill howl. Its sharp claws tightly clamped onto Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was firmly locked in place, unable to advance or retreat. Die. You can't withstand my attack. I am the only existence in this pit, ha. The flying Bat King was incomparably arrogant. Its sharp claws tightly clenched together, and a series of explosive noises rang out from Jiang Chen's body. Unparalleled dragon transformation. Jiang Chen roared. His body, which was as tough as a mountain, was similarly indestructible. It was like a collision between a spear and a shield. Astral pole, exploding heavenly stars. Jiang Chen's figure was like a rainbow. With a roar of fury, the power of the stars in his body instantly burst out. The endless power shook the flying Bat King's mind. The flying Bat King was unable to withstand the power of the stars, and was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen. Damn it! The flying Bat King's cry was incomparably cold, and it was burning with anger. However, its body was too hard. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have long been torn to pieces by Jiang Chen's exploding heavenly stars. However, it was still intact. The reason was naturally because it had eaten the meteorite rock. If it wasn't for the power of the stars in the meteorite rock, which strengthened the flying Bat King's body, and the special characteristics of the meteorite rock, which made it so tyrannical, how could a mere flying Bat King have such great power? Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was like a knife staring at the flying Bat King. The battle between the two had once again escalated. Whether it was Jiang Chen or the flying Bat King, both of them deeply felt the terror of the other. It was not as easy as they had imagined to determine the winner between the two. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and his methods were frequent. He was almost going tit for tat with the flying Bat King. His small body was not worth mentioning in front of the flying Bat King, but the power that erupted from Jiang Chen was shocking. The flying Bat King flapped its wings and constantly collided with Jiang Chen. The flying Bat King's tyrant body and the dragon transformation were almost evenly matched. Chapter 5080. Jiang Chen loved to fight hand-to-hand. Moreover, his body had been strengthened many times and was now indestructible. Even if he was compared to the flying Bat King, it was still difficult to distinguish who was stronger and who was weaker. The terrifying fists continued to smash down. The flying Bat King was also very cautious. The exchange between the two of them seemed to be casual. However, every time they exchanged blows, there would be an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The surrounding stone walls were constantly shaken and countless mountain rocks fell into the crater. Every time he attacked, Jiang Chen had the determination to face death with equanimity. Only in this way he could exert his strongest combat power. Only by killing this flying Bat King he could reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. Starlight enter the body. 100-star refinement. Exploding heavenly star. Jiang Chen kept smashing his fists. The power of the stars constantly poured into his body. The stars were shining brightly, shining brightly. As the brilliance circulated, it was like a golden god of war, accompanied by blue light, constantly lingering around Jiang Chen. His momentum was vigorous and his combat power was shocking. Chi. Jiang Chen's body was like a divine weapon, crushing the heavens and the earth, and all living things were silent. The flying Bat King's sharp claws tore and clashed with Jiang Chen again and again, and separated again and again. Jiang Chen's strength had now reached the 8th heaven of the star level. He was strong and not weak. He was on par with the flying Bat King. The blessing of the astral pole was Jiang Chen's biggest reliance. Now that his body was constantly getting stronger, it was the best proof. The flying Bat King was even more shocked. He could not imagine how a human body could reach such a terrifying strength. Whether it was the reaping wing or the tearing claw, it could not shake Jiang Chen at all. Therefore, for a while, the two of them could not do anything to each other. The sparks from the collision were the most intense. Let's see how long you can last. I will exhaust you to death even if I have to. The flying Bat King said while gritting his teeth. He flew west and swooped down. His sharp claws cut through the air, even the space seemed to become distorted at this moment. Then you have found the right opponent. I will accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He stepped on the sky-ascending stairs and completely dodged the flying Bat King's attack. In the next moment he took out the heavenly dragon sword. Dozens of divine swords flew up to the sky. The Azura sword formation was once again set up by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dashed left and right, continuously setting up a sword formation. With the heavily damaged heavenly dragon sword as the lead and the 36 divine swords as the support, they set up an inescapable net in the heavenly crater. As soon as the formation was completed, countless sword shadows swept across the heavens and earth, continuously shooting towards the flying Bat King. The flying Bat King let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Facing the endless sword shadows, it flew around recklessly, breaking through the sword lights that blotted out the sky and earth as it charged towards Jiang Chen. Heaven's roar. The flying Bat King breathed in and out, causing mist to rise and light pillars to shoot up to the sky. They intertwined with Jiang Chen's sword formation, destroying countless sword lights. His body was indestructible. When the sword lights hit his body, they could only leave faint marks on his body. The foundation of the flying Bat King was not harmed at all. Jiang Chen was also very shocked. There was no way out now, he must fight to the death. The Azura sword formation had never failed, but this time, it was completely defeated. Although Jiang Chen was not defeated yet, the Azura sword formation could not break the defense of the flying Bat King. This meant that the purpose of the sword formation was not as good as before. The power of the heavenly dragon sword could not cut down the flying Bat King. Jiang Chen really could not do anything to him. However, facing the endless peerless sword lights, although the flying Bat King was not afraid, it was not to the point of being unconcerned. He was also careful with every step. Once his weakness was hit, he might be seriously injured. However, Jiang Chen knew that the Azura sword formation could only trap him temporarily. It was impossible to kill the flying Bat King. It's time to use the divine will technique. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice, and his expression was solemn. After calming himself down, he started expanding his natal souls. He had already mastered the first level of the divine sense skill, and although he hadn't completely mastered it yet, it was still very powerful. The divine will technique had a total of 4 levels. The first level was heaven with a thought, the second level was hell with a thought, the third level was reincarnation with a thought, and the fourth level was immortality with a thought. This was the peerless inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely a real killer move. However, because the divine will technique was too powerful, even if he had broken through the natal spirit, Jiang Chen still did not dare to try it. It could only be considered as a small success. However, he had no choice now. He could not break the defense of the flying Bat King, so he could only find another way. If he could use the divine will technique to defeat him, then it could be considered as saving the country in a roundabout way. With this thought in mind, move your divine will, heaven with a thought. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, and his mind was incomparably calm. The power of the natal spirit was released in an instant, and in an instant, it covered the sky and rushed towards the flying Bat King. The power of the divine will technique was unstoppable, and it was filled with endless spiritual pressure. Almost in an instant, the flying Bat King let out a blood-curdling scream. Obviously, his soul was completely unable to withstand the soul pressure brought by the divine will technique. The soul was even more cruel than the body. The soul pressure made the flying Bat King lose his initiative in an instant, and he was on the verge of collapsing. The power in his body was instantly dispersed, and his soul was attacked. That kind of piercing pain made the flying Bat King's scalp numb. His face was incomparably ferocious, and he opened his bloody mouth, howling to the sky. Awoo, 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 awoo. The flying Bat King did not expect Jiang Chen to have such a despicable method. With a move of the divine will technique, heaven with a thought, it was as if the entire heavenly pit had become silent. That kind of terrifying soul-tearing feeling made the flying Bat King completely lose his combat strength. 10,000 swords returned to origin, kill for me. Jiang Chen roared, and once again activated the Azura sword formation. He gathered all the strength he had in his life, and it was unstoppable. Countless sword shadows, like a sky full of icy rain, shot down. This time, the flying Bat King, who had completely lost his offensive strength, had his eyes pierced, and even his throat was pierced. All the weak points on his body were pierced. Jiang Chen used all his strength and fought with all his might, shocking the heavens and earth, and making the gods and ghosts weep. The terror of the divine will technique made Jiang Chen smack his lips. but his soul force was also completely drained. That kind of tearing feeling caused his head to split open, and he felt as if his head was about to split open. But because of this, the might of the divine will technique was something that Jiang Chen could not underestimate, and his heart was filled with raging waves. Chapter 5081. Who Jiang Chen kept panting, his face was extremely grim. Looking at the huge beast that had lost all signs of life, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After such a long battle and taking down the flying Bat King, he was already exhausted. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. If the flying Bat King could hold on any longer, he might be the one who lost. However, Jiang Chen's soul had also suffered a certain degree of damage. This divine will art was too powerful. Jiang Chen had to forcefully use it to barely kill the flying Bat King. One should know that the toughness of this fellow's body was not any weaker than the heavenly dragon sword. It was because it had eaten too many meteorite rocks that it became so terrifying. This was something that Jiang Chen deeply agreed with. His own astral pole and dragon transformation almost could not withstand the flying Bat King's insane attack. In the end, he relied on the soul attack to save the country and counterattack. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with emotions. Although this flying Bat King was a star level 8, with such body strength and power, coupled with the fact that he was in his own territory, even a star level 9 would not be able to escape from his clutches. Whether it was the hundreds of thousands of flying blood bats or his own shocking combat power, they had become the unique existence in the sky pit. Unrivaled and invincible. This battle was also a narrow escape, but he saw hope. At least he did not get injured for nothing. Outside the sky pit, Luo Ying and Chen Lu were filled with worry. They did not know what Jiang Chen's current situation was. Both of them were blocked by the Black King. Their faces were filled with anger, but the Black King could not do anything. The master's words were like an imperial edict. He had to obey without any hesitation. I wonder what Brother Jiang Chen's situation is now. Chen Lu's face was filled with worry. But there was nothing she could do no matter how anxious she was. The flying Bat King that Big Brother Jiang Chen was fighting was an 8th heavenly layer star realm existence. It was indestructible and indestructible. Even her father would be defeated by such a demonic beast. However, Brother Jiang Chen resolutely sent them back for their safety. Brother Jiang Chen did not have any confidence at all. If he was confident, why would he let the Black King send them back? Luo Ying did not say a word. She was worried about Jiang Chen. If something happened to Jiang Chen, what would she do? Jiang Chen asked them to leave because he was prepared to fight to the death. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Chen Lu might not know, but Luo Ying was very clear that Jiang Chen had never been in such a situation before. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. But now he had completely lost confidence and could not guarantee their safety. This was the first time. His decision was to prepare for a rainy day and think of all the disadvantages. Sister Luo Ying, Brother Jiang Chen Chen Lu looked at Luo Ying. She was no less worried than Luo Ying. At this time, Luo Ying could not be bothered to be jealous. Jiang Chen's safety was what they were most concerned about. Now it all depends on his luck. Luo Ying murmured. As long as I am alive, it means that Master is fine. At least for now he is safe. The Black King glanced at the two. Chen Lu and Luo Ying's pupils shrank. At this moment, they heaved a sigh of relief. Your life is linked to Brother Jiang Chen's. Can you sense him? Chen Lu asked anxiously. No. The Black King shook his head. Although my life is linked to Master's, I still can't sense his existence. I can only determine whether he is alive or not. In that case it's good. At least it means that Jiang Chen's life is not in danger. Luo Ying heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the terrifying sinkhole. Jiang Chen, you must come back alive. You must. I believe that Brother Jiang Chen will be fine. He will be blessed by heaven. Chen Lu smiled. The smile in her eyes was incomparably calm. If the Black King did not die, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to come out alive. I also believe that Master will not be trapped in this sinkhole. Even a mountain of knives and a sea of fire will not be able to trap him. The Black King said solemnly. However, the next moment, his expression began to change. How could this be? How could this be? The Black King clutched his head tightly. His expression was hideous as he rolled on the ground with a splitting headache. At the same time, he was not the only one. The thousands of demonic beasts all began to howl in agony. What's going on? What's going on? Has Big Brother Jiang Chen met with a mishap? Chen Lu didn't want to believe it, but looking at the Black King and the thousands of demonic beasts hugging their heads and wailing in agony, The two of them looked at each other and felt a wave of panic and despair. Master. 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 Before the Black King could finish his sentence, he collapsed on the ground, motionless and lifeless. The Black King was not the only one. Thousands of beasts had also collapsed on the ground. None of them were spared. There was no longer any life around the sinkhole. Instead, it was filled with an aura of death. Big Sister Luoying, what should we do? Brother Jiangchen won't be in trouble, right? Qin Lu's eyes reddened. The Black King had just said that the two of them were inextricably linked. They would live or die together. However, the Black King had collapsed. Didn't that mean that Brother Jiangchen wouldn't be able to escape this misfortune? Qin Lu's words made Luoying even more nervous. She shook her head frantically. Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luoying screamed as tears flowed from her eyes. She was filled with despair. I've met countless difficulties along the way with him. Even in the great sovereign's tomb, he never gave up. He won't give up here. Absolutely impossible. Luoying shook her head with all her might, shouting at the top of her lungs. But even if she didn't want to believe it, the Black King's words were deeply rooted in her heart. The Black King, as well as the thousands of demonic beasts, were all dead at this moment. There was no sign of life. Although she didn't believe it, fate had played a big joke on her. Then why did the Black King collapse? Why did it turn out like this? Compared to Luoying, although she did not have a strong relationship with Jiangchen was her savior. Hence, she had always treated Jiangchen like a brother. This time, she had followed Brother Jiangchen to this sinkhole, but she had never imagined that this would be their eternal farewell. Big Brother Jiangchen, I will find you. I must find you. Chapter 5082. You go back, I'll go find him. Luoying said calmly. However, no one knew how desperate she was in her heart. She wanted to see him dead or alive. But if the Black King were to die, Jiangchen's chances of survival would be slim. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. No, I want to go as well. I was the one who brought Big Brother Jiangchen here. I can't let you take the risk alone. Sister Luoying, I know that you have deep feelings for Big Brother Jiangchen, but Big Brother Jiangchen also saved me. Do you think I can leave in peace? Qin Lu's words moved Luoying's heart. One more person meant one more power. At the very least, this was the Heaven Star. Perhaps she really didn't understand this place as well as Qin Lu did. All right. The two of them looked at each other. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. To both of them, Jiangchen was equally important. Not only did Jiangchen save her life, but he also saved her father's life. Therefore, Qin Lu admired Jiangchen very much. Brother Jiangchen was in such a situation. How could she be indifferent? The two of them went straight towards the heavenly crater. But this time, something that made them despair happened. After diving down for a kilometer, they couldn't go any further. An invisible force pushed them out. This force was something they simply couldn't resist. It was soft, but it made them unable to resist. As they stared at the pitch-black sinkhole, both of their hearts trembled incessantly. Why? Why is it like this? Luoying screamed at the top of her lungs, but she couldn't go down no matter how hard she tried. It didn't seem like a formation, but rather an unimaginable energy that completely separated them. The sky cavern had already formed an enormous barrier, and they were outside of this barrier, unable to enter at all. What's going on? Qin Lu, tell me what exactly is going on. Luoying's heart was flustered and uneasy. If she couldn't enter this sinkhole, then she and Jiangchen might really have to part ways forever. I don't know why it's like this either. Big Brother Jiangchen might have met with some mishap down there. Although Qin Lu didn't believe it, her intuition told her that it was true. Brother Jiangchen could not be saved. Perhaps they should have believed that when the Black King and his army of thousands of monsters fell, Jiangchen might have already ceased to exist. Shut up. Impossible. Impossible. Jiangchen will be fine. Luoying roared crazily as she launched a series of terrifying attacks towards the sinkhole. However, there was no response at all. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. A natural barrier formed in front of them. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it blocked the last chance of survival between them and Jiangchen. The two women hugged each other, tears streaming down their cheeks. Jiangchen kept the corpse of the Flying Bat King. This time he would definitely be able to reconstruct the Heavenly Dragon Sword. At that time, his strength would definitely rise to the next level. While he was thinking, Jiangchen felt that the surroundings of the sinkhole had become colder and colder. There was a roar coming from the abyss, which made him feel very uneasy. Jiangchen's eyes were extremely cautious. The surrounding space seemed to be constantly collapsing, completely cutting off any connection between him and the outside world. He also seemed to feel that the surrounding space was becoming more and more closed. There was not a trace of air at all. Although the flying Bat King had been killed, the sound from the sinkhole, the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger, did not seem to stop. Instead, it became more frequent at this time, which made people feel very uneasy. I can't stay here for long. It seems that I have to leave this place quickly. Jiang Chen's injuries were very serious now. He quickly swallowed a few medicinal pills. However, if he wanted to recover to his peak, it would not be possible in a short period of time. He felt that there must be a huge beast under the sinkhole, and he was afraid that he would not be able to resist it. Jiang Chen was never a timid person, but what was hidden under the ground made him feel very uneasy. If he could avoid going, he would leave as soon as possible. Everyone had curiosity, but curiosity killed the cat. It was not a joke. Jiang Chen felt that if he really continued, his life would be in danger. He had already achieved his goal, which was to find the materials to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. Just the body of the flying Bat King was enough. Jiang Chen stepped on the sky ascending ladder and wanted to fly up. However, he did not expect that there would be layers of invisible waves pressing down on his head. It seemed like a fantasy for him to rush out of this sinkhole. How could this be? Jiang Chen became more and more uneasy. He tried more than 10 times, but every time he would be pressed down by the invisible waves, sinking deeper and deeper. Damn it. Jiang Chen knew that it was impossible for him to leave this place. He might have to continue to go down and find out what was going on. This was not Jiang Chen's original intention, but he had no other choice. He was forced to keep going down. He began to be a little afraid of what was hidden under the sinkhole. However, since there was no hope of getting out, he wanted to see who was behind this and what kind of secret was hidden in this sinkhole. But now, Jiang Chen was worried that Luo Ying and Chen Lu would be worried about him and wanted to come down to find out what was going on. He had not gone out for a long time. He hoped that they would not do anything stupid. Otherwise, there would be no way out. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to search for his son, Jiang Chen would have nothing to fear. However, he had something to worry about now. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to drag the emperor down from his high horse like he did in the past. However, the feeling of being forced to stay in this sinkhole had returned. Once upon a time, Jiang Chen and De Huang roamed the Saint Origin world unhindered. Those days were unrestrained and fearless. Even now he was still filled with emotions and memories. Weak roars could be heard coming from the bottom of the crater. It sounded like tens of thousands of horses galloping, but it also sounded like the roars of dragons and tigers. Jiang Chen began to dive deeper and deeper, searching for the truth. Since he couldn't get out of this place, he could cast aside all his worries. The 5 elemental fire in Jiang Chen's hand flickered continuously, illuminating the surrounding cliffs. The sinkhole was about 30 meters wide. At this moment, Jiang Chen could see it very clearly. Chapter 5083. What a magnificent painting on the wall. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he murmured. The sinkhole grew larger the further he went. The space around it had already reached 100 zhang. The 5 elemental divine fire in his hand also lit up the surroundings. Paintings of intense battles were carved on the faint red walls. They were extremely vivid and caused Jiang Chen's heart to be filled with astonishment. It was as if these battles were happening right in front of his eyes, yet it also felt like it had happened yesterday, as if it was a lifetime ago. On the cliff, there were countless half-man half-horse humanoid beasts that were as large as mountains and rivers. The jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards followed behind them as they fought against the giants in the sky. The giants were incredibly large, and they were no different from the mountains, rivers, and swamps below. The giant and the humans fought for a long time, resulting in countless casualties. Thousands of soldiers and horses fell under the mountains, rivers, and swamps. The giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. According to the scale of the painting, it was estimated to be several thousand jianghu tall. It held a shocking hammer in its hand, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Between the mountains, rivers, and swamps, there was a dragon-shaped demonic beast that looked like a golden dragon. It was exactly the same as the giant. It only appeared at the end of the battle, clashing with the giant continuously. Countless demonic beasts and humans were involved in this battle. Corpses and skeletons were scattered all over the place. Jiang Qin looked at the final battle scroll for more than 100 miles before he finished looking at this shocking and earth-shattering picture scroll. Jiang Qin believed that this was definitely an epic battle that had taken place over countless years. Moreover, this 100-plus kilometer long painting scroll was completely hidden in this sinkhole. As for how deep this sinkhole was, Jiang Qin didn't dare to imagine it at all. Jiang Qin could feel that this extremely long scroll was filled with boundless and magnificent spirit. He was shocked by it and dared not to take it lightly. It was as if the peerless giant and the azure dragon were about to break through the stone wall and come out. Jiang Qin's mind was completely captivated by the painting. He couldn't extricate himself from it. It was as if the giant and the dragon were about to break through the walls. Finally, in the final battle, the giant and the dragon disappeared from the world. As for the ending, Jiang Qin didn't see it. Strange, there's no ending, Jiang Qin frowned, feeling a little depressed. After looking for so long, there was still no ending. However, he suddenly realized that he had already arrived at the bottom of the sinkhole. Scroll of the World. Why did it have such a name? Jiang Qin looked at the bottom of this world-shaking painting. There were 4 big words written vertically, and it looked like they were written with a sharp sword. It didn't look good, but it gave off a righteous and domineering feeling. He stepped on a thick layer of fallen leaves and the uneven ground. There was nothing within 100 jianghu radius. Jiang Qin released the divine fire of 5 elements and tossed it into the distance. However, what surprised Jiang Qin was that the bottom of the sinkhole was so huge. Several thousand meters ahead, there were 2 stone lions that were 100 jianghu tall, guarding a huge door. The door was huge and it was covered with black stone pillars. The stone pillars were engraved with sacrificial runes. The eyes of the 2 lions were bright and full of vigor. They had the power to devour the heavens, giving Jiang Qin a great shock. When Jiang Qin arrived at the foot of the stone lions, he discovered that there were corpses everywhere. There were demonic beasts and even humans. There were many of them, and the yin-chi was extremely heavy. The surrounding mountain gates were connected to each other. Only these 2 stone lions piqued Jiang Qin's curiosity. What kind of existence was this? First, it was the over 100 miles long scroll, then the 2 stone lions. The scroll of the lost world. Jiang Qin had no idea what it was, but if Qin Lu was here right now, she might be able to find out what it was. Jiang Qin didn't know the names of any of the demonic beasts here. He didn't even know where the demonic beasts in the scroll came from. When he passed through the 100,000 mountain range, he didn't see any demonic beasts like that. The scroll seemed to depict the scene in the 100,000 mountain range, but it also didn't seem to be. In short, Jiang Qin was new here and couldn't tell what it was. But at this time he was pressed down by an invisible force and couldn't leave the sinkhole. That was why he had the courage to move forward. The yin-chi here was so heavy that even Jiang Qin felt a trace of silence. It was an indescribable feeling. In short, it was as if he was suffocating. There was no Genesis chi here, only endless yin-chi. His body seemed to be infected by this aura. Roar, roar. The dragon's roar that sounded like it came from the abyss once again resounded in Jiang Qin's ears. This dragon's roar came from the mountain gate that was guarded by the stone lion. More than half of the mountain gate's boulders had collapsed, leaving only a narrow path. Anyway, there's no way out. Let's take a look first. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Jiang Qin's strength had already recovered, but at this time he was still very careful. After entering the mountain gate, the surrounding space became a little distorted. This was something that Jiang Qin had never felt before. It was distorted. The space was twisted and turned. The space around him was like this, which made Jiang Qin unable to feel the slightest sense of security. It was as if he had been thrown into a private space. Damn it, why is this space like this? Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roar grew more and more intense. Jiang Qin's eyes rapidly turned. Black yin-chi lingered around him, strand by strand. It had already solidified. Jiang Qin gasped. What kind of terrifying yin-chi could cause such a large spatial distortion? Although he didn't know if the spatial distortion had anything to do with the yin qi, at least Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest sense of security. It was as if there were countless eyes staring at him from all directions. Jiang Chen quickened his pace and passed through the mountain gate. In front of him, there were potholes and corpses everywhere. There were also broken stone pillars and broken walls. In front of him there was a huge hall. The 16 doors around it had long been smashed. At a glance, Jiang Chen could see the inside of the hall. In the middle of the hall there was a very large stone platform. The stone platform was original and couldn't be seen clearly. Jiang Chen could only continue to walk in. When he walked to the entrance of the hall, his body seemed to be penetrated by a stream of yin qi. This feeling made Jiang Chen feel like he was floating. He didn't dare to imagine it at all. Although he suppressed his body, he still couldn't stabilize it. Chapter 5084. What a terrifying yin qi. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably dignified. The yin qi continued to spread out and the surrounding space became even more distorted. The stone platform slowly rose up. Beneath it was a white, oval jade coffin that didn't seem to have any pattern. Yes, it was a coffin. Jiang Chen was not mistaken. His eyes gradually narrowed as his gaze fell on the coffin. In the center of the coffin was a woman wearing a 5-colored dress. Half of her face was golden and she was lying quietly on top of the coffin. Black yin qi lingered around the beautiful woman. She was lying there quietly, motionless. However, the space around her was distorted. This made Jiang Chen feel very strange. The yin qi seemed to be coming from her body. This made Jiang Chen feel very strange. What a beautiful person. But she seems to have been dead for many years. Jiang Chen murmured. When he appeared in front of the half-masked woman, his face was filled with shock. Although the other half of the face was covered, it was undoubtedly very beautiful. Her clothes were blood red. Even her jade-like hands were very delicate. Her skin was very lustrous and gentle like jade. Jiang Chen looked up and down. This woman indeed had no signs of life. She was dead and couldn't be more dead. However, after so many years she was still able to maintain such a corpse without rotting. It was really unbelievable. The surroundings were covered with dust. Only her body was untainted. This was the most amazing thing. She seemed to be sleeping, but there was no sign of life. On her chest was a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was very bright and it was shining on the woman's head. If the woman didn't have any signs of life, Jiang Chen would have to be very careful. He walked around the woman a few times but didn't make any movements. She was wearing a golden hairpin and a jade ornament on her head. It seemed that she had an illustrious status. Finally, the only thing on her body that moved Jiang Chen was the bronze mirror. He didn't know whether the bronze mirror was a treasure or not because the woman and the bronze mirror didn't have any aura. No, it wasn't that there wasn't any. There was only an aura of death that permeated the surroundings. Roar, roar. The dragon roar resounded once again. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at a dry well not far away. Indeed, there was a dry well in this hall, and the dragon roar and tiger roar were coming from this dry well. However, just as the draconic roars and tiger roars rang out from the well, Jiang Chen suddenly felt an extreme chill rising from his heart. When he suddenly turned around, he found that the woman with the golden mask was already standing in front of him, and their eyes were only 0.01 centimeters apart. What the F***? Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. However, that woman seemed to follow him like a shadow. Her dull eyes were empty and lifeless. Although she was very beautiful, she was like a shell without a soul. What the hell are you? Jiang Chen shouted angrily, and his palm shot out like a thunderbolt. However, that woman also raised her palm and directly pushed Jiang Chen back. Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Her strength was too strong. Who the hell was she? Was she dead or alive? Instead of retreating, this woman advanced and approached him once again. Jiang Chen could feel the strong murderous intent from her body. Although it was unconscious, it was full of power. Moreover, the death aura from her body also burst out at this moment, like thousands of swords sweeping over at the same time. Exploding heavenly stars. Jiang Chen roared angrily and forcibly withstood this woman's attack. The masked woman rose up against the wind, and the energy in her distorted body couldn't be underestimated. She directly approached Jiang Chen as if she wouldn't stop until one of them died. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Chen kept retreating and his face was ugly. He didn't know where this woman came from and she seemed to be very strong. There was no hesitation at all and she went straight towards him. Who are you? Are you dead or alive? Why do you want to kill me? Jiang Chen frowned, but he didn't get any response. This masked woman seemed to have gone crazy and punched out heavily. It seemed light, but in fact it was like a thunderbolt. Who would have thought that this delicate woman, who looked so weak, was like a god that descended from the heavens? Jiang Chen couldn't deal with her at all, and he kept retreating. 30 swords. 30 swords. Jiang Chen kept using limitless swords, but the effect was minimal. This was the first time that Jiang Chen was in such a passive position, and he was beaten up so badly by an unknown existence. Bang bang bang. The woman's technique was very strong, and there were no fancy moves, no stagnation, only violent punches and endless attacks. There wasn't a trace of yuan qi in her body, and there was no power of the stars. Could it be the lifeless yin qi? Jiang Chen's face sank, but he couldn't resist at all. Even if he used dragon transformation again, Jiang Chen could only defend passively. Four-directional finger. Jiang Chen used all his techniques, but it was useless and he could only defend himself. Roar roar, roar roar roar. At this time the roars of dragons and tigers sounded again, and the woman actually stopped what she was doing and turned to walk towards the dry well. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment the lady's eyes moved. Her blood-red eyes shot up to the sky. She became incomparably angry. The moment she rushed towards the dry well, a monstrous yin qi filled the air. The surrounding void became distorted. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with doubts, but the woman didn't attack him anymore. Instead, she stood in front of the well and roared with all her might. Her screams were so piercing that Jiang Chen's eardrums almost burst. This masked woman's power might have reached the peak of the star state or even the cosmic cloud state. At least, Jiang Chen couldn't fight back against her at all. He didn't even have the slightest chance to retaliate. What does she want to do? Jiang Chen was very curious. That roar should be the source of her anger. Who made the roars of dragons and tigers in the dry well? What was hidden inside? It was getting more and more confusing. Jiang Chen was very curious about this woman. Where did she come from and what did she want? What kind of hatred made her so angry? Chapter 5085. Roar. A terrifying roar rang out once again. Even the dry well seemed to vibrate as the surrounding space grew increasingly distorted. Jiang Chen discovered that the space here was completely independent. There was not even a trace of the Genesis Qi he had sensed in the outside world. The woman seemed to have gone crazy as she roared at the dry well. Her roars intersected with the roars of the dragon and tiger, causing Jiang Chen's scalp to turn numb and his face to turn green. Even with his 6th-layer star stage strength, he found it difficult to cope. Sizzle! All of a sudden, a dragon spirit rushed out from the dry well. The masked woman seemed to have gone crazy as she clashed with the dragon spirit. The battle was about to begin. The terrifying power caused Jiang Chen to continuously retreat all the way to the edge of the hall. The dragon spirit and the woman continued to exchange blows. Black light filled the hall as a pair of sharp palms continuously struck the dragon spirit that had risen from the ground. The battle between the man and the dragon was extremely intense. Jiang Chen was unable to interfere at all. Daughter of Qiamo, you want to destroy my cultivation? Dream on. You haven't been suppressed to death after so many years. It seems that I have underestimated you. Luo Yi's voice was indifferent. He was the dragon spirit. You killed millions of my people and destroyed my father's advanced cultivation. I Suamo will not rest until I die. Even if I die, my will not waver. I will not let you live in peace. Suamor icily said as he stared at Luo Yi. The terrifying energy undulations made Jiang Chen extremely cautious. From the looks of it, the two seemed to have a deep hatred that was difficult to resolve. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This dragon soul shadow seemed to be similar to the giant dragon he saw in the scroll of the Lost World. He couldn't be the giant dragon in the painting, right? Your father obstructed my path, so he had to die. I am the true God and no one can make me submit. I followed your father for countless years just to wait for that day to pass the samsara tribulation. He wanted to surpass the ages by himself, but that was just wishful thinking. Ah, you're able to reforge your body with death chi. I've really underestimated you. However, it won't be long before I break the seal. At that time, everyone will die. Luo Yi's arrogant and cold voice was like that of a monarch looking down on the world. His dragon head stood up proudly and disdainfully. Are you sure you can break through my father's seal? Back then he risked his life to seal you in the prison of heaven and earth. Even after millions upon millions of years, the demon refining well hasn't been able to refine you. You really are lucky. However, it's impossible for you to escape. My father used 81 heavenly lightning talismans to imprison you in this place. He also placed a lightning attraction and an aura of death on me because he was afraid that one day you would be able to escape. My death aura was used to activate the lightning attraction and the heavenly lightning talismans. For the billions of people, for my father, for the world, I will never let you destroy the heaven star. Suamor's eyes were cold as he stared at Luo Yi. The two of them seemed to be at loggerheads. This guy actually wants to destroy the entire heaven star. Jiangchen took a deep breath. This dragon spirit phantom Luo Yi seemed to be a great demon that had been suppressed by Suamor's father. However, after so many years, this great demon that should have been dead seemed to be rising again. And this peerless woman was the existence left behind by the Almighty to keep the evil dragon in check. The 50-kilometer-long world relic scroll was hovering at the bottom of the sinkhole. It must have been an ancient text left behind from ancient times. It must have existed on Heavenly Qin planet. An era of civilization, an era of glory. It must have recorded the final battle of Heavenly Qin planet. The strength of this evil dragon and this peerless woman in the past must have been unimaginable. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. If this evil dragon really broke out of the seal, it might be a catastrophe for the heaven star. The peerless expert found in the source ancient site on Milan star should be from the previous era, just like them. Jiang Chen pondered and said. However, at this time, the two seemed to be at each other's throats. Their fighting spirit was soaring. I'm afraid that these two people are not easy to deal with. No wonder I'm able to come here. It's truly too difficult. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Now he just wanted to leave this place because this was not a place he should be in. The peerless expert in the source ancient site had left a deep impression on him. There was no way he could compare to existences of this level. Now that he had come here by accident, he didn't want to do so either. Wishful thinking. Do you think you can do anything to me? If I want to go out, no one can stop me. I will stay here because this devil refining well is my paradise. Only here, the place closest to the core of the star, can I recover the fastest. If I want to go to heaven, no one can stop me. Ah. Luo Yi laughed wildly. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. My father sacrificed his life for you. I will not let the tragedy happen again. Suamura put his palms together and his eyes were like lightning. What? The core of the star? Jiang Chen's eyes widened and his heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? There is a star core in Tianqin star? Jiang Chen didn't believe it at first because the meteorite rock was a peerless treasure left behind after the transformation of the core of a star. Logically speaking, the core of a star should no longer exist. However, according to what this evil dragon said, there was still a star's core hidden under the crater that had existed for billions of years. His heart was filled with excitement and his hands were trembling. Initially, Jiang Chen had planned to leave silently, but after listening to what the elder said, he didn't want to leave anymore. The core of a star was an extremely terrifying and rare treasure. There might not even be one star core among millions of stars, because the Milky Way and the solar system had been evolving for countless years. It had been a long time since the birth of the eternal world. Most of the cores of stars had already been burnt out. This was definitely a treasure land. However, because of this place had been coveted by the evil dragon Luo Yi for countless years just for the core of a star. This time I will not leave. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He had always been a man who would never give up until he reached the Yellow River. Although there were many dangers along with it, there were also countless possibilities. Once he could obtain the core of the star, his strength would certainly improve by leaps and bounds. Chapter 5086. The battle between the two of them was very intense. Both Su Mor and Luo Yi used all their means. Luo Yi's dragon soul power engulfed the sky, and his roar was earth-shattering. His sharp claws tore through the void. Although Su Mor was wearing a mask, Jiang Chen could still see that her face was full of anger. She was no different from Luo Yi's. Her jade-like palms flew out with enough power to break the sky. Wisps of black demon chi rose from her hands. Even Jiang Chen didn't know whether she was dead or alive, or whether she had been dead for tens of thousands of years and only had a shell left. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare underestimate her strength. The battle between the two of them was extremely fierce, and Jiang Chen had no choice but to avoid it. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that the evil dragon Luo Yi didn't seem to be able to get too close to Su Mor. His range of activity seemed to be limited to 10 meters around the dry well. He couldn't go any further. However, Su Mor didn't care about that. She only had one goal, and that was to continue suppressing Luo Yi and sealing him in the dry well. However, it seemed that although Su Mor was very strong, she was still lacking compared to Luo Yi. After fighting for a long time, Su Mor gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In fact, Jiang Chen felt that if this continued, she would be in a very passive position. However, Su Mor carried the hopes of billions of people and her father's last wish. She definitely wouldn't let this go. If the evil dragon were to break out of the seal, it would be a disaster for the entire Sky Star. This place would become a living hell. Su Mor wouldn't let that happen no matter what. You must have a death wish. Get lost. Su Mor's voice was deafening. This kind of earth-shattering battle power made Jiang Chen sigh. He was still far from being able to match up to her. It seemed like obtaining the star core that Luo Yi spoke of was not going to be easy. Wanting to sit on the sidelines and reap the spoils of war was almost impossible. Now that things were looking up, it was going to be difficult for him. The strength of these two people had already reached the peak of the star great, perhaps even higher. He had no way of interfering. Damn girl, when I fought with your father on Tianmen Mountain, you were still a little girl. You want to suppress me? Dream on. The roar of the azure dragon. Luo Yi flew up into the sky. Although he couldn't go too far away from the well, Su Mor was also having a hard time. His body was hit repeatedly and he was forced to retreat. The battle was so intense that Jiang Chen didn't dare to slack off. He watched intently as this was an indescribable benefit to him. After all, the battle experience of such a powerhouse was very important. 10 words demon sealing seal. Su Mor formed a seal with both hands and punched Roy's head. However, Roy's roar was still as loud as thunder. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His two front claws were completely free to move. Break for me. Luo Yi tore through the void continuously, completely unmoved by the blood-colored 10 words demon sealing seal. He put his claws together and punched again. Bang! Su Mor was sent flying and his expression was extremely ugly. You actually broke through a corner of the 9 dragons demon sealing seal? Su Mor's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't believe it. The 9 dragons demon sealing seal was a supreme array that his father had specially developed to suppress Luo Yi. For billions of years, it had been flawless. However, in the end there was always an oversight, and this fella had still managed to discover a slight flaw. Now that there was a crack in the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, it meant that this fella would break out of the seal soon. Once the crack in the seal was magnified, the devil refining well would no longer be able to seal Luo Yi. How could this be? Su Mor was extremely anxious, but there was no use in being anxious. He simply didn't know how Luo Yi had done it. Could it be that his father's years of hard work and life's work were going to go down the drain? Billions of lives had been sacrificed in vain? Su Mor was indignant, but what could he do even if he was indignant? Now that he had found a flaw in the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, he was no longer a match for Luo Yi. It wouldn't be long before Su Mor would no longer be able to suppress Luo Yi, and the result would be an unimaginable tragedy. Although the 9 dragons demon sealing seal is very strong, I have been accumulating it bit by bit for so many years. After billions of years, I have finally succeeded. You want to trap me? Absolutely impossible. Even that Qiamo couldn't kill me. His cultivation base is already heaven-defying, and he can even avoid the great tribulation of the world. But he still couldn't kill me. The current me is already indestructible. Once I'm born, I'll destroy this devil refining well. Who in the world can trap me then? Ah! Luo Yi's roar resounded continuously, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. It seemed like he had to make a move. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he had to fight Luo Yi. Otherwise, he would be killed by him sooner or later, so he might as well make the first move. What Jiang Chen hadn't expected was that this seal would excite him. Although he couldn't defeat Luo Yi, there was a possibility that if he could repair the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, Luo Yi wouldn't be able to break out of the seal. This might be an opportunity. However, this might also put Jiang Chen's life on the line. He had no other choice. He couldn't leave this place, and this was the only way to obtain the star's core. He had to defeat Luo Yi and reseal him in the devil refining well. Then everything would be foolproof. It would definitely work. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He had already made his preparations. No matter how much the 9 dragons demon sealing formation changed, he had to repair it. Only then would he be able to get what he wanted. You trap him and I will repair the seal. If you are willing, I believe that we can work together to reseal him. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. At that moment, Su Mor turned around and glanced at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with disdain and surprise. I know that you might not believe me, but do you think you have a choice now? If we can't reseal him in the devil refining well, we'll all die. He's too strong and you're no match for him at all. But if you can trap him and I can repair the formation, then everything is possible. Chapter 5087. Opportunities were fleeting and this was her only chance. If she chose to believe in Luo Yi, she would most likely be consigned to eternal damnation. However, if she chose not to believe him, she wouldn't be able to retaliate and would most likely be killed by Luo Yi. Even if Luo Yi couldn't kill her, the outcome would still be the same once the seal was broken. Hence, Su Mor was struggling internally. Although she had been dead for 10,000 years, her father had used the death chi to reconstruct her body to ensure that she would still be alive after billions of years. Hence, Su Mor wasn't just a walking corpse. She just existed in a different form now. At the very least, her spiritual energy and her will still existed. She didn't have a choice. Although she didn't trust Jiang Chen was too weak. He was so weak that she could ignore him. How could someone like him help her deal with the ancient evil dragon? Was this a joke? It was a fight to the death. Warriors were heroes. Since he had no other choice, he might as well put himself in a hopeless situation. Lowly worm, do you think you can seal me with just your strength? Ah. This is the funniest thing I've heard in my billions of years. Do you know that I could kill a few hundred cosmic cloud state trash with one slap? I'm not someone a bug like you can be my enemy. The day I break the seal will be the day the Tianxia planet falls into despair. Luo Yi was still incomparably confident. He raised his head high and did not put Jiang Chen's words in his eyes. Because Jiang Chen did not have the qualifications to make him bow down. Jiang Chen was just an insignificant ant, how dare he challenge him? Wishful thinking. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. As powerful as the evil dragon Luo Yi was, even a cosmic cloud expert couldn't escape from his hands. Luo Yi must have been a terrifying existence in the past. At least, it was not something that Jiang Chen could imagine. However, for the Star Core and his own survival, he had to make a decision. How would I know if I don't try? Jiang Chen smiled. Courting death. Roar. Jiang Chen's body kept shaking. If it wasn't for his true dragon body, he would have been scared to death by this roar. That kind of aura was definitely that of a supreme existence. Your opponent is me. Suemo Air disregarded everything and rushed towards Luo Yi. Her eyes were filled with hope when she looked back. Jiang Chen was her last hope that she could entrust to him. Hopefully he could bring a miracle to the entire Tianxia planet. What are you waiting for? Suemo Air shouted and charged towards the evil dragon Luo Yi. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It was time to show his true skills. Whether or not he could rebuild the formation and make up for the flaws would all depend on today. Jiang Chen's understanding of formations had already reached the pinnacle. However, this 9-dragon demon sealing formation was set up by an almighty being billions of years ago. It had even trapped a supreme expert who could destroy the heavens and decimate the earth. After such a long period of time, it had still persisted. This was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Jiang Chen had to put his heart and soul into it. Only then would he be able to see if he could succeed. The battle between Su Mor and Luo Yi continued. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent, as Su Mor was fighting with her life to buy time for Jiang Chen. Hence, Jiang Chen had to study the 9-dragon demon sealing array properly. He had to fix it. Jiang Chen used the no-beginning array to deduce it continuously. There were 108,000 arrays in the no-beginning array that had evolved into tens of thousands of variations. It was rather terrifying. Whenever Jiang Chen encountered an array formation that he couldn't crack or had never seen before, he would have to use the no-beginning array to deduce it. It would be great if De Huang was here. If the two of them worked together, it would definitely be easier. He didn't know how De Huang was doing now, but he had to be more careful now that he was alone. The no-beginning array began to deduce it. Jiang Chen focused wholeheartedly and didn't dare to be negligent. It had to be said that when Jiang Chen fully understood the 9-dragon demon sealing array, he couldn't help but be impressed. The almighty Su Mor's father, Chiemo, was definitely the strongest existence in the world. He didn't know how to deal with such a powerful array formation. The array formation was inextricably linked, with countless array bases and array eyes. Every part of the array formation contained a crucial mystery. Jiang Chen peeled away layer by layer before he could see the specific mystery of the 9-dragon demon sealing array. Just seeing the 9-dragon demon sealing array was already very difficult, let alone starting from it and regaining control of the array formation. Those who hadn't experienced it wouldn't be able to understand. This was also why Su Mo didn't trust Jiang Chen. However, she had no choice but to believe him. Jiang Chen was her last hope. It would be fine if he could trap Luo Yi, but if he couldn't, both of them would die. Jiang Chen was getting more and more excited. If this went on, it would be a challenge for him. However, this challenge was really too difficult. As the battle between Su Mo and Luo Yi became more and more intense, Su Mo gave it her all. This was the only way she could buy more time for Jiang Chen. Otherwise, if Luo Yi got rid of her, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Death might not be scary, but Su Mo was afraid that the promise she had kept for thousands of years would be broken just like that. Her father had given her a lifetime of prayer, hoping that she wouldn't forget her mission and suppress this place forever so that Luo Yi wouldn't be able to rise again. More and more of the array formation's foundation was uncovered by Jiang Chen layer by layer. Like a foggy forest, he could only carefully remove the surrounding cover bit by bit. Only then could he see the original appearance of the 9-dragon demon sealing array. After a long time, Jiang Chen finally saw the 9-dragon demon sealing array clearly. The evolution of the no-beginning array made Jiang Chen even more excited. This was the first time he had seen such an array formation. Even after so many years, the array formation had only loosened a little. After hundreds of millions of years, too many things no longer existed. Although this array formation wasn't as good as it was in the beginning, it had only been torn a little by Luo Yi. However, the 9-dragon demon sealing array had already been completely dissected by Jiang Chen. In other words, he had the ability to repair it, but it would depend on how much time he needed. On the other side, Su Mo was getting more and more passive. She was continuously forced to retreat by Luo Yi. If not for her special body, her soul would have dissipated long ago. Chapter 5088. How dare you display your slight skill in front of an expert? Let's see how you plan to seal me. Luo Yi said angrily as he twisted his dragon body, pressuring Su Mo to the point where he couldn't breathe. More than an hour had passed, and Jiang Chen had finally figured out the foundation of the 9-dragon sealing magic formation. It could be said to be ever-changing, so Jiang Chen had to take the risk. Although he didn't know whether he could control the 9-dragon sealing magic formation with his current strength, he had no other way out. Hold on a little longer. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Mo. His path of restoration had only just begun. The 9-dragon sealing magic formation was too huge and complicated. If it had been an ordinary formation, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been so anxious. This time he couldn't afford to be careless. Any mistake would result in a complete loss. Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water as he devoted himself to the restoration of the formation. He wouldn't be able to help, as he would only be cannon fodder against peerless powerhouses like Su Mo and Luo Yi. Hence, it was better for him to know his place and focus on restoring the formation. After all, only by sealing the evil dragon Luo Yi would he be able to save Tianqin Star once and for all. He would be able to save himself and obtain the star's core. Jiang Chen's idea was simple. He only needed to seal Luo Yi and the rest would be easy. However, this was even more difficult. Only by completing the seal would he be able to obtain what he wanted. For the sake of Feng, Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably firm. He would definitely succeed. As time passed, Jiang Chen's control over the formation became more and more proficient. Although the 9-dragon sealing magic formation had many ancient methods and inscriptions that he didn't know about, the no-beginning formation had solved this problem perfectly. The 108,000 formations variations weren't just for show. Jiang Chen was completely focused. Under his continuous restoration, the 9-dragon sealing magic formation had begun to undergo a qualitative change. No one knew this better than Luo Yi. He can actually change the 9-dragon sealing magic formation? Luo Yi's heart sank as he glared coldly at Jiang Chen. You ant, I will make you die without a burial. You want to seal me? You are not worthy. Luo Yi attacked again. Su Mo was heavily injured and her face was pale. She could feel the panic in Luo Yi's eyes. This meant that Jiang Chen's restoration of the array formation was effective. Otherwise, how could Luo Yi, a peerless powerhouse, be afraid? What he was afraid of wasn't Jiang Chen, but the 9-dragon demon sealing formation. If the formation was repaired again, then he might really be suppressed here for the rest of his life. How many tens of thousands of years had Luo Yi spent to tear a corner of the 9-dragon demon sealing formation, gradually breaking through the whistling of the wind and leaving the devil refining well? In just a few more decades, he would be able to completely tear open the 9-dragon demon sealing formation. At that time, who in the world would be his match? Luo Yi had been sealed underground for millions of years. It was too lonely and cold. He didn't want to be suppressed here anymore. He wanted to be his own master. Jiang Chen's speed was getting faster and faster. Luo Yi felt danger approaching. The 9-dragon demon sealing formation was set up by Qi Mo, the #1 powerhouse of the Tianqian star in ancient times. Could a mere ant really repair it? Luo Yi didn't believe it, but as the seal of the 9-dragon demon sealing formation grew stronger, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly and kill these two people. One was Qi Mo's daughter, the guardian he hated the most. The other was a nameless ant. They both deserved to die. Don't even think about sealing me. Since you want to die, I will send you to see your father. Luo Yi roared and continued to release earth-shattering power. His eyes flickered with electricity as he stared at Sumo. Sumo's face was ferocious as she faced death calmly. No matter what, she wouldn't take a step back because she saw a glimmer of hope. She could give up her life, but Luo Yi had to be sealed again. How much longer? Sumo asked angrily. An hour is enough. Jiang Chen said. All right. Even if I die a horrible death, I will defend this final battle. Sumo said firmly. She knew that she couldn't stop Luo Yi, but for the sake of the world and her father's great ambition, she had to fight to the last moment. Jiang Chen's heart softened as he watched Sumo, who was constantly being pushed back by Luo Yi. This woman wasn't simple. Her existence was to restrain Luo Yi. She could live because she wanted to seal Luo Yi until he died. This was her mission and her belief. In that case, I definitely won't let you down. Jiang Chen kept increasing his speed as the 9-dragon demon sealing formation was repaired bit by bit. From its original size of a millstone, it was now the size of a human face, but the gap was still shrinking. Luo Yi was getting anxious. Sumo's injuries worsened as she charged forward. Her arms were broken, and her body was covered in cuts and bruises. Her momentum was getting weaker and weaker, but she still persisted. Jiang Chen couldn't deny Sumo's determination. What he had to do was to do his part. Even if she couldn't beat Luo Yi, she wouldn't give up. Jiang Chen felt sad for Sumo. The two of them worked together. When their eyes met, he could feel Sumo's unreserved trust in him. She had no other choice but to seal Luo Yi. She had to give it her all. Bang, bang, bang. Sumo's injuries were on the verge of fading away. The yin qi on her body was dissipating, and the moment all the yin qi disappeared would be the day Sumo died. Don't even think about sealing me. All of you will die. Luo Yi's malevolent dragon head swallowed everything. Jiang Chen felt his heart palpitate, but he couldn't stop. If he did, all his efforts would be wasted. Your opponent is me. Sumo air was like an arrow that was released from a bow, crashing into Luo Yi's body. At this moment, she wanted to give Jiang Chen the last chance of safety. Soon, Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. The 9-dragon demon sealing formation was finally going to be repaired. However, Sumo smiled as she faced Luo Yi's attack. She had already tried her best, so it didn't matter whether she succeeded or not. Don't? Jiang Chen didn't know why, but he felt sorry for Sumo and blamed herself. A girl who had held on to her beliefs for billions of years shouldn't die just like that. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. Facing Luo Yi's attack, Jiang Chen summoned the Buddha prison palace and trapped Sumo inside. At the same time, Luo Yi's attack landed on the Buddha prison palace. Jiang Chen felt a splitting headache and his mind power was almost scattered. However, he still managed to save Sumo. Damn it. Luo Yi hadn't expected Jiang Chen to have such an earth-shattering treasure. His eyes were filled with shock and indignation. Chapter 5089. In an instant, a terrifying power surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the entire devil refining well to spin. That aura flowed out of Jiang Chen's body and kept suppressing Luo Yi's head. No, don't! Luo Yi's roar reverberated throughout the entire palace, causing the ground to shake. Luo Yi had never believed that a mere ant would be able to reconstruct the 9-dragon devil sealing formation and seal him once again. It sounded like a fantasy story, but Jiang Chen had actually managed to do it. A mere 6th-level star-grade weakling had actually managed to seal him. This was simply ridiculous. Luo Yi had dominated the world and was unparalleled, but now he had been toyed with by an unknown kid. Luo Yi roared at the top of his lungs, but the result was unimaginable. The terrifying pressure from the 9-dragon devil sealing formation had instantly pushed Luo Yi into the devil refining well. The insufferably arrogant Luo Yi had now become someone else's stepping stone. He had been so arrogant, but the result was unimaginable. I won't let you off. I definitely won't let you off. Luo Yi's roar gradually became softer and eventually disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. At that moment, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. He was sweating profusely as he sat on the ground, panting continuously. Su Moer was also extremely weak, but her eyes were filled with relief as she looked at Jiang Chen. Thank you. Su Moer's voice was very gentle, unlike before. At the last moment, Jiang Chen had saved her and the entire Tianqian star. It's all right. I was just trying to save myself. If the evil dragon had rushed out, I wouldn't even know how I died. Jiang Chen said. You're quite smart. Su Moer smiled. Her exquisite face was filled with exhaustion and disappointment. However, she hadn't let her father down. The evil dragon hadn't had a chance before it had been sealed once again. Everything was thanks to Jiang Chen. Even she had not expected that this person would be able to repair her father's peerless formation. From the looks of it, everything was the will of the heavens. Perhaps this person was guided here by his father. Thank you for the compliment. Your body should be fine, right? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. It doesn't matter. It won't take long for me to recover. Even if I can't recover, it's not a big deal. After all, I've always been a living dead. No one would care whether I'm dead or alive. Su Moer laughed self-deprecatingly. Do you want to live? Jiang Chen asked. You mean I still have a chance to live? Su Moer's spirits were lifted as he looked at Jiang Chen. Unless it's a peerless expert like my father who stands at the peak of the eternal world, it's impossible for anyone to help me reconstruct my golden body. That's for others. I might be able to. Your golden body is still there, but the death aura on your body is too strong. You can't see the sun at all. Once you see the sun, you'll probably turn into ashes. Jiang Chen said. He had to admit that Su Moer was indeed a very noble person. Even though Tianqian planet no longer existed, she still remembered her father's words. She had always suppressed Luo Yi and protected the innocence of the past. If Su Moer really died, it would be too unfair to her. She had dedicated her life to the entire Tianqian planet. The people on Tianqian planet should be grateful to her for being able to live. Without her, this beautiful planet would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, no one knew that there were still powerhouses from billions of years ago in the sinkhole who were persevering for them. There was no such thing as a peaceful life. It was just someone carrying the burden for you. That's right. This body of mine can't see the sun because it's in the land of extreme negative energy. Coupled with my father's blessing, it's been preserved for billions of years. However, my soul has still dissipated. What's left of me is only my consciousness. Once my consciousness is destroyed, I'm afraid I'll really disappear from this world. Su Moer said. I can give it a try. I have a cinnamomum kasha that can nourish the soul. If I move your body under cinnamomum kasha, you might be able to reconstruct your soul after some time. Although it's just a guess, no one can be sure that it's impossible. As long as there's a chance of survival, you shouldn't give up. Jiang Chen's smile slightly stunned Su Moer. As long as there's a chance of survival, you shouldn't give up? Jiang Chen's smile infected her. She was one of the overlords of Heavenly Qin Star in the past. Except for her father, almost no one could defeat her. Unfortunately, everyone was insignificant and indescribable in the face of time. Cinnamomum kasha? You actually have cinnamomum kasha? Su Moer inhaled a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with shock. Even in ancient times, cinnamomum kasha was an extremely terrifying treasure. Only people with the potential of a great emperor were worthy of it. How could you possibly have cinnamomum kasha? Su Moer still had a look of disbelief. Her father also wanted to find a treasure like cinnamomum kasha back then, but to no avail. Of course. Jiang Chen said. This is unbelievable. I'm really wondering who you are. Could you be a reincarnated almighty from the previous era? Su Moer looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. However, Jiang Chen was very frank and just shrugged. Su Moer couldn't find any clues at all. In fact, she was just overthinking. No, by the way, I want to go down and have a look. You're courting death. Although the devil refining well has been resealed by the 9 dragon demon sealing formation, there are countless remnant souls of demonic beasts in it. Once you encounter a powerful remnant soul, you'll be killed. Even for me, it'll be very difficult to protect you. You need to understand that there's more than just Luo Yi in the well. There are plenty of spirit beasts inside. Su Moer said Lung Lung. But billions of years have passed. Even Luo Yi has been squeezed to the cosmic cloud state. Those inferior spirit beasts are probably dead already. However, that well is still not a good place to go. I have to go because there's something I want there. Jiang Chen said. What is it? Sumor asked. The star core. What? You want the star core? Do you know how powerful it is? You can't even get close to it. If you're injured by the energy explosion, even a cosmic cloud state wouldn't be able to survive. You want the star core? What a joke. Sumor sneered. Jiang Qin remained unmoved. He moved his palm and a terrifying star energy enveloped his body. A blue halo kept circulating around his body. The star energy's momentum was unstoppable. Chapter 5090. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. I've never heard of anyone being able to fuse with the power of the stars. That's just too incredible. Luo Yi only had a trace of the power of the stars because he was suppressed in the devil refining well for hundreds of millions of years. However, he was unable to truly fuse it with his own power. Sumor shook her head. Her eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. It seems like you're really strong. It's just that I can't tell with your current strength. If you can develop your power of the stars, you'll become a formidable person. The power of the stars is the energy source of the core of a star. Once a star loses its core, it'll become a dead star. Once all its energy is exhausted, there won't be any more resources left. This is going against the natural order of things. Although Sumor was shocked, she had seen a lot of things. She could imagine the powerhouses of the previous era. Furthermore, her strength was at the peak of the eternal world. At least her father was once an unparalleled powerhouse. I hope so. Finding the core of a star is very difficult. I might not even be able to find one in 100,000 astral realms. However, once I find the core of a star, my cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds. Jiang Qin wasn't worried about his secrets. The things that Sumor knew were far beyond what he could imagine. He would be showing off if he pretended to be ignorant in front of Sumor. It would be best if he told her everything he knew. Sumor was grateful to him and didn't have any ill intentions. Besides, if he could help her reconstruct her golden body and return her soul to her body, it would also be a good fortune. This is really incredible. Since you insist on doing this, go down to the devil refining well and take a look. I hope that you can protect yourself. I don't have a tenth of my original strength, so I can't help you at all. Sumor smiled. But you're an encyclopedia. I can ask you anything, at least for now. The devil refining well shouldn't be able to escape your grasp, right? Jiang Qin smiled. You're right, but if I were to enter the devil refining well, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult for you to move an inch. Many of the demonic beasts were personally sealed here by me in the past. I joined hands with my father to kill countless demonic beasts. Some of the unique demonic beasts in the world, and some of them were indestructible, were all sealed here. Sumor's words made Jiang Qin even more distressed. He hoped that these guys had already turned into ashes. Otherwise he would feel terrible. In any case, in the end it was definitely not as powerful as the evil dragon Luo Yi. Sumor was a machine that attracted hatred, and her worries weren't without reason. If he brought her down, he would undoubtedly attract all the hatred. As long as there was a living remnant soul of a demonic beast, it wouldn't let him go. At this moment, Jiang Qin's heart was beating like a drum. After all, Sumor had already warned him that this wasn't a safe place, especially in the demon refining well. There might be a lot of demonic beasts down there. However, since he was already here, he definitely couldn't give up. It was impossible for him to leave this place. If there were treasures, Jiang Qin would plunge in headfirst. No one could stop him. To Jiang Qin, the core of a star was like a mosquito that had seen blood. He definitely couldn't run away, not even in this lifetime. He had to kill it. Enter my Buddha prison palace first. When the time comes, I will place you under the golden cassia tree. I hope that will be of help to you. Then Jiang Qin sent Sumor to Buddha prison palace with a thought. Sumo's face was filled with shock. You really have a lot of treasures. Even I didn't have such a treasure back then. Sigh, there's an old saying that goes, comparisons are odious. Sumor smiled and sat under Cinnamomum cassia with a peace of mind. The Cinnamomum cassia is really good stuff. Sumor sat under Cinnamomum cassia. She was extremely carefree and clear, as though she was detached from the world. Although she was only left with a trace of remnant soul and consciousness, she might be able to rely on Cinnamomum cassia to nourish her soul and become a person with flesh and blood. At this moment, Jiang Qin's biggest thought was to quickly refine the body of the Bat King in his hands and reconstruct the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Only by reconstructing the Heavenly Dragon Sword would he have the determination to enter the well and fight. Moreover, with his current strength, he didn't have to worry about being unable to reconstruct the Heavenly Dragon Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was almost connected to him, so Jiang Qin didn't want to let the heavenly dragon sword shine again at all times. I'd better reconstruct you first. Jiang Qin gently caressed the heavenly dragon sword that was full of scars. His eyes were shining brightly and filled with fighting spirit. Let's begin. No one can suppress your sharpness. Jiang Qin's mouth curved into a faint smile. This time he wanted to make the heavenly dragon sword into a real peerless heavenly weapon. Jiang Qin carefully took out the body of the flying bat king and put it into the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron could be big or small. After integrating the body of the flying bat king, Jiang Qin activated the 5 elements divine fire and began to refine the body of the flying bat king. The body was as hard as a rock. It had already integrated the toughness and strength of the meteorite rock. Jiang Qin had no distractions in his mind as he focused on refining. However, he didn't expect that the body of the flying bat king was really a headache. After 49 days he still hadn't refined it. Isn't it too hard? Jiang Qin was a little dumbfounded, but he was determined to refine it. He didn't believe that the body could resist the refining of the 5 elements divine fire and the myriad chi cauldron. Finally, after 3 months of training, the body of the flying bat king finally began to melt. On the 7th month, it completely melted into liquid. He didn't know whether it was a stone or a corpse. In short, this hardness was the first time that Jiang Qin had seen something like this in his life. He couldn't believe it at all. At this time he took out the broken heavenly dragon sword in his hand. This time, it would be a new life for the heavenly dragon sword. This time, I will make you an invincible existence in this world. Jiang Qin reforged it. He waved the storm hammer and began the road of forging. In a flash, time flew. Another year had passed. However, Jiang Qin had already forgotten about the passage of time. He devoted himself to the forging of the heavenly dragon sword. Time was the most ruthless thing in this world. The heavenly dragon sword gradually took shape. The sword embryo had been forged by Jiang Qin again. It was just one step away. Chapter 5091. Jiang Qin held the Tempest Hammer in his hand and refined it day after day for a total of 81 days. The sword embryo was finally forged by Jiang Qin into the original form of the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with blazing light. Finally, it was reforged and burned for 3 days and 3 nights with the 5 elements divine fire. The myriad chi cauldron was constantly vibrating and the aura was getting thicker and thicker. Even Jiang Qin felt an unimaginably terrifying pressure. That was the terrifying energy that burst out from the myriad chi cauldron. It was like a soaring aura that was about to break out of the seal. It was unparalleled and as powerful as a tiger. Jiang Qin was extremely shocked. He was looking forward to the new heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword already had its own sword soul. Although the heavenly dragon sword was reforged, the sword soul was still the original sword soul. This time, the grade of the heavenly dragon sword would definitely be improved again. Compared to the past, it was even better than before. This was Jiang Qin's experience and expectation for the new heavenly dragon sword. He spent so much time to forge a peerless sword. The heavenly dragon sword had been with him for countless years and had long been integrated into one. It was his family and his brother. It was the same as De Huang and Long Shisan. It was an indispensable part of Jiang Qin. Buzz, buzz, the aura in the myriad chi cauldron was getting stronger and stronger. Even the myriad chi cauldron could not suppress the violent aura. Heavenly dragon sword, explode. My little universe. Jiang Qin's eyes were shining. In the next second he opened the myriad chi cauldron and a soaring aura shot out from the cauldron. It was like a peerless dragon in the sky. Its arrogant roar was deafening. Jiang Qin saw a golden dragon shadow fly out from the myriad chi cauldron. Between heaven and earth, it was overshadowed in front of it. The golden dragon shadow was constantly changing, dancing in the air and twisting its huge body. Finally it stopped in the void. At this moment, even Su Mor couldn't stay calm under Cinnamomum Kasha. She didn't expect that Jiang Qin, who wasn't even a cosmic cloud state, could create such a huge commotion and forge such a terrifying peerless weapon. The warrior soul is indeed worthy of being a 9th-grade warrior. Su Mo Air said in astonishment. In the past, his combat weapon was merely a 9th-grade combat weapon. But in Jiang Qin's hands, this 9th-grade combat weapon was absolutely a peerless weapon that could look down on all the experts. With such a battle weapon, his strength would surely improve along with it. Master, I truly have my own sword soul. I can speak. The immature and childish voice came out of the golden dragon's mouth. It seemed rather comical. Even Jiang Qin didn't expect this combat weapon to be so terrifying. It could speak the human language and the sword soul was always there. However, it wasn't so easy for it to turn into a physical living being. Only when it reached the 9th grade warrior could it possess its own combat weapon soul, which was the current Sky Dragon Sword soul. "You're the sword soul of the Sky Dragon Sword, right?" Jiang Qin said with a smile. The huge golden dragon head nodded silently. Jiang Qin's mouth curved up into a bright smile. His efforts didn't go to waste after all. "I followed Master for countless years and was ignorant. Today I can finally become one with Master," the Sky Dragon Sword soul said in a low voice. The Heavenly Dragon Sword soul said in a low voice. Its timid look made Jiang Qin laugh. "From now on you're a part of my body, Jiang Qin." "Sir." Jiang Qin's battle intent was like a rainbow. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. The golden dragon roared and instantly rushed towards Jiang Qin. It circled around Jiang Qin's body 9 times. Finally, the golden dragon turned into a golden long sword and fell into Jiang Qin's hand. Jiang Qin was extremely excited. He held the Sky Dragon Sword tightly. At this moment, the Sky Dragon Sword seemed to have grown out of his body. It became his hand, his sword, and was one with him. The golden long sword was dazzling and extremely bright. "It has actually become one with you. Even if someone else had this sword, they wouldn't be able to use it. Your mark is on his forehead. This sword is not simple," Su Moer said in a serious tone. "Moreover, he hasn't used it yet." "What do you mean?" Jiang Qin said in surprise. "This is it. This isn't an ordinary 9th grade combat weapon, it's a 9th grade combat weapon that can be upgraded. Its current grade will determine whether it can become a peak-level combat weapon in the future. Because the current Heavenly Dragon Sword, after being smelted by you, is like a piece of unpolished jade. It has lost its initial sharpness and is now contained within. When you have the ability to unsheath its sharpness, you will know that the Heavenly Dragon Sword will reach another level. However, after it's unsheathed, it'll be too dazzling. If you hold it in your hand, it'll attract countless powerful beings to hunt you down. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a sin. You can't control it at all, so it's better not to be reluctant. In the future it will become your fortune." Su Moer said solemnly. "Thank you for telling me." Jiang Qin nodded his head. His heart was filled with endless fighting spirit. He held the Sky Dragon Sword tightly. His current battle strength had reached the peak. When he waved the sword, it was natural, and its compatibility with him was even more indescribable. There was me and you and me. The current him had not used it yet. Once it was unsheathed, the light would shine on the earth. Even Su Moer said that he would become the light of the great path in the eternal world. The sharpness gradually rose, the heavenly dragon equaling the heavens. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with thoughts. This time he had more confidence in entering the devil refining well. Looking at the mouth of the well, which was enshrouded in a terrifying mist and carried an extremely strange sealing force, Jiang Qin took a deep breath and leaped into the devil refining well. This place was sealed by the 9 dragons demon sealing formation, but it was still very easy for Jiang Qin to enter. The formation was set up by him, so wasn't it a piece of cake? After entering the devil refining well, Jiang Qin's mind moved slightly. This place was almost like a world of its own. It descended from the sky, and the bottom of the well extended in all directions. It was very vast. There were no signs of human habitation in this place, and there were no plants, rocks, or pools. There was only a desert, a dark gray world, and it was filled with densine energy. It gave Jiang Qin a very uncomfortable feeling, as if his body was going to be devoured by this energy any second. Damn it, it's really strange. Jiang Qin frowned and was very careful. Because the core of the star was under the devil refining well, he had to come here. Even if he had to face some powerful demonic beasts, they should have died by now. Chapter 5092. Jiang Qin walked for dozens of kilometers. The underground seemed to be vast and boundless, as though it was a self-contained space with no end in sight. Along the way, Jiang Qin saw many gigantic skeletons. Some of them looked like humans while some were gigantic and strong. Even a single rib was bigger than his body. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that countless ancient demonic beasts had been sealed in the devil refining well. These demonic beasts had lived for countless years, yet their skeletons were still preserved. It was enough to show how terrifying these demonic beasts were. Even after hundreds of millions of years, their skeletons remained intact. This was not something ordinary demonic beasts could do. The chilly wind was blowing in the surroundings, making Jiang Chen feel uneasy. However, he didn't notice anything strange along the way. He just felt like he was in the middle of a crowded desert, and countless eyes were staring at him strangely. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding. He didn't know if he was worrying too much or if this place was really strange. Tens of millions of years had passed. The demonic beasts that were sealed here should have died long ago. It was impossible for them to still be alive. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, Jiang Chen had been searching here for a long time, but he still couldn't find the star's core. Miss Su, is there really a star's core here? I've been searching for so long, but I still can't find it. It's like a desert. There's no harvest at all. Jiang Chen frowned and couldn't help but ask Su Moer. I don't know either. Logically speaking, the star's core should be here. This place is different from hundreds of millions of years ago. The Devil Refining Well was originally a space that connected to the underground. However, I don't know where the star's core is hidden. Su Moer's words disappointed Jiang Chen. When would he end his aimless search? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that it would be great if De Huang was here. Haha, little Chinzi, did you miss Lord Dog? This was a good sleep. Oh. Perhaps it was because their minds were connected, but at that moment, De Huang's voice sounded in the Buddha prison palace. F*CKU. De Huang, you're finally F*King awake. Jiang Chen wished he could thank his 8 generations of ancestors. De Huang had woken up at the right time. This was a timely help. Was this still the De Huang who only knew how to cause trouble? De Huang could finally be put to good use. De Huang appeared beside Jiang Chen with a shake of his body. His golden fur was shining brightly, and a tyrannical aura could be felt from him. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His expression was extremely solemn. It seemed like De Huang's current strength was already above his own. Awakening from a dream, a python swallowing a dragon. It seems like your strength is above mine. Jiang Chen laughed and punched De Huang's head. De Huang did not hold back and pounced on Jiang Chen. Now I'm already in 8th firmament star level. This feels great. Lord Dog can crush you by 2 firmament star levels. Tremble under my crotch, young man. De Huang shook his head and said excitedly. Dream on. If you act tough again, I'll smash your head. Jiang Chen scolded jokingly. Come on. It's so fun. De Huang chuckled. I'll stand here and let you chop me. Come on, little Chinzi. Let's see how hard your Lord Dog's head is now. De Huang straightened his neck and said calmly. This is what you said. Jiang Chen rubbed his palms together. Since you dare to challenge me, I'll let you taste the power of the new heavenly dragon sword. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on. I'll make sure you're convinced. De Huang said in disdain. My current strength is no longer the same as before. I've been suppressed by you so much. This time I have to regain my face. All right. Get ready. I'll chop you today. Let's see if you can hold on. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly. He was eager to try. He was confident in De Huang. Hence, he wanted to see if De Huang's head was tougher or the heavenly dragon sword. The clash between the spear and the shield. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Did you not eat your fill? Little Chin, no matter how I look at you now, you look like a wax spearhead that looks like it's made of silver. Kaka kaka. Big Yellow said with a beaming smile. Motherf asterisk her. Let's see how I'll deal with you. Get ready. I'm going to chop you. Jiang Chen snorted. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and rose up. Then he chopped down horizontally on De Huang's head. Bang, there was a loud sound. Jiang Chen's hands were sore from the impact. It was as if he had chopped an indestructible gem. Dang dang dang. De Huang retreated more than 10 steps. He was in a daze. Damn it. Little Chinzi, you're serious? You're too cruel. That sword almost killed me. De Huang covered his head with his paws and said in pain. My scalp is numb. When did your heavenly dragon sword become so terrifying? It shouldn't be like this. De Huang was very depressed. He wanted to show off in front of Jiang Chen. Now it seemed that he failed again. You're lucky. I just reforged the heavenly dragon sword. You're the first one who insisted on having a taste of the power of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen shrugged. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My head was almost chopped off. No wonder, no wonder. I was tricked by you again. De Huang said discontentedly. I only used 50% of my strength. If I wasn't afraid that you couldn't take it, you would be a dead dog now. Jiang Chen patted De Huang's head and said. Nonsense. It's so hard to admit that I'm powerful. I can even resist the new heavenly dragon sword. You definitely can't beat me. You don't need to explain. De Huang said bluntly. Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. He was very happy. De Huang was still the De Huang. De Huang would rather die than admit that he couldn't. By the way, what is this place? Why does it look so gloomy? I don't think it's a good place. De Huang looked around and said while sniffling. In his eyes, this place was definitely not a good place. You guessed it right. This should be the depths of the Earth's core. It's an underground sinkhole. This is a space under the sinkhole. I don't know if it's real or self-contained. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Little Qin, aren't you a piece of trash? This master dog has only left you for a short period of time. Why are you running around everywhere? I don't think this is a place for a good person. With my accurate sense of smell, if you don't leave now, you won't have a good ending. De Huang said in a low voice. Obviously, he had smelled a hint of danger. However, Jiang Qin didn't feel it. Are you sure? Jiang Qin asked. Of course. Are you leaving or not? If you're not, I'm leaving. I feel like I'm being watched. De Huang seemed to be more and more uneasy. Jiang Qin knew that he didn't seem to be lying. That's right. I have the same feeling. Chapter 5093. Damn it. Master Dog has just woken up. Even if it's the King of Heaven, I'm not afraid. Big Yellow cursed, but it was undeniable that his eyes were darting around, as if he was also vigilant of the movements around him. This is a sinkhole in Tianqian Star. Originally, I planned to find materials to recast the Heavenly Dragon Sword. However, I fell into this sinkhole and can't get out. However, I discovered the existence of the star's core. I don't plan to leave. I must find the star's core. Jiang Qin said firmly. In that case, now that I've woken up, I can be of great help to you. I'm really a young man who sends charcoal in snowy weather. Ah. De Huang shook his head and said. Although there were dangers everywhere, as long as he was with little Qinzi, there was nothing to be afraid of. That's why I say you're my lucky general. This time the important task of finding the star's core is on you. Ah. Jiang Qin laughed. Damn it. I've just woken up and you want me to work for you? If it were someone else, Master Dog would have killed him in one bite. De Huang said proudly. However, he did not refuse Jiang Qin. He immediately began to search around. His nose twitched constantly. He was the best at finding treasures of heaven and earth. It was hard to give up a natural beauty. There was no other way. Sigh, it's because I'm an able man. De Huang kept swaying his body from side to side. Jiang Qin followed him closely. The two of them kept shuttling through the desolate desert. With De Huang's help, Jiang Qin was very confident. After walking for about 2 hours, De Huang's eyes lit up. Over there. Let's go. Are you sure? I've walked over there before. Jiang Qin was stunned. It was the place he had walked before. He did not find anything. Believe in Lord Dog. Let's go. I guarantee that you'll be so happy that you'll be flying. De Huang said confidently. He led the charge and walked past the place Jiang Qin had walked before. De Huang slowly came to a stop in an uneven hilly desert area. It's here. De Huang stood on the hill and pointed to a shallow sandpit below. Jiang Qin frowned. This was just an ordinary sandpit. What was different about it? There were thousands of such sandpits around, but Jiang Qin didn't care about them at all. Watch. De Huang said in a low voice. He picked up a big stone and threw it into the sandpit. At this time, the surrounding sand began to sink into the sandpit. Gradually, the sandpit became bigger and deeper. Jiang Qin and De Huang kept retreating. The sandpit had expanded from 5 to 6 meters square to more than 1,000 meters square. A huge black hole appeared in front of them. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Fortunately, De Huang was here. Otherwise, how could he find such a place? He wouldn't be able to find it even if he spent his whole life. Sure enough, the sandpit became bigger and bigger. As time passed, a huge black hole appeared in front of them. Finally, a weak power of the stars made Jiang Qin excited. This was it. Jiang Qin was very sure that this was the place where the star's core was hidden. However, the sand here blocked the star's core. There was no energy emitted at all. Hence, Jiang Qin walked past it without knowing. De Huang, your nose is 2F** King Awesome. Jiang Qin said sincerely. He had to admit that De Huang was born with a nose. That's for sure. De Huang shook his head and wagged his tail. He was very happy. However, at this time, just as Jiang Qin's heart was filled with joy, a towering aura was emitted from the black hole. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several black shadows that emitted a bluish-black light appeared above Jiang Qin's head. Jiang Qin took a closer look and saw that they were the shadows of several demonic beasts. They were illusory and had black mist. Their blood-red eyes were emitting shocking anger. These soul shadows completely surrounded Jiang Qin and De Huang. That towering demonic aura made Jiang Qin very uncomfortable. These demonic beasts were probably the almighties that had been suppressed under the devil refining well by Su More's father. Even after so many years, their soul power was still very terrifying and powerful. Jiang Qin felt as though there were 5 tons of weights on his head, making it hard for him to breathe. These guys were definitely not simple. Furthermore, Jiang Qin could tell from their eyes that they didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards him and De Huang. There was only a strong murderous intent, as though there was only slaughter in their eyes. Jiang Qin wasn't sure if these soul shadows had lost their consciousness. Even if they did, they only knew how to attack without the slightest hesitation. The strength of these soul shadows was around the 8th level of the star level. They were definitely not easy to deal with. F***CK. What kind of place is this? Little Qinzi, you've put me in so much trouble. You didn't say that there were so many monsters here. De Huang took in a cold breath. These soul shadows were staring at them as though they wanted their blood. This was not a good sign. These guys were not easy to deal with. Moreover, the feeling of being stared at by them was very uncomfortable. Big Yellow could tell that these fellas weren't ordinary. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. What should we do? De Huang looked at Jiang Qin. Run? Run your ass. I've spent so much effort to find the core of the star. I definitely can't run. Jiang Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since you woke up this time, why have you become more and more cowardly? This isn't like you. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang and said disdainfully, because I dreamed of something that happened in the past. I dreamed of her. De Huang murmured. What do you mean? Jiang Qin was stunned. People like you won't understand my single-mindedness towards love. De Huang twitched his mouth and said, I'm a philanthropist more than you. Jiang Qin said. However, this time, De Huang's gaze was indeed different. In his eyes, Jiang Qin saw a trace of concern, a trace of longing, and a trace of yearning for the future. It was like a virgin in love. De Huang had really changed. Jiang Qin knew that his state of mind had undergone an earth-shattering change. This slumber might be the sublimation of his life. Although strength was important, his heart seemed to have become softer. Chapter 5094. Be careful, De Huang. Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and rose against the wind, furiously slashing the sky. The 5 soul shadows all charged forward. The terrifying black devil chi filled the sky. Jiang Qin and De Huang were facing a formidable enemy. They stood back to back ready to fight. Damn it, Master Dog is not in a good mood today. This time I must kill them all. De Huang was furious. His face was gloomy and a strong aura surged. De Huang's personality had changed a lot. Jiang Qin had always been concerned about this. Although he did not know what De Huang had experienced, he had to stand by De Huang's side no matter what. A brother for life. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and fought 1 against 3. Although they were 8 heavenly layer star soul shadows, Jiang Qin's strength was not weak. Although he was only a 6 heavenly layer star soul shadow, with the new heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Qin had the confidence to fight to the end. The heavenly dragon sword was big and powerful. The limitless sword was invincible. Even when the 3 soul shadows were fighting, Jiang Qin did not gain any advantage. Jiang Qin became braver as he fought. He felt that the new heavenly dragon sword's power was completely different from before. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting against the 3 soul shadows. The soul shadows were like mountains. They were more than 10 meters tall. A fierce tiger with a sharp horn, a huge male lion, and a sharp-beaked bird surrounded Jiang Qin in the middle of the battle. A sharp whistling sound was approaching. Although Jiang Qin's sword had not been sharpened yet, it was still as powerful as a mountain. The 3 soul shadows did not dare to fight head-on. They could only keep looking for opportunities. However, their strength was also very terrifying. Even if their bodies had long been suppressed and destroyed, as long as there was a soul shadow, they could still fight in the sky. Jiang Qin was even more astonished. It was difficult to imagine. Just how strong were they back then? However, no matter how strong they were already like arrows at the end of their flight right now. Their physical bodies had been destroyed and their strength had been squeezed dry. Right now, all of them were merely struggling at death's door. Perhaps after 1,000 years or 10,000 years, their strength would continue to decline, and they might even be reduced to ashes. But now it was giving Jiang Chen quite a headache. The three soul shadows had completely entangled him. Both sides were evenly matched and neither side could crush the other. This made Jiang Chen very depressed. However, there was no way Jiang Chen would admit defeat so easily. Furthermore, these fellows had long lost their glory from back then. If he couldn't even deal with these mere soul shadows, how could he even talk about roaming the eternal world in the future? On the other side, De Huang was not showing any signs of weakness either. Facing against two soul shadows whose strength was on par with him, he was actually vaguely gaining the upper hand. De Huang's fighting spirit was soaring and he was invincible. This left Jiang Chen extremely shocked. After this fella had awakened, he had indeed obtained a lot of benefits. Not only did his strength improve by leaps and bounds, he had even surpassed Jiang Chen right now. Little Chinzi, you've got to work harder. I'm about to get rid of them, hee hee hee. De Huang laughed out loud. His terrifying dog head was rampaging about. This was the sharpest treasure in his hands, and there was nothing it couldn't cut through. Bang bang bang. De Huang's dog head smashed into the soul shadows, causing them to feel dizzy. They were in extreme pain and they kept retreating. Their situation was very worrying. Don't worry, I won't be left behind by you, Jiang Chen said confidently. Sword 29. Sword 30. Sword 31. Sword shadows fell from the sky and it was extremely terrifying. The sword chi was terrifying and it was invincible. The powerful sword blade was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it was about to attack. The three soul shadows were continuously forced back by Jiang Chen's attack. They were extremely furious, and they bared their fangs as they desperately rushed towards the sky. Both sides were evenly matched and De Huang was getting more and more excited. The heavenly dragon sword in little Chinzi's hand was extremely sharp, and with his dragon transformation, there should be no need to worry. Although his words were unforgiving, De Huang was still very worried that he could not deal with the 3-star level 8 soul shadows. Between brothers, it goes without saying. De Huang roared like thunder and he tore the soul shadows with his bare hands. It was extremely intense. The two brothers who were invincible once again fought side by side, and there were no flaws at all. The limitless sword with ease. The sword chi was frightening and there was nothing it couldn't fight. Jiang Chen's sword intent was getting stronger. Whether it was the limitless sword or the heavenly dragon sword, they complemented each other. The stronger the sword, the more terrifying the sword art. The more terrifying the sword art, the more power the sword could unleash. The heavenly dragon sword was now a level 9 combat weapon. Once such a divine weapon was unleashed, it would be unimaginable. Right now, Jiang Chen could not unleash the full power of the heavenly dragon sword. When he broke through the star state and reached the cosmic cloud state, he would probably be able to unleash the domineering power of the heavenly dragon sword. Little Chinzi, hold on tight. I'm going to tear these two soul shadows apart with my bare hands. De Huang roared, and as he roared, his sharp claws tore through the sky. The sky changed colors, and in the dim monster refinement well, sand was blown everywhere. Arg! A miserable shriek was heard as Big Yellow tore the soul shadow apart. The scorpion-shaped soul shadow was directly cut into 8 pieces by Big Yellow, and it was completely turned into ashes. Jiang Chen saw that De Huang was really angry. Such a terrifying soul shadow, which was on par with him, was killed by him. This kid was getting better and better. Jiang Chen thought to himself, I can't show any weakness either. Big Huang had already torn one. If he were to fall behind later, this damn dog would definitely grab onto it and not let go. 9 Tribulation Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. 1 Sun Finger. Double Dragon Finger. 3-fold Finger. Jiang Chen kept accumulating strength. The 9 Tribulations Imprisoning Heavenly Finger fell from the sky and pointed at the 3 soul shadows. At this time, the 3 soul shadows retreated. They were shaken by Jiang Chen. At this critical moment, Jiang Chen would not stop. He took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand bloomed again. The sword light was like a dragon, and the golden dragon roared in the sky. The sword soul attacked and merged with the sword chi. It passed through the 3 soul shadows in an instant. In the next second, the soul shadow disappeared from the world. De Huang also tore the 2nd soul shadow at this time. The two brothers looked at each other and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. No one was willing to give in to the other. If you were not holding the new heavenly dragon sword, you would definitely be behind Master Dog, De Huang said while wagging his tail. If you were not dealing with 2 soul shadows, you would have lost long ago. Jiang Chen said with a smile. If there are another 8 or 10 of them, I will definitely not lose to you. With Master Dog's current strength, even if there are 100 of them, I am not afraid. Big Yellow said in a serious manner. It was very domineering. Rumble, a deafening sound came from below the black hole. Jianghu frowned. At this time, black soul shadows flew up to the sky one after another. 10, 20, 30, 100. Jianghu could not help but feel numb. There were so many soul shadows and there were more and more of them. De Huang's crow mouth was really blessed. Jianghu looked at him angrily. De Huang also looked innocent. It's not my fault. De Huang curled his lips. Chapter 5095. Don't blame you? Alright, we can only blame ourselves for being too flashy. Jianghu gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. The two of them felt their scalp going numb. There were hundreds of souls, all of them were the peerless demons that were suppressed in the past. There were even 2 ninth heavenly layer star realm souls. Who could withstand this? De Huang's nose was indeed sharp, but he did not sense the danger here. With so many souls coming out from the dark underground, Jianghu did not dare to look at them. It's not just a few that came back. Why don't you take them all? Jianghu said with a smile. Damn you. Little Chinzi, you've learned bad things. No matter how fierce I am, I can't beat them. Tell me, what should we do? If you think we're going to die, I'll accompany you to the grave. At most I'll die. De Huang gritted his teeth. Fangjing was going to die anyway. What was there to be afraid of? Fight with your back to the river. Anyway, with little Chinzi here, what was there to be afraid of? So many souls, none of them are easy to deal with. This time, I'm afraid we'll really have to risk our lives. Jianghu said in a low voice. There's actually someone who could come here. It's really surprising. A white-haired, long-faced old man floated in the air, looking at Jianghu and De Huang. Then, let's see who gets their bodies. The other pot-bellied old man chuckled. The two of them were at the 9th firmament of the star realm and were the leaders of this group of soul shadows. This human's body is naturally mine. The long-faced old man said with a smile. Xuanhuan, can you not be so annoying? Are you even worthy? The big-bellied old man said in disdain. Your body is just right for the dog beside you. It's already your good fortune to have a dog's body. Lu Ming, don't be unappreciative. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. Who can say for sure? After being suppressed here for so many years, I'm already used to it. Now that these two fellows have fallen down, I'm filled with nostalgia. If I could really leave this place, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world again? Ah. Lu Ming laughed and said. His eyes were filled with the color of battle. After so many years, you're still the same. Do you think you can beat me? This time, the man and the dog are our last hope. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Jianghu and De Huang. Their edges and corners had been erased by the passage of time. Back then, when they were suppressed here, which one of them was not a peerless expert like the chief? However, all of them had committed many evils and were no match for Chiemo. That was why they were sealed here. Billions of years had passed and their physical bodies had long been destroyed. The souls that were able to survive were all the strongest experts in the past. Xuanhuan and Lu Ming were the best proof. When they looked at Jianghu and Big Yellow, their eyes were blazing because they were getting impatient from waiting. Initially, they thought that they were going to be suppressed to death in this place for the rest of their lives, but they had never thought that they would encounter such an opportunity when they were about to die. This was simply a gift from heaven to them. It was simply the greatest luck in their lives. The demon refining well was a cage. They did not know how many years had passed here, nor did they know that the outside world had long changed. Their only belief was to possess the bodies of Jianghu and De Huang, break through the demon refining well, and see the outside world. Even if it was just to take a breath of the outside air, it would be good. After all, they really could not stay in the demon refining well any longer. After their physical bodies were obliterated, their souls were also under extreme pressure at this time. That was unbearable for anyone. Countless demons committed suicide, countless demons were sealed by time and turned into ashes. They were the last gods. Those who could survive and still have a trace of their souls were not simple people. Jianghu felt the strong pressure from these people. They did not take Jianghu and De Huang seriously at all, because in their eyes, Jianghu and his dog were existences like ants. With their strength back then, killing them would be as simple as crushing ants. Jianghu knew that the two of them were in a very difficult situation now. Even if they tried their best, they might not be able to kill these souls. On the contrary, they were likely to be completely obliterated by these souls, and their bodies would also be possessed. That would be the worst outcome. It's actually the two of them. Oh no. Su More's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Even she was secretive about their existence, so it seemed that the origins of these two guys were not simple. You know the two of them? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. The two of them were captured alive by me and my father's sacred warriors after a fierce battle for 10 days and 10 nights. In that battle, dozens of people from the Holy Samurai Corps died. In the end, we suffered heavy casualties. It was also because of that battle that I was conferred the title of God. But killing those two was too difficult. I also consumed too much energy. If it weren't for the Holy Samurai Corps losing so many people, I might not have been able to capture those two alive. I didn't expect them to still exist after so many years. Although this demon refining well-sealed countless demons and evil spirits, they were still able to persist until now, which is enough to show how terrifying they are. With your strength, you might not be a match for them at all. Moreover, there are so many remnant souls and they are not easy to deal with. Many of them are already in cahoots with Xuanhuan and Lu Ming. There is no way to break through those star level 8 soul shadows. Summer was a little worried about Jiang Chen's safety. After all, the opponents were really too strong. There was a saying that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The current Jiang Chen was not even 100,000th of them. Even with his strength sealed, he still completely surpassed Jiang Chen. If they were still alive, I might be afraid of them, but now that they are dead, there is nothing for me to be afraid of. As for the remaining souls, I will let them know how powerful I, Jiang Chen, am. In my dictionary there is no such thing as failure. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Failure, he definitely could not fail. He had to fight a beautiful battle with De Huang. This was not a battle to save himself, but a battle to turn things around. If he could defeat these guys, then there should be no obstacles when he went to search for the Star Core. This was what Jiang Chen was most concerned about. Lowly kid, kneel in front of me and accept your death. Perhaps you can still get a trace of forgiveness. I will use your body to conquer the world and let everyone remember my name, Xuanhuan. Chapter 5096. Facing Xuanhuan's intense pressure, Jiang Chen was already prepared to fight to the death. Su Mo knew that these two weren't to be trifled with. Now, he definitely couldn't win easily, and there were so many star level 7 and 8 soul shadows eyeing him covetously. Jiang Chen knew that if he didn't succeed in this battle, he would die for a righteous cause. Just fight, little Qinzi, when have we brothers ever been afraid? Haha, go to hell with them. De Huang was fearless. Alone he was even more relaxed. Then let's fight. Even if I die, I will turn you into ashes. Jiang Chen held his sword and soared into the sky. Terrifying sword shadows shot out in all directions. The star level 7 and 8 soul shadows didn't dare to take it head-on. Facing Jiang Chen's heavy sword aura, they were still very imposing. Mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you want to die, I will send you on your way. However, no one can take your body away from me. Xuanhuan said indifferently, his eyes extremely cold. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Xuanhuan, I won't admit defeat so easily. Dear Cry laughed. Cut the crap. Your opponent is me. De Huang came up and went straight for Dear Cry. A star level 9 soul shadow wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, there were so many soul shadows accompanying him. However, De Huang had always been fearless. Moreover, he was already a star level 8. If it wasn't because there were so many soul shadows, Dear Cry wouldn't even be a threat to him. Fine. Then I will send you to heaven first. You damn dog, you deserve to die. Dear Cry's eyes were like knives. With a roar, he pressed down and went straight for De Huang. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and fought against Xuanhuan. Both of them exchanged blows continuously. Facing Xuanhuan's powerful pressure, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat. After all, his opponent was too strong. Jiang Chen was clear that Xuanhuan's strength wasn't to be trifled with. Even though his strength had regressed to the star level 9, his experience and vision were still there. He had regressed while Jiang Chen had advanced. There was still a gap of 3 levels. This wasn't an ordinary match. Jiang Chen used all his means, but Xuanhuan still had the upper hand. Xuanhuan brandished a long spear in his hand as he fought Jiang Chen with great vigor. He was as steady as a mountain. Sky Sacred Spear. A spear pierced through the heavens, and the Cloudbreaker sail smashed down continuously. The terrifying force caused Jiang Chen to be pushed back again and again. The long spear swept horizontally, sweeping everything in its path. Jiang Chen couldn't resist at all, but the heavenly dragon sword gave him the last bit of pressure. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit sword. Dragon transformation changed again, and the limitless sword slashed down, once again charging at Xuanhuan. Child's play, get lost. Xuanhuan sneered. His spear pierced through the skies, clashing with the heavenly dragon sword without retreating. The terrifying force pushed back several soul shadows. Jianghu retreated, his expression extremely solemn. If this continued, he definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Both sides fought for a long time. Jianghu was exhausted from the start. Xuanhuan's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even though it wasn't much to deal with a star level 8 soul shadow, but a star level 9 soul shadow. The difference of one level was enough to give Jianghu a headache. For Xuanhuan to be the leader of all the soul shadows, it was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Jianghu knew this better than anyone else. As both sides fought, Jianghu kept trying to survive. Facing a star level 9 soul shadow, Jianghu was under a lot of pressure. No one knew how powerful these soul shadows were. Jianghu had been fighting with Xuanhuan for a long time. Only he knew this guy's strength the best. This was a peerless expert in the past. Even if his strength wasn't as good as before, his experience and methods were evident. However, it wasn't easy for Jianghu to withstand Xuanhuan's attacks. Most importantly, Jianghu kept learning from Xuanhuan's battles and perfected himself. An expert like Xuanhuan wasn't someone ordinary people could deal with. On the other side, De Huang and Lu Ming were fighting back and forth. De Huang's strength wasn't bad to begin with. Plus, he had just broken through and was in high spirits. This battle was also filled with excitement and joy for him. De Huang was an 8th level star level and didn't fear Lu Ming's pressure at all. The two of them clashed tit for tat, making Jianghu's blood boil. However, at this time, Xuanhuan had already lost his initial patience and didn't want to continue fighting with Jianghu. I no longer have the mood to play with you. Xuanhuan's expression was as cold as frost as he said indifferently. Wherever the spear pointed, hundreds of soul shadows were ready to charge at this moment. Kill? Following Xuanhuan's shout, the hundreds of soul shadows behind him instantly blotted out the sky and covered the earth, completely enveloping Jianghu. Jianghu furrowed his brows tightly as he charged into the enemy's formation. Although the Sky Dragon sword was very strong, there were too many of them. So many that it made Jianghu's scalp go numb. If this continued, he would definitely die without a burial place. These guys aren't as simple as you think. Retreat quickly and leave this place. There might be a chance of survival. Su Moer's voice appeared in Jianghu's ears. However, Jianghu turned a deaf ear at this time. I have to get what I want, Jianghu said firmly. No one could stop him. You lunatic, if you continue to be so stubborn, even your friend will die here. This is not a child's play. Su Moer obviously felt that Jianghu was crazy, and she couldn't help Jianghu now. In this dark devil refining well, the only person who could save Jianghu was himself. Divine will technique, it's up to you. Jianghu took a deep breath. Now the only thing he could rely on was the divine will technique. If the divine will technique could help him overcome this difficulty, he might be able to completely kill these soul shadows. Now Jianghu's natal soul had reached a bottleneck. This time he used the divine will technique to break through to a higher realm. Hence, Jianghu wanted to take a risk. Otherwise, it would be unimaginably difficult for him to break through the shackles. Divine will as a guide, one thought to heaven. Jianghu took a deep breath, and the power of the natal soul burst out in an instant. The terrifying soul psyche spread to the entire area, and all the soul shadows became furious at this moment. No, this is impossible. Impossible. I don't want to die. Terrifying and mournful voices echoed in the sky. Jianghu didn't look sideways. He activated the divine will technique and released all the power of the natal soul in his body. He was determined to kill all the soul shadows. Chapter 5097. No one can seal me, not even the heavens. Xuanhuan roared with all his might. His roar pierced through the sky, causing the entire underground to tremble. Rumble. Jianghu furrowed his brows and activated the divine will technique. He did not retreat at all. This was his only chance. The divine will technique was a fatal blow to the soul shadows. However, Jianghu's natal soul was too weak. Otherwise, these people would be like chickens and dogs in front of him. The Cloudbreaker sail continued to struggle and rush upwards. The divine sense art blotted out the sky and the earth as it pressed downwards. Even Deer Cry was struggling. Even if Jianghu did not hesitate to sacrifice himself and his natal soul, he still wanted to seal all of them here. Damn it, little Chinzi. Big Yellow's countenance turned gloomy. He knew that little Chen was going to risk his life this time. His countenance was extremely unsightly as he struggled unceasingly. There was a limit to the power of his natal astral soul. At this moment, it was impossible for him to kill little Chen with his own strength. Not only that, he might even suffer a backlash. Then I'll see how long you can struggle for. This time I must seal you. A centipede dies but never falls down. Today shall be the day of your death. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and once again activated the divine will technique. Even if he had to squeeze out every last bit of his natal soul, he had to seal all of them. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the core of a star? There was no way out now. Jiang Qin had to hold on until the very last moment. Layers of soul power continued to crush down. No one knew who would have the last laugh. However, the soul shadows were already struggling at death's door. They were destroyed by Jiang Qin. The deterrence and oppression of the divine will technique were still very powerful. You lunatic, this is a gamble of life and death. You are very likely to fall into a desperate situation. Your soul power is simply not enough to support it. If not for the Emperor Grade God technique, you would have been turned into ashes and died from the backlash. Sumoer was extremely depressed. Is this fella seeking his own death? However, he had quite a lot of treasures on him. The power of the spirit sense chant shocked her. Even some cosmic cloud states might not have as many treasures as Jiang Qin. This kid was truly a fortune of the heavens. I don't have a choice. Jiang Qin knew that if this was the case, she would have to place all her hopes on this. Once her astral soul was destroyed, the one who would fall today would be her, not Xuanhuan and the others. Fight it out. Master Dog will make you bastards fight to the death. Little Chinzi, let me help you. De Huang gritted his teeth and slapped Jiang Chen's back. He had just condensed his astral soul, but he didn't have the time to tell Jiang Chen about it. This was one of De Huang's trump cards, but now the two of them were going to fight with their lives on the line. Jiang Chen's astral soul was definitely stronger than his, but he was alone. It would be difficult for him to face so many soul shadows. Now he had to go through thick and thin with little Chinzi. Only he could help him. Madman, yet another mad dog. The astral souls of the two of you are completely different. If you meet each other recklessly, you would only end up with the opposite of what you want. This is no different from courting death. Sumoer didn't expect this man and dog to be so brainless. This wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. It was even smaller than 1 + 1 = 2. Their astral souls would definitely cancel each other out. Once the astral souls of two different people fused together, there would be a strong repulsion, and eventually both of them would be injured. However, they didn't understand. They only wanted to force the soul shadows to retreat. Not all soul shadows could be treated equally. Their actions would only make things worse. Jiang Qin didn't expect that De Huang had also broken through his astral soul. However, this wasn't the best time for them to join forces. However, since De Huang had already arrived, their astral souls began to fuse together, gradually joining forces to fight against the soul shadows. Jiang Qin and De Huang's astral souls didn't have the slightest resistance. This was because they had an incomparable trust in each other. There was no need for any words. Their astral souls actually fused together perfectly. This was simply a miracle. Sumoer was completely dumbfounded. Even if they were blood-related brothers or father and son, they might not be able to have such a scene of harmony and harmony. Humans were all selfish by nature. If there was even the slightest bit of selfishness, it would be impossible for two different astral souls to fuse together. However, the two of them did it. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were filled with disbelief, but the result was the most important. They had succeeded. There was no longer any sense of pressure on them. Both of their astral souls had fused together to fight against the enemy together. How much trust did they have in each other to be able to achieve such a perfect and flawless result? Divine will art, seal. Jiang Qin didn't have any distractions. The moment De Huang's astral soul fused with his astral soul, he knew that his chance had come. Sumoer stared blankly at this scene. Jiang Qin began to frantically devour, plunder and seal. Xuanhuan and the rest also began to flee in all directions. However, Jiang Chen's astral soul had already enveloped them. The divine will art was created by a heavenly emperor. It was incomparably terrifying and wasn't something they could contend against. The destructive soul power penetrated through the heavens and earth. It was like a huge net that covered the heavens and earth. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. Deer Cry's voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears. De Huang also followed closely behind. He followed beside Jiang Chen. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. There were no distractions in his heart. The astral souls all poured out and poured into Jiang Chen's body. They fused perfectly with him and turned into endless soul power that suppressed the heavens. How is this possible? Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He had already stayed in the demon refining well for hundreds of millions of years. Originally, he thought that he could rely on the evil dragon Luo Yi to leave the demon refining well and rush out of the Great Thousand Domains. However, the result was unbelievable. Not only had the evil dragon Luo Yi been suppressed once again, even they had been besieged by Jiang Chen, an unknown brat. He'd even obliterated their souls that were already struggling at death's door. Nothing is impossible. Go to hell. You should have died a long time ago. You're old and not dead. What do you want? Ah. Chapter 5098. Su Moer was stunned on the spot. It turned out that Jiang Chen's strength wasn't enough to wipe out these soul shadows. Even with the spiritual force art as his trump card, it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, xuanhuan and the rest were too strong. Jiang Chen couldn't achieve his goal no matter how hard he tried. Lu Ming and xuanhuan were like an insurmountable mountain in front of Jiang Chen. However, at the last moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang's dual sword amalgamation and the fusion of two natal star souls had really shocked her. It was like a miracle. It was supposed to be a dead end, but he managed to revive it. Su Moer had never expected such an outcome at the last moment. There was always someone better than you out there. That was the best explanation. What kind of tacit understanding did the two of them have? What kind of trust did they have to accomplish such a feat? It was supposed to be suicide, but it changed the final outcome. Su Moer couldn't believe it, but the truth was right in front of her. Under the spiritual force art, all the soul shadows of the demonic beasts had been completely wiped out. There wasn't a single trace left. The entire demon refining well was getting quieter and quieter. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. You're really something, Jiang Chen. Su Moer's lips curled into a faint smile. Phew, it's finally over. Damn it, I was scared to death. I thought I was really going to be glorious this time. De Huang said while panting. Little Chenzi, hurry up and thank me. If it wasn't for me, you'd be finished. Ah. De Huang was still very complacent and didn't look like he had just survived a disaster. Bullsh asterisk T. Without me, you'd still be dead here. You're taking advantage of me this time. Jiang Chen said. F asterisk CKU. Don't you have any shame? Little Chenzi, this is all my credit. De Huang said unhappily. Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Jiang Chen said in disdain. What do you mean by, forget? Make yourself clear. De Huang said relentlessly. However, Jiang Chen's gaze had already landed on the pitch-black cave entrance. Those soul shadows had all come out from there. Su Moer was also filled with emotions. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. It was really hard to imagine how the two of them were able to achieve such harmony in their soul realms. These remnant souls are extremely beneficial to you. Your innate astral soul should be able to take this opportunity to rise to the next level. Su Moer said. I know, I'll activate my innate astral souls now. These soul shadows have already been sealed by me. If they can lend me a helping hand, that would be even better. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. The surrounding void was filled with those ownerless and unconscious remnant souls. This was a really big piece of meat. How could he let it go? The divine will art was one of the most powerful techniques of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even Su Moer had a whole new level of respect for it. However, it required a strong innate astral soul as a foundation. Right now, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul was too weak. This time it was a good fortune for him. Jiang Chen sat down carefully and activated the divine will art. However, this time Jiang Chen didn't attack. Instead, he wanted to absorb all these ownerless remnant souls for his own use. To Jiang Chen, these ownerless remnant souls were real treasures. Once he devoured them completely and absorbed them for his own use, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul would definitely rise. Time flew. Jiang Chen didn't know how much time had passed. When he woke up again, his vision became extremely clear. It was as though everything within a 10-mile radius was under his control. His innate astral soul continued to strengthen. His heart was filled with confidence. A grade 4 astral soul. Truly amazing. Among the nebula states, there aren't many who have such a powerful astral soul. You are really the son of fortune. Su Moer was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. This guy was too lucky. He devoured those ownerless remnant souls and completed the evolution of his innate astral soul. Those who wanted to kill him were all defeated by him in the end. A 6th level Star State kid actually had such a great fortune. He had no choice but to be convinced. A grade 4 astral soul? Jiang Qin murmured. To the current him, it was already rather terrifying. This time, if he used the divine will art again, he definitely wouldn't be in such a pathetic state like before. Little Chinzi, I feel that you are becoming more and more terrifying. What the hell did you eat? Why are you so monstrous? I initially thought that my innate astral soul would be able to fight against you, but now it's trembling. The suppression of your innate astral soul has completely crushed me, De Huang said unhappily. However, he would definitely be happier if Jiang Qin became stronger. It's good that you admit it. I thought you still wouldn't admit that I'm stronger than you. Jiang Qin shrugged. TSK Master Dog will never admit it. If I don't use my innate astral soul, Master Dog can easily crush you. Then why don't you just let me stand there and let you beat me up? Jiang Qin jokingly scolded. I think that's fine. De Huang spoke calmly. Jiang Qin couldn't be bothered with him. It's time to go down and take a look. This time around I must definitely obtain the core of the star. Jiang Qin had no distractions in his heart as he spoke with a solemn expression. He glanced at De Huang and the two of them no longer bickered. They nodded their heads and headed down the black hole. Jiang Qin activated the 5 elemental divine fire, illuminating the black hole. After descending for tens of thousands of li, Jiang Qin finally arrived at the depths of the Earth's core. The surrounding rocks and cliffs were filled with lava, churning unceasingly. He could confirm that this place was definitely the depths of the Earth's core. Jiang Qin and De Huang stood there. Their surroundings were filled with corpses, and these corpses were all sparkling. From the looks of it, they should all be extremely terrifying existences. What sort of place was this exactly? The lava in the surroundings was pulsating unceasingly, gurgling as it flowed down from the top to the bottom. The terrifying temperature had already risen to over 1,000 degrees. At this moment, if it wasn't for Jiang Qin's 5 elemental trigram fire formation, De Huang would have already been roasted alive. This place is too strange. In the depths of the Earth's core, there's lava everywhere. Even my nose isn't sensitive. Where are we going to find the core of the star? De Huang frowned. He was perspiring profusely from the heat. Luckily, with Jiang Qin's 5 elemental trigram fire formation, he wasn't roasted alive. We can only search slowly. From the looks of it, this place has existed for countless years. However, with so much lava, we still have to be careful. Although the lava in the depths of the Earth's core isn't as terrifying as my 5 elemental divine fire, it's a tangible fire. It's even more monstrous. If we're not careful, we might be entangled by it. When that happens, it'll be troublesome, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Tangible fire, as the name implied, the lava here existed in a liquid form. When the lava flowed past, it made their hearts extremely hot. The temperature of the fire was secondary, it could make people feel uneasy. Being wrapped in the lava made Jiang Qin feel very uncomfortable. He could resist it for a while but not forever. Chapter 5099. Surrounded by lava, Jiang Qin's heart was heavy as he carefully searched for the star's core. After overcoming so many difficulties, he finally arrived here. However, the star's core was nowhere to be found. Jiang Qin was definitely not satisfied. De Huang, I still have to rely on you. Jiang Qin smiled. Hee, I knew it. Big Yellow chuckled. Let Lord Dog give you a good sniff later. Big Yellow swaggered in front of Jiang Qin, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, this place was filled with magma. If he was careless, he might be caught by the fire. Even a Star Realm expert would have to pay for it. Big Yellow and Jiang Qin walked for a long time and finally found the end of the magma flow. At the end of the magma flow was a sea of fire. All the magma was flowing towards this place from all directions. Just looking at it made one's scalp go numb. The temperature here was estimated to have reached thousands of degrees. Jiang Qin could rely on the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to stabilize the situation, but he believed that he could not hold on for a day. The terrifying heat waves were like raging waves beating against the shore. Between the waves, flames rose into the sky, and the void was filled with gray smoke. When the surroundings fell from time to time, they were instantly turned into ashes. Oh my god, the temperature here should be at least 4,000 to 5,000 degrees. I can't take it anymore, little Chinzi. I'm dying from the heat. I'll go to your Buddha prison palace for a while. I can only bring you here. I feel that the star's core you're looking for should be under this sea of lava. De Huang stuck out his tongue. After saying that, he went into Jiang Chen's Buddha prison palace. Jiang Chen was exasperated. Seemed like even De Huang couldn't hold on any longer. The temperature underground was simply way too high. This was definitely the depths of the Earth's core. However, even if he were to dive down into the magma, he wouldn't know where the core of the star was. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. Magma was pouring down from all directions. The rocks around him had been turned into ashes, but the ground beneath his feet remained the same even though the magma was flowing down. Nothing had happened to the place he was standing on. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead. Where was the star's core? It was right under his feet. I've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless search. Jiang Chen murmured. The entire area beneath his feet was the core of a star. He could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed like he was too stubborn in the end. Jiang Chen activated the astral pole, and sure enough, the power of the stars around him began to rise rapidly from his feet. It's here, ha! Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. However, after he probed the surroundings with his soul, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This time, there wasn't as much star's core as he had imagined. In other words, the star's core of Tianqian star was already very small. After hundreds of millions of years, more than half of the star's core had been used up, and now there was only a very, very small star's core left. Although Jiang Chen was a little unwilling, it was still an unexpected gain. This time, he came to the sinkhole to look for materials to reconstruct the Sky Dragon sword. He didn't expect to find a blessing in disguise and actually found this place. This was already a great fortune. Jiang Chen knew that he had to be content. A contented person would always be happy. It's time to show my real skills. I wonder what realm I can break through this time. Jiang Chen didn't dare to have the same kind of expectation as before. After all this time, the star's core was very limited. As long as he could make a breakthrough, it would be the greatest comfort. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the boulder and began to activate the astral pole. Strands of the power of the stars constantly flowed into his body. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably carefree. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. A terrifying power surged into his heart, and the power of the stars in his body kept increasing. He was like a big furnace, crazily absorbing the power of the stars in the star's core. Gradually, the power of the stars in Jiang Chen's body kept increasing, and so did his cultivation. Although the star's core here was limited, and the power of the stars was also limited, Jiang Chen wasn't arrogant or rash. He absorbed as much as he could. This was an unexpected surprise. What else could he be dissatisfied with? The energy of the stars continued to strengthen Jiang Chen's physique. His dragon transformation had been tempered and forged by the stars. That was the most terrifying part of it. In this world, the toughest thing was nothing more than the vast stars. With the power of the stars, one could imagine the toughness of Jiang Chen's body. Breakthrough for me. Jiang Chen roared in his heart as he continuously cultivated. The power of the stars was perfectly fused. In the end, Jiang Chen's strength stopped at the peak of the 8th firmament star realm. It directly increased by 2 firmament star realms. The gap between the 8th and 9th firmament star realms was getting bigger and bigger. To be able to stabilize his strength at the peak of the 8th firmament star realm, Jiang Chen was already very happy. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen was satisfied. He slowly got up. He could feel that his body seemed to be glistening with starlight. The stronger the power of the stars, the smoother his future path would be. I didn't expect someone to be able to completely master the power of the stars. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you really make me more and more curious. The power of the stars is the mighty power of heaven and earth. You are the first person in history to be able to borrow the power of the stars to achieve your own cultivation. Su Moer was very shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, especially when he cultivated the astral pole. I'm not the first. The true powerhouse was Senior Longfutu back then who created the astral pole. Jiang Chen said solemnly. His respect and admiration for Longfutu were evident in his words. Back then, even my father, who was once the paragon of the universe, seemed to have thought about whether the vast power of the universe like the power of the stars could be used for his own use. However, he failed because the power of the stars can't be stored in the body. It's a kind of power released by the stars of heaven and earth, so it can't be used by humans. This Longfutu is really a genius. It's hard to imagine. Su Moer's words were also filled with admiration for Longfutu. If you can become the real paragon of the universe one day, perhaps it will be an unimaginable miracle. I hope so. Jiang Chen smiled. It was time for him to leave this place. Luoying must be very anxious now, right? Jiang Qin quickly left the bottom of the crater. When he appeared around the crater, he didn't see Luoying. At that moment, Jiang Qin had a bad feeling. Where did Luoying go? Where did the Black King go? Just as Jiang Qin was in a daze, a black shadow flew out from the ground. It was actually the Black King. The Black King? What's going on? Where's Luoying? Jiang Qin asked. Miss Luoying, she has already left. She waited here for 100 years, but she didn't see you. In the end, she left quietly. Chapter 5100. 100 years, Jiang Qin murmured. His face was filled with bitterness. He didn't expect that 100 years had passed since he left. Things had changed with the passage of time. It was truly unbelievable. Time was something that no one could retain. Jiang Qin knew this better than anyone else. 100 years had passed. Even Luoying had left him. He didn't know where she was. She thought that he was already dead. Little did she know that the two of them were separated forever. Ever since Master entered the heaven pit, our soul connection was severed. That's why I and the rest of the demonic beast army collapsed. After 100 years of feigning death, Miss Luoying thought that Master was really dead. The Black King said with a solemn expression. Forget it, forget it. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He felt very bitter in his heart. He had let Luoying down. However, he didn't know where she was. Following that, the silhouettes of the beasts soared into the sky. Thousands of beasts returned to Jiang Qin's side. Jiang Qin was filled with emotions. Coincidentally, he had lost all contact with the Black King. This caused Luoying to misunderstand. Now that his strength had increased to the 8th heaven of the star level, he had lost Luoying. Yes, she might be with Qinlu. Jiang Qin comforted himself. He still had a trace of hope. Sigh, I didn't expect so many years to pass in a blink of an eye. It's really worrying. Little Qinzi, it seems that I've been asleep for many years. De Huang murmured. Some things once missed will never be missed again. It was rare for De Huang to be worried. Jiang Qin knew that only he could understand that look. Since when did De Huang become so sentimental? What did you remember during your sleep? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang and asked. De Huang was slightly surprised and looked at Jiang Qin. As expected of his best brother, Jiang Qin had actually seen through his memories. Your gaze is different from before. You might be able to deceive others, but you can't deceive me. This time, you've been asleep for a longer period of time than ever before. After you woke up, you were clearly in great pain. Although you're trying to hide it, I know that you're not feeling well in your heart, said Jiang Qin. He looked at De Huang with a burning gaze. He hoped that De Huang could speak his mind. Otherwise, it would be very painful to keep his words in his heart. De Huang was also a person with a story. De Huang sighed and shook his head. Back in those days, Lord Dog was also a distinguished and carefree hero. It's a pity that fate plays tricks on me. Actually, it's just my sad past. There's no need to mention it. Little Qinzi, I know you care about me, but there are some things that should be buried in the depths of your memories. It's useless to talk about them. It's just a sad past of mine. Hurry up and find Miss Luoying. Otherwise, I'll see your eyes light up. Damn you. You're still mocking me? Ah. Fine, since you're unwilling, then forget it. Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. Since De Huang wasn't willing to say it, he wouldn't force him. After all, he didn't want to say it in his heart. After packing up the demonic beast army, Jiang Qin and De Huang rushed to the Qin clan. Their hearts were filled with hope. They hoped that Luoying would be there. Mount Dongqin was now a sea of fire. Looking from afar, the mountains and rivers were connected. The largest mountain in the western border, Mount Dongqin, was engulfed in a huge fire that stretched for hundreds of miles. Countless people were burned to death. Their screams were deafening and resounded through the sky. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Li Kuafu, you bastards, you'll die a horrible death. Is our Mount Dongqin really going to be finished just like that? Our Mount Dongqin will never yield. We won't lower our heads. Kill them. Countless people from Mount East Qin started to desperately kill their way into the enemy lines. Mount East Qin had turned into a sea of flames, and there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The entire place was filled with a nauseating rotting smell. One expert after another fell to the ground. Groups of people were burned to ashes. Countless experts descended from the sky and swept their swords across the sky. Blood splattered everywhere and the sky changed color. Take the Qin clan and leave quickly. Leave from the back of the mountain. Don't wait any longer. Qin Badian gripped his spear tightly. His entire body was covered in blood, some of it his own and some of it his enemies. The flames of war continued to spread. Most of the palaces in the belly of the mountain had been destroyed. The Qin clan was in a precarious situation. "I'm not leaving, Dad. Even if I die, I'll die with the Qin clan," Qin Lu said through gritted teeth. Slap. Qin Badian slapped Qin Lu's face. This was the first time he had slapped his daughter in so many years. However, Qin Badian was in more pain than anyone else. "Idiot. If you don't leave now, our Qin clan will be finished. There's no need to worry about firewood as long as there's life. Those bastards are trying to eradicate our Qin clan. We can't let them succeed." Qin Badian roared furiously. The anger and bitterness in his heart were evident in his words. However, there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do now was to preserve the Qin clan's roots. As long as the Qin clan was still alive, they would definitely make a comeback. "Dad. Say no more. If you don't leave, I'll kill myself in front of you right now." Qin Baishan's determination made Qin Lu speechless. She knew that her father would definitely be able to do it, because he had already prepared himself to fight to the death with the other two major powers. Basically, the Qin clan's chances of victory were extremely slim. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have allowed her to bring the Qin clan away. He was already prepared to die. The Qin clan's decisive battle was for this moment. They had already disregarded life and death. Qin Lu wasn't an exception, but her father had pushed her out. The Qin clan's battlefield had already reached a point where it wouldn't rest until one side was dead. Experts were falling one after another, and the Qin clan's members were lying in pools of blood. Those were their seniors, their playmates, and the best disciples of the Qin clan. However, in the face of this inhumane battle, the Qin clan had become insignificant. "Hurry up and leave." Qin Baishan's roar was like thunder as he pushed Qin Lu halfway up the mountain. Hundreds of people had already brought the Qin clan's members halfway up the mountain, ready to escape from this dangerous battlefield. "Ha! Old Qin, your Qin clan's doomsday has arrived. From today onwards, Dongqin Mountain will be the Xuanhuan dynasty's territory. All of you must die. Ah!" An old man in a golden battle robe was brimming with energy and murderous intent. He held a 7-foot-long silver spear in his hand and swept it across the sky with an imposing manner. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, a 100-meter-tall giant slowly raised his head and slammed his palm down, turning a 1,000-meter-tall mountain into dust. Chapter 5101. Qin Lu's expression was extremely unsightly as she watched her clansmen and relatives being annihilated one by the mountain and the sea of flames. However, she couldn't reject her father's order. Otherwise, the entire Qin clan would be completely annihilated. Not a single trace of life would be left. They were the seeds of the Qin clan, the last hope of the Qin clan. Thus, at the last moment, Qin Badian had already made the necessary preparations. He was going to risk his life to escort them out of here. The jade stone and the flesh and blood all turned to dust. The sky became darker and darker, and gray smoke filled the sky. As for the mountain-like figure, he slowly stood up, causing everyone to feel intimidated just by looking at him. The leader of the Quafu race, Li Quafu. The members of the Quafu race were all shocking giants. Even though they were born a few hundred meters tall, they were still one of the 3 major factions of Mount Dongqin. Grandpa is still in solitary cultivation. Not long ago, he suffered internal injuries trying to break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state. "I'm afraid." Qin Lu gritted her teeth. She didn't want to leave. "Xuanhuan dynasty. You're the leader of the Xingtian prefecture. How dare you ambush the Qin family? You're too despicable." Qin Badian roared and pointed at Xuanhuan dynasty. "You don't have the right to talk to me. Tell your father to come out. It seems the Qin family has no one left. Why do I need a piece of trash like you to talk to me? But if we're talking about despicable, it should be your Qin family. If your ancestor didn't collude with outsiders, would Mount Dongqin be occupied by you? This is called reincarnation." "Ah." Xuanhuan dynasty laughed. Qin Badian wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. Although Qin Badian had broken through to the 9th level of the star state, he was still a far cry from them who were at the peak of the 9th level of the star state. The two didn't seem much different, but they both accumulated their power for millions of years. In order to reach the peak of the star state, Qin Badian would need to cultivate for another 5 to 10,000 years. Xingtian Prefecture, Quafu race. These two great powers were the strongest opponents of Mount Dongqin. Originally, it was a tripartite confrontation. But now, these two great powers actually dared to show off their strength to the Qin clan. Right now, Qin Badian was feeling a little disheartened. Since the two families dared to attack now, they must have planned this. If someone didn't betray the Qin family, they wouldn't know that their father failed to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state and suffered a backlash. That's why they chose this time to attack. Their goal was to kill their father in one strike. Without an absolute being like a peak star state, the Qin family would be in deep trouble if they had to face the alliance of the two major forces. To the Quafu clan and the Xingtian clan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they might never get it again. Qin Badian, if you don't want to die now, ask your father to come out. I want to see exactly how strong Qin Feng has become after not seeing him for so many years. Even with an army pressing down on him, he is still able to shut himself in. Aha, could it be that he has already died in his old nest? Li Quafu's voice was like a great bell that shook the heavens and earth. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the Qin clan covered their ears and felt their scalps go numb. The Quafu race has always called themselves the descendants of the god race. I didn't expect them to do such things. How despicable. Qin Badian clenched his fists. His face was extremely gloomy. Are you still stalling for time? It's pointless. From now on, Mount Dongqin will be split into two. It belongs to the Quafu race and the Xingtian prefecture. Li Quafu said nonchalantly. Following that, to everyone's surprise, Li Quafu actually made a move against Qin Badian. His heavy fists danced in the air with enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. That aura was completely locked onto Qin Badian. Even if Qin Badian wanted to escape, there was no way for him to escape. Rumble. A heavy fist blasted out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This fist caused Qin Badian's eyes to widen, as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. Die. Qin Badian used everything he had. He raised his palms above his head in an attempt to block the punch, but Li Quafu was just too strong. Qin Badian couldn't take it on at all. Bang! Qin Badian barely managed to block the punch. He was forced back 800 meters. His head was bleeding from the impact, and his life force had been destroyed. He was almost dead. Too powerful. They were both at the 9th level of the star level, but Qin Badian's peak combat power was far inferior. Qin Badian knew that it wasn't easy for him to block the punch. Ha, old Qin, I'll send your son to the afterlife now. Xuanhuan laughed out loud. The wind from his palm was like thunder, whistling through the entire Dongqin mountain with boundless strength. Qin Badian was already prepared to fight to the death. He couldn't take a second attack at all. Don't you dare hurt my son. A furious roar rose from Mount Dongqin and spread across the sky. A blue streak of light flew into the sky and met Xuanhuan's palm directly. Both of them retreated. Xuanhuan's eyes were dark as he stared at the blue-robed figure in front of him. It was the head of the Qin family, Qin Feng. Father. Qin Badian said worriedly. His father's strength had fallen quite a bit, far from what it used to be. Otherwise he wouldn't have let them run wild in the Qin family. It's fine. Qin Feng's expression was grim. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Xuanhuan and Li Quafu in the distance. These two were trying to take drastic measures to uproot the Qin family. Old Qin, you're finally out. Haha, I thought you'd be a coward for the rest of your life. Your Qin family is about to be destroyed. I thought you'd run away. Xuanhuan apologized. Xuanhuan, Li Quafu, are you two going to fight me to the death? Qin Feng said coldly. Don't try to be mysterious. Don't you know your strength now? Otherwise, do you think we would use all the power of our families to attack your Qin family? Since we're here, we're prepared to fight to the death. Do you think you're worthy? Aha, at least you're not worthy now. Xuanhuan laughed. Qin Feng took in a deep breath. His expression was solemn and meticulous. It seemed like their Qin family was truly going to face a true calamity at this moment. He failed to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state this time. It was destined that this calamity would be unstoppable. There must have been spies in the Qin family. Otherwise, the two major forces wouldn't be afraid of going all out just to annihilate the Qin family. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.